Places his hands on the rim of the bowl and releases his bowels into the toilet of time. Terror spreads like a roaring tempest, like 1,000 fursuits storming the halls of a Marriott hotel. A man needs a sword, and a sword is a strong, independent black woman who needs no man. Two souls face each other head-on in fateful battle. A third doom scrolls awkwardly on his phone in the corner. I'm not reading that one. The juicy burger of ambition is placed under the nose of a blind man and snatched away, leaving him forever haunted by the first bite that could have been. Anyway, here's Wonderwall. His life but a reverberating fart, echoing through the halls of time. Trapped in a small cage with 6 children and nothing to eat, he emerged 3 days later victorious as the lone survivor. 2 people fight. 2 souls stand like towers as fate crashes into them. The Instagram of history tagged her story. Now she continues her featured quest for repentance and for peace for her mutuals and eternal bestie. Betrayed by greed, he now roams the land, seeking retribution for his stolen JPEG monkey. Marijuana has been detected by your Nintendo GameCube system. Place the controller on the floor and step away from the console. Forced to eat cement in his early youth, he now bears the weight of this curse for all eternity. The taste of stone still burns. Casted out of home by his former spouse, he now seeks the power of the cursed blade to reclaim his offspring and lost lover.
You again? I've had enough of you.
You could stop at 5 or 6 stores. Or just one.
Final battle, fight!
What the
Final battle. Fight! Soul Calibur 2.
Soul Calibur 2.
Soul Calibur 2!
Killer! From Azeron, from Azeron, from Azeron, from Azeron. Reading highlight his message 100. Careful! Cursing of violence will brutalize your sister. Pussy like macaroni in a pot. Cursing of violence will brutalize your sister. Pussy like macaroni in a pot. Cursing of violence will brutalize your sister. Pussy like macaroni in a pot. Cursing of violence will brutalize your sister. Pussy like macaroni. Careful, Kirsha, and a violence will brutalize your sis girl pussy like macaroni in a pot. Careful, Kirsha, and a violence will brutalize your sis girl pussy like macaroni in a pot. Your sis girl pussy like macaroni in a pot. Careful, Kirsha, and a violence will brutalize. Careful, Kirsha, and a violence will brutalize your sis girl pussy like macaroni in a pot. Kirsha, and a violence will brutalize your sis girl pussy like macaroni in a pot. Kirsha, and a violence will brutalize your sis girl pussy like macaroni in a pot. Kirsha, and a violence will brutalize your sis girl pussy like macaroni in a pot. Kirsha, and a violence will brutalize your sis girl pussy like macaroni in a pot. Your sis girl pussy like macaroni in a pot. Careful, Kirsha, and a violence will brutalize your sis girl pussy like macaroni in a pot. Careful, Kirsha, and a violence will brutalize your sis girl pussy like macaroni in a pot. Your sis girl pussy like macaroni in a pot. Careful, Kirsha, and a violence will brutalize. Careful, Kirsha, and a violence will brutalize your sis girl pussy like macaroni in a pot. Kirsha, and a violence will brutalize your sis girl pussy like macaroni in a pot. Kirsha, and a violence will brutalize your sis girl pussy like macaroni in a pot. Kirsha, and a violence will brutalize your sis girl pussy like macaroni. Careful, Kirsha, and a violence will brutalize macaroni in a pot. Kirsha, and a violence will brutalize macaroni in a pot. From Azeron, from Azeron, from Azeron, from Azeron. Redeemed highlight this message 100.
Living here in Jersey, fighting villains from afar. You gotta find first gear in your giant robot car. You dig giant robots, I dig giant robots, we dig giant robots, just dig giant robots. Nice.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Anime Boomers podcast. I'm your host, Gator, who woke up approximately, what was it, like 30 minutes ago? 30 minutes ago? And
Grandpa needed his midday nap.
I sure did. You know, as a boomer, you know, I get a little cranky, get a little upset if I don't have my afternoon nap, you know. Gotta take a siesta after literally doing nothing all day. it's so hard being an old man, having to do literally nothing all day on the weekend. You know how it is. You know how it is. But good evening, chat. We're back again. We've actually been keeping up pretty well with the episodes this year. There hasn't been a ridiculously large gap where I just haven't done a damn thing. Just sat around and just like doom scrolled on Twitter. but actually keeping it up pretty well. Even I may not sound as low energy as I feel, but man, I am very, very low energy this episode. But you know what?
I'm gonna be picking up the slack. I got some rants on deck. So like when Gator needs a recharge, talk about the City of the Wolves for a minute.
Oh yeah, that is definitely on the docket. We got a lot of stuff to talk about, actually. But first, I do want to highlight this super chat from Tomak for $50. Says, Gator, thanks for sharing the post on the totally not Metal Gear Rising game I sent you. I had a good time with the demo today. Yeah, there was this game. It's basically like Metal Gear Rising, but you play as an anime bunny girl instead. But it's got like all of the ridiculous cutting mechanics and time slow stuff, and it looks pretty cool.
I've never played MGR, but I have jammed out to the soundtrack many, many times.
Oh yeah, I mean that game. It's a magnificent confluence of different elements. You like the gameplay is fun, but like the soundtrack is such a banger that it makes the game that much better.
I will never forget seeing Pomu Rainpuff's like reaction when the soundtrack hit her when she first played that game. Like the actual bewilderment, like, what is this music? Like when the vocals kicked in and the what was it, girls? What was her code name? I can't remember. The one with the arms.
Oh yeah,
A Stranger I Remain was the song. But when the vocals kicked in on that, like she was like the absolute like took the wind out of her. Like, what is this music? It's like, yeah. That is the appropriate reaction.
That's rules of nature.
Yeah, of course. That's a classic. A classic. It's a meme for a reason. It really is that good.
The hottest woman in Metal Gear ties the first mission. The game is Project Tonin. It's still on Kickstarter. Yeah, let me pull that up real quick. Because I know he sent me the video, and I was like, dude, this is awesome, and I retweeted it.
Is this like Ronin, but also serotonin? Because you're an anime girl? Is that the joke?
I'm not sure, but it was made by a Japanese developer. Let me see if I can find the...
It's probably why it's still allowed to have titties in it.
This is very true. It's very true.
I shouldn't say that. The indie games will still have titties in them.
Yeah, a lot of times they will.
Yeah. Yeah, Metal Gear is one of those series I have not played. Well, no, that's not true. I've played a couple of them. It's not my thing, but I respect it. Like, if you're like, I love Metal Gear, it's like, I get it.
Oh, I love me some Metal Gear. So yeah, let me pull this up.
And I know the whole plot from, like, Osmosis by now.
Yeah, so actually, Tomak's the one that made this video here. So yeah, this is the game here, Project Tonin. So you play as a bunny girl with a samurai sword, and then this is kind of like he put the demo up actually on his Google Drive. It's a Kickstarter thing, so they're trying to.
Is Tomak working on it, or is he just a fan?
He's just a fan. Here, let me see if I can get to actual gameplay elements. Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty cool for like a Kickstarter game.
Like you can do the chopping of the enemies like Metal Gear Rising with the whole like the dynamic cutting engine they had in that game. Which is great. You would think, that more games would do that, where you just hack the shit out of stuff. And it's like, can dynamically render all those chopped parts based on how you cut it.
Yeah, like that. Yeah, see, I like games like that. And it's kind of cool that it's just a Kickstarter game, some guy just making this stuff in his free time.
Yeah.
We need more games like this, honestly, especially with everything turning to complete and absolute slop nowadays.
Yeah. I'm paranoid having grown up, in the Millennium era in the 90s and everything. Just of like the pendulum swinging so far the other direction because we get tired of the Puritanism that we go back to obnoxious sexuality.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean that is a concern, is that we go too far and then everything is just Coomer bait, and rather than
because I mean I remember it used to be that like every media, I mean the meme was sex sells.
And it was like in every gaming magazine there was always like, it's like a Tetris clone, but it's got like a woman and she's like, shoving a hot dog down her throat, or like a corn dog down her throat, and it's just like blow your mind, and it's literally just a Tetris clone, and it's like, bruh, okay.
Every other major female character in a video game getting a Playboy spread.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like we went a little too far. We went a little too far in the late 90s, early 2000s, and then it was the knee jerk in the
other direction.
Yeah, the knee jerk reaction. They went completely the total opposite direction, and then they had to take sex out of literally everything.
Yeah, it's like, can't we just have a moderate amount of sex? Just be kind of horny.
Just a little bit as a treat.
Like, yeah, just give us some eye candy without making it feel
tasteful.
Like,
See, Japan got it right with anime for the most part. It's just it's a little bit of tasteful panty shot here and there. It's like, oh, okay,
yeah,
clever, It's like, oh, very clever use of the
girls can be hot.
Yeah, the girls can be really hot
and their breasts can move, but we don't have to be up their fucking skirts all the time. Some of the shows would be, but most shows aren't. And you don't have to be up their skirts all the goddamn time. We could just have an attractive woman with cleavage, and then that's it. We're done. We've accomplished our breastification.
Right. It's like just a
it's
little.
Like games. Gotcha games are fucking.
They're pure fan service.
Yeah.
They want you to buy.
Just seeing gotcha games.
They want you to buy the cute fat girl with the big titties.
Yeah, I just feel like some of these games feel like, man. I gotta judge you. It's funny when the VTubers do it, but bro, look at this shit. She like live 2D of this chick bent over, covered in sweat, with her ass out. It's like, bro, this is a cry for help, man. This isn't. You're not like a cool horny dude at this point. This is.
Dude, I've watched VTubers play some of these games, especially like Sayu playing some of these games. Man, her reactions are priceless. A lot of their reactions are priceless, especially when something really lewd happens, and they're just like, there's two kinds of VTuber reactions when lewd stuff happens. It's either instant panic, freaking out, or it's like you can see their jaws unclenching and them doing
the lesbian reaction.
Yeah, the auga. And either way, it's funny as hell every time it happens.
Yeah.
It's funny because Pippa's always like panic mode. She's like,
she's both.
Yeah, she goes awooga, but then when the ass hits and it's like, my monetization.
Oh no, she don't scream about monetization. She just screams sex.
Yeah, she
is both.
She becomes Takashi. Yeah. What I got? Sex.
That's pretty much it. Yeah.
Yeah. And the My Hero Academia theme starts playing.
I'm not calling for it to be banned because I know people hear things being criticized in this day and age and they think it's a call for it to be erased. But I just think it's really stupid, and I'm judging you. If you're playing them games and you've got the SSR skin with all the bouncy half naked girls, I'm judging you. This is why you don't have pussy. I'm just saying.
Noachi in the chat says, I never really cared for these gacha games, but I am excited for Uma Musume though. Yes. I feel like I have to give a little bit of credit to Pippa here because she has been Uma Musume's strongest defender.
Strongest soldier, yeah.
trying to bring it to the West, and now it's finally happening.
Yeah.
Your horse girls.
Only gacha I ever played, shocker, was KOF All-Star. And I only wailed once to see what it was like to wail. When they dropped KOF 15 Omega Rugal, and I was like, I had a lot of money at the time, so I was like, you know what? Let's see what it's like. I mean, like, is it worth it? Let's find out. I'm gonna wail on this. and it was fun. But then like, oh, I could see how this is stupid because you have to keep up with all the new characters. And you know, granted, KOF All Star was less bullshit than most other gacha games. Like, there was power creep, but old stuff was still good. So like, I wailed on that Omega Rugal, and Omega Rugal still, you know, carried me even up until the game ended. It was like, you know, on the higher end of gacha games, but still, that was the only one I ever played, and it was 100% because of the IP. I'm not even going to pretend like there was any other reason, and it was fun. Like, if they had a shitty gacha game, I wouldn't play it. It was like a fun little beat 'em up. But yeah, 100% for the IP. I've never... and even playing that... No, you know what? There was another one I played for a little while. I never really poured any money into it, but it was Final Fantasy Brave Exvius. Again, the IP. And it was like an original Final Fantasy game, story, whatever. And it was neat. But that thing is predatory as fuck, man. Oh my god. Like, you want to try to play that shit without paying? Fuck you. Fuck. And it was like a whiplash. Like, KOF All-Star made all these things you could do if you didn't want to pay. You could still have all this fun with the game. And you could do all these things to get the good stuff for free. You just had to work for it. Brave Exvius is like, you know, you could give us money, right? Well, yeah, but I don't want to. Yeah, but okay. I mean, if you want to just play, I guess you could play. But you could give us money. If you don't want to give us money, I guess you're going to have to spend the next 3 months to get, like, a crumb of gameplay. Okay, how about you eat my asshole? I stopped playing it.
That's pretty much what happened to everybody. They just like, yeah, I'm not going to pay.
Though, yeah, the sprites in that are dope, and I will say the story in Brave Exvius is one of the most fascinating things I've seen, like in the Final Fantasy series and in a lot of things, because for one thing, it's anime as fuck. It's very shonen, but at the drop of a hat, will get to either Kino or dog shit, and you never know when it's going to switch. I couldn't pull myself away, even when it was the cheesiest, most poorly written shit, because you never know when the Kino would turn on. It could turn on mid-cutscene. It could turn off mid-cutscene. It could activate at any time or deactivate at any time. It was so... I couldn't look away with just the regular story mode. It's the most fascinating thing I've ever seen in that regard. I've never seen anything that just be good or shit at any time without warning. You could be 2 lines of dialogue in and the quality would change. 2 lines of dialogue in the cutscene and just... Like, the shit went to great, or the great went to shit. Amazing. Amazing. I would recommend it just for that. Just to play the story mode and just watch that shit. I've never seen another piece of media do that. Like, it's either shit or it's not. I've never seen anything just Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, like fucking Lunch from Dragon Ball, with just a sneeze. Like, the story just sneezes, and all of a sudden its hair color changes, and it's a completely different person. It's fascinating.
Yeah, Tomak in the chat says, also, Cody, I did back the game, so I was given a link to the demo before it was posted on Twitter. Yep. And now it's public.
Oh, okay, well, that would explain. That would explain why he had the inside scoop. Well, speaking of fascinating, I believe we've got some topics on the docket.
Yes, we do. The title of this stream is for a very particular reason. It's called Total Foxu Victory. Yes. So between the last time that we streamed and today, a lot of stuff has happened. And like, I'm sitting here and I'm like, wow, our last episode was on the 3rd, and holy shit. You know, we just barely briefly touched on the article last episode, the anal violence hit piece on Kirsha, and holy shit, it feels like an entire lifetime has happened between that point. It's crazy.
There was a whole saga. A whole goddamn... The Epic of Kirshkamesh.
So to kind of go back to like where we left off. So as we were leaving off, there was one hit piece against Kirsha, targeting her thing with Gamer Subs. So as everybody knows, Gamer Subs partners with a lot of different VTubers. They give them a code. If they sell enough on that code, then they'll get like an actual merchandise run. And so what happened is Kirsha got a merchandise run, which, by the way, you know, full disclosure, I bought. Of course I did. So I bought her merch. Well, Kirsha went out and talked about like Anna Valen's hit piece against Vialore. Vialore being the, you know, the for lack of a better term, the VTuber stripper, you know, corpo. And Anna Valens was exposed as being somebody that had applied and got turned down because Vialore doesn't accept non-passing trans people. So and I don't think you guys have heard Anna Valen's voice, but I think Cody and I both could pass more convincingly than Anna Valens over the microphone. That's how bad it is. That's how bad.
I mean,
it is.
I've been mistaken for a woman, which it still pisses me off. Something about the way my voice sounds over a telephone. Well, not so much these days, but like back in the day, you know, in the 90s, 2000s, the days of the regular ass phone, when phones weren't quite so clear, I would always get the "yes, ma'am, hello." If I picked up the phone, didn't know it was a telemarketer or something, like, "Yes, hello, ma'am." So, verifiable. Yes, I could pass better than
Yeah, it's like
I did by accident.
It's like and Valens had to have known that you're gonna get turned down. You're gonna get turned down because Vialore's primary base is female VTubers for a male audience. That's their whole thing. You know, they're essentially a sex worker company, basically.
Yeah.
But instead of, you know, physical, it's virtual. It's the VTuber, you know, the Oshi experience. That's what they're trying to sell.
Let's be blunt. It's a bunch of whores.
Yes, yeah,
it's a bunch of whores.
Yeah, they're doing the Twitch thought thing, but with VTubers, you know, and they're not trying to lie about what they are, which that's why I respect it, even though it's not my thing, because it's like you're staying in your lane, you're saying exactly what you are, you're not trying to pretend to be something else. You're like, no, this is what we are, and I'm like, you know, Godspeed, shine on you, crazy thoughts. Diamonds. Yeah,
my thoughts. I'm less charitable.
Yeah, fair enough. But I'm just like, you know, you're doing your thing. That's, you know, you're in your niche. That's fine. I'm not gonna pass judgment. Like he who is without goon, you know, cast the first stone here. VTubers in a hot tub
smug
stream.
Expression.
Yeah. Cody is just the smug Giga Chad, just being like, I'm right. But yeah, so Anna Valens got turned down from Vialore and wrote this entire hit piece, and then Kirsha covered it and talked about all of the stuff that we just mentioned, you know, about, you know, trying to get into Vialore, getting rejected, and, you know, then all this stuff came out about some stuff that Anna Valens had written about SA fantasies involving like real actual women and stuff, and it was just I'm not gonna read it here because people are getting banned for reading all that stuff on stream now, because, you know, of course their response to getting BTFO'd is to just go around and get everybody banned off of everything, because, you know, that's what they do when they get owned.
Are you saying that the moralized progressive turned out to be a degenerate? I can't believe this. This never happens.
I know, right? This is the first time for everything.
Look. I ain't gonna get into the sociopolitics of, you know, transgenderism, whatever. This is the Anime Boomers podcast. It's not the place for that. But I think it's safe to say, and anyone can acknowledge, Anna Valens is just a degenerate motherfucker with autogynephilia. And a host of other mental problems. I mean, this is a son of a bitch that self-diagnoses with POCD. Now, if you don't know what POCD is, let me give you a little rundown here. POCD, it's a real thing. Some people have called it a quack diagnosis, and I think it's because they don't understand what it's supposed to be. POCD is something that affects child molestation victims. That basically, because when that happens to you, when you're a wee one, you get complexes, you get traumatized. Duh. It ensures you're going to have some kind of mental illness. In this case, they become fixated on the statistic that people that were molested or whatever as children will then continue the cycle. And they become so fixated on that statistic, they think it's only a matter of time before it happens to me. And they become obsessive about it. They start doing crazy shit, not because they're pedophiles, but because they think any day now the other shoe will drop and I'll become one, and just start hunting children. And they don't listen when you tell them no. Like, they don't listen when you tell them, well, are you a pedophile? And they'll go, no, then you're not. They'll go, yeah, but one day I will be. They become like, you ever see the corny kind of anime thing or like cheesy YA novels where it's like, I have a beast inside me that could come out at any time. Like a werewolf thing or whatever. It's like
there's like an entire slop. There's like an entire slop TikTok now of like werewolf fantasy novels for women and shit like that.
Yeah. It's like that, where it's like, any day the monster will come out. I can never control it. It's them. They're that, but earnest, and they think the monster is a child molester. Like, any day I'll just morph into a child molester. Like, that's what POCD is. And there's like a list of like compulsions, and people see the list and think like, oh, this is just using like mental diagnosis to excuse people that look up CP. And like, no, it's like the people that don't understand the difference between a scientific theory and a colloquial theory. Like, a compulsion when you have a form of OCD doesn't mean, oh, he can't help it. No, this is what we, through all of our medical study, have found this syndrome will likely cause you to do. Like, if you have this mental problem, typical things it will drive you to do include... It doesn't mean, oh, he's going to do it, just let him. And don't punish him because he's just a good boy who's got to think. No, that's not what that means. POCD is a real thing, but that's generally what it is. You become obsessed over continuing the cycle because you just think it's going to happen to you and you can't control it. Anna Valens goes around saying that Anna Valens has POCD. And they're like, I wasn't molested as a child, but I have POCD because, like, I don't know, I think it says like some teenager made creepy advances or something.
Well, Anna Valens also hates Lolly too, and it was like very clear. Like, it's like, oh, it triggers Valens OCD is what it's
POCD. Yeah. So, and like, you know, between this and the rape fix and you're espousing your fantasies about breeding centers. I'm just looking at Anna Valens, and I'm not saying, oh, you ugly. No, I mean, look at that fucking selfie picture and tell me that person looks like somebody that, like, you should get near. I think Anna Valens might be a danger to the general
themselves and others.
Yeah, and like, obviously with all the, attempts to destroy people over politics and this psychotic need for conquest that Valens has, I mean, that makes it obvious, but in general, I think Anna Valens just might be a dangerous piece of shit to be near, to know, to be around. And I'd say, like, there's a way to cure POCD. It's not Twitch Tree as a person. I get what you're saying. POCD isn't pedophilia, right? It's an obsessive paranoia that you'll just become one. Like, in order to have POCD, you're not a pedophile. That's the point. Like, you're just convinced. You just, one day, you'll wake up and lust for children. Which is not how it works. And any sane person knows that's not how it works. But we're not dealing with sane people. We're not dealing with people in their right mind. We're dealing with people with a traumatic brain fuck up. So they think that one day they're just gonna go outside. They're gonna hear the sound of snapping wood and like, fuck. No, I like children. Like, that's what that is. the gist of what POCD is. So basically, Anna Valens does not fucking have POCD.
No,
That's not what it fucking is.
Didn't Valens
self-diagnose POCD?
And didn't Valens also admit that they looked at the exploitive materials themselves too? Which just means that you don't have the OCD part, you just got the first part.
Yeah. And like, look, as someone with for realsies OCD, self-diagnosing with POCD is worse and dumber than self-diagnosing with OCD. It's one thing to think, oh, I got this habit, I'm just so OCD. No, the mental gymnastics and bullshit to self-diagnose with POCD. No one's buying it. You are lying. It is bullshit. You are a fucking degenerate freak, and no one should be near you. No one is safe of any age. No one is safe around Anna Valens regardless of age, but children especially, because at least an adult can fight back.
This is one of those situations where I really wish that the mental asylums were still open, because people like Anna Valens should straight up be in a mental ward. Oh,
absolutely. Like, there's nothing about this person that's normal, healthy, sociable. Like, say what you will about people of the transgender variety, right? Whatever your opinions, the fact of the matter is...
Our proud alphabet Americans.
There's quite a bit of folks that are trans whatever that can just do normal things and be normal when they're not, being about their identity.
Well, you can tell immediately too.
Alphabet thing.
You can tell immediately too, because they actually like put in an effort to portray themselves as the opposite sex. Whereas, like, I'm not going to bring the picture up because I'm not going to do this to chat, but there is a picture out there of Anna Valens saying that
full body picture.
They're saying, it's like, to paraphrase, it's saying basically, I'm so hot, I passed so well. And I shit you not.
It is a creature.
It looks less convincing than Bo Black's, with a muffin top so large that it looks like Grimace tried to cram his body into some short shorts.
Bitch looks like straight out of the Mushroom Kingdom.
Yeah.
Like, it's gross. And the fact that every waking moment of Anna Valens' life is based around either identity or fetishes or these problems. Like, again, anyone else in the whole alphabet identity scene can have some other nerd interest they tweet about, right? I mean, Lord knows I'm a fighting gamer. I see plenty of people in the alphabet scene, and then it's like, oh, here's a legitimate love of fighting games, and here's some fighting game retweets or whatever. It's like, okay, well, in that respect, we have something in common, and in that respect, you are, normal. And again, I feel like if I say normal, I'm getting political. I'm not trying to. This is the Anime Boomer podcast, but I'm saying, like, not being about identity and bullshit. You're just doing normal shit, everyday shit. I feel like Anna Valens can't even cook food or eat food or order out food. It has to be some weird shit. Like, Anna Valens can't just eat a pizza. Anna Valens got to go outside and find, like, mushrooms that have been pissed on by cats, and that's Anna Valens' entire diet. Is just, like, pissed on mushrooms and live fish and the droppings of the creatures that are living under the floorboards of their house.
And this seems oddly prescient in chat here from Zugzwain says, did you unfortunately see the clip of Anna Valens' Twitch stream that Kirsha posted? The Giantess Vor Fart ASMR session. Regrettably, I did see that. I'm not going to play that because they instantly ban you on Twitch now for that. I mean, finally.
Anna Valens is Gollum. Anna Valens is Gollum. Just straight. Everything about Anna Valens is Gollum from Lord of the Rings, except without the redemption at the very last second. That's it. Like, that's, like, you can't even be normal, be human, look human, act human, eat like a human. Can't. Gollum. He's just like, my precious VTuber.
My precious. Keeping us out of VTubing, saying noses to us rejects us. They rejects us from VTubing. We will have our revenge. We will write some article about the VTubers. Stupid Fox woman! They hate us! The allure rejects us.
Just go do the whole rest of the podcast in Gollum voices. That'd be great.
Gollum
Great listening.
Audio viewers will love that.
Gamer saps precious.
Oh, this is one of those times where it's like, you know, being a voice actor is great and horrible. She posted as a reply on Zitter to the Roach King Asmongold.
Asmongold getting on this too was another, like I said before, man, you think you want the normies to stay out, but no, the normies are the best thing to ever happen to your cause, and Asmongold is one of the prime examples. Although I think he's more VTuber pilled lately, so he's less normie. You know, I think Kasi brought him into the fold, but like that man, he's the normie whisperer. Yeah, Brad DL in chat, he's the normie whisperer. And when Asmongold picks up your story, that's it. You're just over.
Yeah, that's when you know.
It's
That's
over,
when you
man.
know you've made it. Like he can take. He has such a large audience of just like normies that whenever he covers something, it's like, yeah. Not only did it go viral, but like now, like regular people are seeing it and they're backing it up and talking about it.
Yeah. I mean, whatever you think of Asmongold, that man, like anytime he brings something like this to light, it usually results in the good guys winning. And looky what happened here.
He said, "Thank you, Roach Lord." He still can't spell the fox's name. No, he can't. I saw that clip. It's like, Kirsha, how the hell do you spell that? Yeah, and JT Vega brings up something in chat too. Vouch tried to cancel Fox Lady. He failed. Yeah, I remember that. That was that. Isn't that bitch a Nazi? I remember that.
Yeah. I think we have to bask in it. Take a minute to bathe in it. If you have to be creepy, everybody listening at home, rub yourself and make noises. That's fine. I'll forgive it right this moment as we bask in the moment. The realization. Cancel culture is dead. It's dead. It doesn't work anymore. In fact, it works the other way. You try to cancel someone now, they explode. The best thing that could happen is a cancel mob coming after you. It's dead. It's finally fucking dead. Hallelujah. Like I said before, the general public comes around. They're just slow. They're just slow to get it. But they get it eventually. It's just, you'll be sitting there for 5 years, like, why doesn't anyone see this is fucking terrible? And eventually the general public will go, hey, this is fucking terrible. They're slow on the uptake. But trust in the normies. They get it eventually.
Yeah, I agree with
That's the frustrating part.
Critically Dreadful in the Twitch chat says, no, it's not dead. It is lying in a hole. We must throw dirt on top of it before pouring concrete. Yeah, it's like 90% of the way there. There's still some moments where it can shine through, especially if it's a larger creator going after a smaller one that doesn't have that like already built-in support. Then cancel culture is still very effective, and we've actually seen that happen a couple times recently. But
but it's like temporary when that happens. Like,
right,
that happens, and
people
then
do
everyone
eventually
else
catch
picks
up.
up on it. Yeah. It doesn't have the permanent staying power it did. Yeah, Hero pointed out, it's fatally wounded. It's not dead, but it's not surviving. It's like you're just watching it double over and gurgle. It's not. It hasn't. The eyes haven't closed. But it's gurgling. Blood's coming out of its mouth.
Yeah, like someone said in the chat, the finish them, is on the screen. Yeah. Gotta hit the quarter circle forward, high punch.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta hit the Mortal Kombat stupid,
fatality
like, input, like up XX BY back.
And then you punch their balls up through the back of their throat. Fatality. Yeah, Winter of Lame for $4.99 in the chat says, it's basically a war of attrition against special needs people. Yes. Yeah. That's a good way to put it. Put it.
Absolutely. Like, it astounds me from a psychoanalyst kind of, I've mentioned before, I've studied psychology and all that. I've been interested in that. It always astounds me that the mediocre, the unremarkable, the generally just among us, like, all they care about is being special and being in power. Like, you just don't get mediocre midwits that can just hang. You know what I mean? They can just exist. No. They need to seize a feeling of unearned victory, unearned specialness. Like, they need to just rewrite the rules so that they can be nobility. They can't just be. Like, even people of average intelligence can just be. People of no real standout traits, but they get by. They can just be. But the midwits, when I say unremarkable, I don't mean the average person. I mean you have nothing, right? You're not particularly intelligent, attractive, talented, skilled, anything. And those people, they can't be. They need to
People
be
that
special.
are worse
They
than
need to be elevated.
NPCs.
Yeah, they're worse than the NPCs. They're the mob monsters in an MMO. Like,
Yeah,
they're just
they're
these weak little
level
things that
1
need
goblins.
to attack you. Yeah, they're weak little things that need to attack you. And I think this is sort of a phenomenon that people weren't aware of because we didn't have that mass communication. It was like, you might have known someone like that in your life, you know, through 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, all this stuff. You might have known people like that in your life, but I think we're seeing it on such a mass scale now that we've realized that like the mediocre among humanity crave power. Like I said before, the cool villain is an absolute construct of fantasy. Like the magnificent bastard, you know, the badass villain, absolute fiction. In reality, villains they just suck. Not just from a moral standpoint. They're like look at Klaus Schwab, like, oh, this big puppet master, fucking attempted sham gonna control the fucking world. Look at this turtle-looking motherfucker with his droopy ass face.
Everybody must eat bugs.
Oh God, read the bug. And then he just gets ousted by his own organization because he
sucks so bad, and because he sucks so bad, everybody woke up and realized, wow, you know, the WEF kind of sucks.
Yeah, well, not only that, but then the WEF ousted him because he was fucking cooking the books for them. It's like, he can't even... There are no evil overlords. Because these people suck. That's why all the countries with, like, absolute dictatorships have to keep their population stupid. Because you can't be an evil master. You can't be an evil dictator when the population is halfway intelligent. They'll crush you.
They have even an inkling of what's going on. Yeah, I mean, like, even look at China. Like, I don't want to get too into the weeds on things, but, like, you know, the tariffs created a situation over there, and people weren't able to work. And what happened? You started having little minor uprisings. Like, whoa, shit, yeah. We can't have that. Yeah. Let's fix this mess.
Yeah. All it took was one Bukele to completely upend El Salvador, because these quote unquote scary evil people are just bitches.
They're mostly just like DMV ladies. Nah. That's true evil. True evil is the office worker at the DMV. Like, that is the true face of evil right there, and they're all like that.
That's what a villain is in real life. So that's why I have no compunctions about rooting for the bad guy in fiction, because it is an absolute work of fiction. The cool bad guy. There are no Geese Howards in real life. Like, that's just that kind of character, that cool bad guy, does not exist. In reality, the bad guy is always some fucking loser that found his way. He wormed his way to the top through some loophole. He wormed his, and that was what cancel culture was.
Use daddy's money. I think a great example of the kinds of, like, actual villains that you see in real life are people like Airbagged, right? Where it's just they've led an easy life, and they're going to make it everybody else's problem because they're just a royal piece of shit that just wants to do fucked up stuff to people on the internet. Why? Because they can.
Yeah. It's like, in fiction, ambition is often treated as like a root of evil. And I think that's very naive, a naive outlook. And I think any fiction that does that, I have to judge the author a little bit. It's not so much ambition, because ambition actually is what brings great men to do great things. No. What truly drives evil and wickedness is insecurity. I can't just be. I need to be special. Why? Because other people are special and I'm not, and I hate that. It makes me feel bad. I need to have all the good things, but I don't want to like work for that. And to Tomac said, the closest thing to a fiction villain we have is a mafia boss. Even there, like they're evil, but truthfully, on the scale of evil, they're quite low because they keep a lot of that bad shit organized, and they had a code. Like there was shit the mafia would not do. You compare that to like MS-13, right? The mafia was just this industry will exist regardless of law. So someone's going to have to take care of it. It was business. It was illegal business, as opposed to, again, something like MS-13 in the drug trade.
Right, where they'll like literally machete people's heads off. Like, let's not, the Italian mafia, they would do like some horrible stuff, but generally speaking, they wouldn't just go out into the street and just start wiping people out. They would do it to specific targets that, they tried to minimize collateral as much as they could. Whereas like modern gangs like MS-13, they don't care who gets hurt.
Mm-hmm. And look how easy it is to bring down these gangs. Like I said, all it took was one Bukele to say, enough. Fuck this. We're done. And god damn it, look at El Salvador. That went from the single most dangerous and deadliest country on the face of the fucking planet, no hyperbole, it was worse than active war zones, to now one of the safest countries on the face of the planet. With like, everybody's happy. It's become a utopia. It's insane. And that's why, and we've seen this, that's what cancel culture, all these people that were going after Kirsha, it's just a demonstration that in reality, evil people, wicked people, are weak and they suck. And we should all thank God. Because if fictional villains were real, we'd be screwed.
Oh God, yes.
Like, if the evil mastermind was real, we'd be living in a dystopia. There would be nothing we could do to stop him. But thankfully, pieces of shit suck. And they're easily toppled once you're paying attention. Once you look in their direction, like, what the fuck are you doing over there? They're done. Look at, again, I'm only dipping a little politically just to make this point. Look at this, like, quote-unquote New World Order shit, which is just, elite class, telling us what to do, and we know better, and we'll shape everything based on the way we want things to work. As soon as the general public noticed, everything fell apart. Billions of fucking dollars, all this clandestine shit, the politicians, world leaders in their pocket, and the minute that the average beer-drinking schmuck noticed what they were doing, it all fell apart. I mean, again, it's not fell apart past tense, it's falling apart. But basically, even with all those resources, money, and power and control, all it took was the average dumb schmuck to go, what the fuck are you doing over there? Because evil is fucking weak. The world is a very boring story. That's why we have fiction. Because in reality, the villains aren't subtle. And they're not very powerful obstacles once you actually notice them. It doesn't take much. It's just long. It just takes forever. That's the problem. The pacing in the story of reality, the pacing sucks. It's so dragged out.
Yeah, that's because everything is blocked by bureaucracy and bullshit and red tape. So even when you're trying to stop the villain from their master plan is just to make it take like 30 minutes longer at the DMV, to use my previous example, right? But there's so much bureaucracy that just gives them the power to do that it's like, it's like you can't do anything about it in the moment.
And it's just also people, not wanting to get up off the couch. I mean, basically that's it. And they don't want to do the risky, uncomfortable thing until, like, every bit of cope and option has been wiped out. Like, maybe if we just do, maybe. That's why it takes so long. Because they don't want to get up off the couch, basically. And I don't want to go on a whole thing, but I'm saying to give context to everything else that we're talking about here. That, like, this is just, we're seeing it play out. Because the cancel culture shit, for a while, was able to emotionally blackmail people. Because it preyed on an existing sort of like feeling of decency and just wanting to be nice to your fellow
And
man. You know,
morality. You see, and
Yeah.
Armchair had a really good stream last night. I've watched about half of it so far, where he explains that all of this stuff kind of piggybacks off of moral panics, where they set, they create a villain and then they try to convince people it's like, oh, well, this person is bad because of X reason, and we need to go after them because they're a villain. And it's a morally just and righteous cause, because people feed into that. When you have somebody that you can portray as a villain, the most famous example is, so and so is a Nazi, therefore you have to go after them and destroy them. It's totally justified. It's just a regular, normal person that is not a member of the German National Socialist Party from 1935 to 1942.
Yeah, it was easy because people don't want to hurt others. So you say, oh, if you do this, you're hurting people. Oh, well, I don't want to do that then. What do I do? Well, if you just do this, then you're not hurting anybody. And in fact, you're making lives better. You're enriching people. Oh, well, I guess I'll do that. And they just kept playing that over and over and over. And then people started really crushed under the weight of all this bullshit. And then saying, you know what? You want to do this too. I mean, you don't want to hurt people. It's like, you know what? I think I do want to hurt people. And they just threw all the shit that was on their back off. You know what? I think I do want to hurt people because I'm sick of you. You keep telling me I don't want to hurt people and I got to do this, that, and the other that you tell me to do. And you know what? You've made my life quantifiably worse. I'm done. I'm done with you. And that's why everybody's bumping Kanye West's new song now.
I was wondering when that was going to get brought up in discussion. Can't play it. Can't play it, but I've seen some funny remixes of it. I think the Robotnik dance scene to it was like I burst out laughing uncontrollably when I saw it, because it did. It is, the guy that posted it was just like, putting this to the ultimate test or whatever, and I'm like, oh my god, it does work. Even the when they do the mouth movements and the arms up, and they do an unintentional arm swastika, and I'm sitting there with my head in my hands just laughing as hard as I can.
Yeah.
It's so bad. Even Ponko was like, I've got a song stuck in my head, but I can't sing it out loud.
I mean, that's 100% in character for Ponko.
Oh yeah, 100%. And then all the replies are they don't understand the things I say on Twitter.
I mean, she is the slur queen. We know that.
Well, that's because she's Italian. She's got the pass on both sides. She could say both of the things that Kanye said.
But like, the funny thing about that song too is like, he spells out in the beginning of the song, in the very first, before he even says the funny words, he spells out what this song is about without a drop of subtlety. Here is what I'm trying to say with this song. And people still, I was like, oh my god, Kanye West is releasing a Nazi song. It's white supremacist. It's anti-Semitic. It's like it is an entire verse before any real lyrics kick in, saying, here is the exact point of this song. I have been wronged, and I am going to embrace everything that pisses off the people that have wronged me, because I am lashing out at those who have wronged me. And so this is a terribly anti-Semitic song. He fucking mentions people that went after his money and took his kids. He spells the fuck out what this song is about. You are a moron.
Literally,
but it's a litmus test. It's a great litmus test. Who to listen to.
It's a media literacy test, ironically enough.
Mm-hmm. Completely. I think that's why so many people get it. That's why so many people are bumping it. A, because, sick of the eggshell cancel culture shit. Like, fuck it. No. This is offensive. Good. That's number one. And number two, I think most people do get it. Most people get this guy's mentally ill, and this song is him lashing out.
It's a new age Vought Kampf test is what it is. You see a Kanye on his back. Why are you not helping him? And
you know what? God bless folks. They get it. Folks get it. I love it. I love to see it.
Yeah, the song is literally about the fact that they took away his kids, they took away his money, and so he is going to.
Money. They didn't.
Yeah, they tried to take.
They
away
didn't
his
successfully take his money. Yeah.
Yeah, but the whole point is that they've like destroyed him in just about every way that they can or attempted to, and so he is going to become the exact opposite of their worldview just to piss them off.
That's why, by the way, he's also cozying up to Sneeko. Because Sneeko is verboten, so, I guess I'll hang out with Sneeko. Because I've been told he is forbidden. That's also, by the way, why he's also doing the cuck shit. It's like, Kanye, don't do that.
Don't do that, Kanye. No,
look, it's not having the effect you think it's having. I know you're lashing out at the world. I get it. Maybe think about it. Maybe take a moment to think about the means by which you lash out.
Yeah, just reconsider that one little thing there. You know,
maybe don't do that. Don't go down that road.
You can raise your hands up in the air like you just don't care. Okay, great, but just leave the cuck shit out of it.
Yeah, look. Okay, hanging out with Sneeko to prove a point. It's cringe, but whatever. Don't do the cuck thing. Yes, Kanye. Everybody says cucks are bad, but for a different reason. There's like the other stuff.
There's a very good reason that Jack Murphy got destroyed.
Kanye. Cuck is not Nazi. There's a difference.
Just ask Nick. You don't come back from cuck.
Yeah.
Like once that's attached to your name, it's just fucking over.
Don't do that. God, don't do that. But it's like, again, he's a mentally ill guy surrounded by people that are just enabling him. But you know what? I respect the heart behind what he's doing, even if I have to. It's like, no, Kanye, no, don't go there. Don't go over there, Kanye, no. God damn it. Ah, shit. Ah, he's calling himself a cuck. Ah, damn. Oh, well, he'll do something crazy in like 3 years. Everybody will forget. Does anybody remember when he what was that? What was everything he did around Yeezus? All that Yeezus shit. Everybody forgot that. They'll forget cuck.
Yeah,
no one's talking about the cuck thing because of the Nazi thing. So he's already kind of doing it now.
Pretty much. I mean, that's the thing is that they're so mad. They're so mad about, you know, the Nazi thing he did in his song that they're forgetting like all of the other shit in there. And it's
talk about the cousin thing anymore.
Right, like it's off the headlines now. No one's talking about how he basically admitted he sucked his cousin's dick. It's like
what Kanye
bruh.
Is unironically, he's the modern Michael Jackson. He's the king of his genre for a time, and then had a mental break.
Had a crash out,
and he had a media apparatus. He had a crash out and a media apparatus trying to destroy him. Although not to the extent they tried to destroy Michael, but they tried to destroy him. And he did not take it well, and it simply exacerbated his crash out, combined with the fact that he is a very, very, very creative guy. Like, he is creatively brilliant, Kanye West. But the problem is with being creatively brilliant, it puts a mental strain on it. Like, I think to have creative brilliance, you have to have some kind of level of disconnect with reality, and you need something else to ground you because you don't have the inherent ability to ground yourself. And a lot of creatively brilliant people have that something to ground them in their life, be it a significant other, friend group, whatever it is. There's someone there.
Even like a parent or something.
There's someone there to keep them grounded. Michael Jackson didn't have that. Kanye West didn't have that. I really hope Kanye doesn't go out like Michael Jackson did.
I hope not, but like they've actively tried to. I mean, you know, the line about, you know, where the F's my nitrous, like that, he literally had people drugging him just to keep him controllable. Like that was literally what was going on with Kanye. They had him off his like actual meds. Yeah, they had him off his actual meds and on like all of this like zombification shit to just keep him controllable.
Yeah. Also surrounded by people that aren't great for him is another Michael Jackson parallel.
Yeah, exploitative people that were taking advantage of him.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's I hope Kanye doesn't go out like Michael Jackson did, because I'm still to this day very, very angry about what happened with Michael Jackson.
Yeah,
That's why I
how
will
it
not
was
buy
all-
Sony products. I will never buy a PlayStation.
Yeah, fuck Sony. I mean, you go through the entire Michael Jackson story, like, and I think Razorfist probably did one of the best deep dives on that whole thing, and how it was basically
Sony murdered him.
so they 100%
Sony murdered
did.
him.
They 100% did because they wanted the his
The Beatles catalog.
yeah, the Beatles catalog.
And his catalog.
Yeah,
And they got it. Yeah. Sony is a genuinely evil corporation. They are something out of an 80s cartoon. I'm surprised that the executive of Sony isn't arch enemies with the biker mice from Mars. Like, it's that cartoonishly evil.
yeah. I mean, that's why when people are talking about, like, you know, today Sony has done something evil, I'm just like, oh, it's par for the course. You guys missed all the supervillain
like
shit
Sony,
they did.
Nestle, and like who like Sony, Nestle, Google, like all the big Shinras, the big IRL Shinras.
IRL. You know, that's a good way to put it. Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
I mean,
But,
I do want to
okay.
point out that I have noticed these super chats, but I'm going to put a pin in them because we're going to talk about these topics a little later, but I am going to read them. This is Ryoriobe for $10 Canadian says, my apologies if you already talked about this, that Kat Lienze made some serious damage to Doki Bird as others have out against her for misconstruing and misinforming people like they did to Alicia X's life. And then he had a follow-up for $10 again and said, and Kat Lienze also did a piece on Niji versus Selene last year. It was missing a lot of info and skewered in favor of Niji because it missed so much. She was called out then. She'll be called out now. So we're going to put a pin in that because we're going to come back to that topic. I do want to... I'll get to Red Pirates in a second too, because that's kind of where we're going to pivot, and then we're going to come back to the Kirsche thing. Winter of Lame for $4.99 says, Kanye's new song is the example of the Streisand effect. Yes, it is.
100%.
It's become a meme just specifically because they tried to delete it off of everything, and he was smart enough to know that.
Mm-hmm.
And Rabiobe for $2.79 Canadian says, which is worse, Review Tech USA or Nick Rekieta? I will always say Review Tech USA because he's like tattooing DSP on himself and shit. Like, I think like Nick's problem is his ego. It's always been his ego, and that's what drove him into drugs and partying. With Review Tech USA, like I would not say Nick Rekieta is not like a traditional lolcow. He's just kind of like a guy that like his
cautionary tale.
Yeah, getting famous broke him, and he couldn't handle it, and he crashed out. Review Tech USA is your like traditional lolcow. There's literally like no positive aspect to him. He's just kind of like, you know, a Nurglite sitting there deteriorating in his chair, like trying to, you know, scrape off whatever shit comes off of the YouTube scene so that he can continue getting paid by people that watch him just solely because they hate him. Like, Review Tech USA will always be worse in my book just for that reason alone.
Review Tech USA is objectively worse, but Nick hurts more.
Yeah, RP. I like what RP said in chat. Says Nick used to be good. Review Tech was never good. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like I said, Nick was just the dude that got really famous really fast, and his brain couldn't process it, and because of that, he just had this massive crash out.
Yeah,
Getting too famous.
I think we all want. Okay, you finish.
I was gonna say, getting too famous, like, it does something to your brain, and it's either or. There's not really in between. It either completely breaks your brain and deletes any sort of like inhibitions that you previously had, because like normal people can't afford that much cocaine. But when you become like rich and famous and you're getting like all these super chats per stream, you know, suddenly the means by which you couldn't do this is gone. There's no roadblocks to you doing this. And so
it's a great test of character. Once all roadblocks are taken away from you and you can do anything you want, will you do anything you want? You know, will you give in to the temptation of access to any of the world's vices you so desire?
You know, there's you're floating on the Aegean Sea in your boat with your homies, and you hear this beautiful song, and you turn your large nose pointing towards the rocks, and in the distance you see a bag of cocaine singing to you, do you jump off the boat and do you swim towards it?
Yeah, I think some people have the mental fortitude to handle that level of temptation and reject it, and some people don't. And I'm with Ghost Dog. I want to see him get a redemption arc. I don't know how likely that is, but I think we're all kind of rooting for that.
I would like to see him
He's got to admit he did wrong though. That's the problem. Like he's just so defiant.
Yeah,
like, I didn't do nothing. He's just full on didn't do nothing. It's like you did, bro. Your kids had cocaine in their hair.
You messed up. Hey, look, people deal with addiction all the time. I mean, there's literally stories for forever of people that they got addicted to something, and they totally screwed up their lives and screwed up the lives of everybody around them. But you can come back from that. You just have to set aside your ego, and you have to be like, yeah, I messed up. I want to be a better person. I want to change. And granted, you're not going to hit the highs that you had, but at least you can find some respectability in being honest with yourself and being honest with everybody else and just being like, yeah, I messed up. I screwed up. That's on me. I'm going to be a better person. Judge me for who I'm trying to be, not who I was. And I think that would go a long way towards, at least repairing the rift a little bit. I mean, obviously, when you have a major crash out like that, there's always going to be people that are just going to be like, fuck you, bitch, and never come back. But, I think it is possible for him to have redemption, but he's got to be willing to eat a little bit of humble pie. And I don't know if it's possible for him because he's still convinced he did nothing wrong.
Yeah, that's the big hurdle is the humble pie. If he could do that, then I think he's straight shot to redemption. But it's that first hurdle, man. He can't. He to him, redemption is like the fucking NES Dragon's Lair game. He can't get past the first screen.
Yeah, like a journalist trying to play Cuphead. You can't. Yeah. You didn't read the instructions, so you don't know how to jump up high enough.
Yep. But Lol Mal to everybody that this is the main topic was trying to cancel Kirsha because it didn't fucking work.
No, it sure didn't.
No, it didn't fucking work. I mean, her nummy go up, and the only sponsor she lost was a sponsor that needed her more than she needed them.
Yep, and I'm going to read this super chat. We're going to put a pin in this one, too, because we're going to come back to this topic as well. Red Part for $30 Canadian says, in the wake of the manga decks purge, plus the takedown of several anime sites that happened months earlier, I can't help but worry about the future with how aggressive the Japanese corpos have been lately. We're going to talk about manga decks, yeah.
I can say this right now. Don't worry. This has happened before. Many times. This is a song as old as time. There's always a mass purge of piracy sites, and then a bunch more are going to come in.
There's always a man, there's always a lighthouse, there's always a place where you can read manga for free.
Exactly. This is, like, the internet works in cycles, and it's funny, I don't mean to sound like an old man, right? I say this as someone that's been on the internet even longer than people older than me. As someone that's been on the internet and been in internet culture since the internet was in people's homes, this shit happens in cycles. The thing that you think is going to change the world has already happened 3 times before you were born. And it's going to happen again, and this is one of them. We've lost so many piracy sites and purges. I still miss kick-ass torrents. We will get new ones. So don't you worry. We didn't even lose all the manga piracy sites. We don't even lose the ones I use. So
yeah, the one I use is fine. It's just manga decks got obliterated. I think maybe 1 or 2 others. But like we go through this. We go through this in cycles, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And we did, like you said, the anime sites earlier. Most people have already found a new one or have just switched back to torrenting. If I really like a show, I will just straight up just pull out the BitTorrent and just download all the episodes. I do that a lot of times. The way I'll do it is I'll watch them on a stream site as they're airing, but if it's something that I'm going back and watching, I'll just torrent the whole thing and just like binge watch it that way.
Yeah, that's easier. It's usually get better quality from a torrent than on the stream sites. But I think it also depends on how you want, because like I like to have things So there's a lot of stuff I will torrent just because it didn't have it on a separate hard drive. Just like, hey, I've got it. If I ever want to watch it, if I want to just queue that shit up and marathon it, I don't have to pull up or I don't have to be connected to the internet. You know, if the internet goes down, you know, something happens, a power line falls somewhere, whatever, I can watch my show. So it's handy. And also peer-to-peer file sharing is coming back for music. That was scary for me. I've talked about, and I'm not going to talk about it again because it's an actual kind of traumatic memory, why I stopped using peer-to-peer file sharing. So when I found out that that was the only way to pirate music anymore, because all the music piracy sites kind of died, that took a while to adjust. It felt like going back to the, like, it felt like Bruce Wayne walking by that alley again, you know? Like, I don't know if I want to be there and relive the memories. But yeah, the peer-to-peer is back for file sharing. I don't want to talk about it, and people are guessing. I don't want to talk. I've talked about it before. If you find where I talked about it, great. Let's just say mislabeled file, traumatic mislabeled file. Genuinely, like it burned my brain. But again, the only thing keeping me from being totally fucked up by it is the knowledge that the people involved in that mislabeled file are fucking dead. Oh, but yeah. After that, I never touched peer-to-peer again. I hadn't touched peer-to-peer for like decades. Was it decades? Let's see, when was that?
The old heyday.
So long ago.
The old heyday of like IRC downloads, I want to say, was like late 90s, early 2000s, and after that, because the use of IRC kind of died off, the peer-to-peer file sharing kind of died off too.
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking like
you're thinking like Napster and LimeWire and all that stuff, right?
Like FrostWire and yeah.
Oh yeah. So you've ruined the family PC.
Look, that's only if you don't know how to work it. You gotta know what you're doing. That's a pirating and being a rabid fucking online thief made me computer literate.
You had to be.
I learned how this shit works, what to do, what not to do, what to click, what not to click, how website backend shit works. Let me tell you something. I could steal everything, and my computer was squeaky clean, cling, bling, bling. You will learn. If anything, I feel like I need to teach when I eventually have children. I'm going to teach them how to steal on the internet so that they become computer literate.
That's the only way to learn.
Yeah. None of this tablet shit. Now Zoomers are as dumb as boomers when it comes to technology because of all this fucking touchscreen tablet shit. Nah. You get them on the PC. You teach them how to steal. You teach them how technology actually works. They don't get scammed by streaming services.
Yeah, that constantly raise the price of all of their products without offering anything additional. It's just like, and this is a great point to bring up. You know, we're talking about how much we hate Sony. You know, all these companies now, because of the tariffs, are raising the price of their consoles. Like Nintendo did it first, and they're like, oh, well, because of the tariffs, we're going to raise the price of the Switch and the accessories. Then Microsoft was like, hey, remember that console we released like a decade ago at this point, almost? It's not been that long, but it feels like it. You know, the Xbox Series X and S. Yeah, we're just going to randomly raise the price of it, this old-ass console. Oh, it's like, what? And then now Sony's mulling, raising the price of the PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 5 Pro. And it's just like, okay, yes, but the tariffs are going away. Like it was going to be temporary. Now it's just pure corporate greed.
Yeah, and like people talking about the Nintendo shit, like that price hike was in the works before the tariffs ever kicked in.
Oh yeah, of course.
See, PC Master Race people just play on PC.
What
play
they did, it was a bait and switch with Nintendo. They put it out there at a lower price to make people be like, oh well, that's not that bad, and then they jacked it up after people were already sold on it. And it's like, oh, sorry, we have to do this. You know, they were going to do that the whole time. It's just like Nintendo is speedrunning becoming the new Sony and just being an evil corporation.
They really are. Jesus Christ. They really are. And it hurts because I love so many of their IPs. I feel like so many of their great, wonderful games and IPs are held prisoner by this Evil fucking corporation. Like, I will love Kirby till the day I die. To the day I fucking die. And I feel like now Kirby is like being held captive. He's in a tower by the evil Nintendo.
He's being held captive by Marx.
Yeah. It's bullshit.
At this point, just buy a Steam Deck instead of Switch 2. Yeah, for real. Just like get an emulator in a Steam Deck, and it'll probably play the games better too. Truth be told, that is why I believe very strongly that it is always morally correct to pirate Nintendo games because of how shitty they're being.
Yep. Also, may I just say, for those like, well, I don't want to get into PC gaming. Those PC, they're expensive. Like, let's say you do get the high-end $1,000 PC. That's going to last you like 3 console generations. Like, and if you basically, like, I invested in a really powerful computer specifically so it would last me a long, long time. Like, if you get the big gigawatt power juggernaut shit, you're not getting that to play something that just came out. You're getting that to play something that just came out in 10 years on maximum settings. And that's what a lot of people don't realize with PC gaming. You could play Oblivion Remastered at max settings on a reasonably priced computer now. Or you can do what I did and get a custom built computer with all the highest spec shit so that you don't have to touch a new computer for like 10 years. And honestly, if you get one where the tower opens easy, a lot of these new computers now work like fucking Legos. So you get one that's just got little screws, you swing that shit open, you unplug the graphics card, you plug in a new graphics card, that's all you need to do. No new consoles.
I remember, here's my boomer moment here. You know, when I was a kid, I remember having to get a Phillips head screwdriver just to open the case. And it was some of the most painstaking shit. You had to make sure
you had to wear gloves.
You had to wear gloves. You had to be very, very careful not to make something drop and fall or you break your PC. Like it was upgrading your stuff back in those days was a nightmare. Especially when you had the ambidextrous, when you lacked the dexterity of an adult and you were still a kid and you're trying to like do all this crazy shit and you're just like, oh no.
Yeah, Shadows EX and Chat, the modern PCs, yeah, they're that easy. I mean, it's literally just plug stuff in. You got to know where they plug into, but you just plug stuff in. And the cases nowadays have like thumb screws, so it's just a big thing you just open with your hands. You just got to make sure. I would still wear gloves just so you don't get fingerprints on the motherboard. You don't have to.
Yeah, don't want to get grease and grime on the.
Yeah.
Or skin flakes
before you do it.
Yeah. Well, I always. Anytime I open up a PC, like I did on the PC stream, like the first thing I do is wash my hands very, very well. I put on some anti-static gloves and all that stuff. Put on my ESD strap, and then I'll open it up and make sure that I'm being very, very careful. Which I actually
get
need
a nice thing of compressed air. Get some compressed air to keep the dust out.
Yeah, exactly. It's always good to open it up once every couple months, just so you can just kind of like spray the canned air in there, compressed air in there, just to kind of clean everything out a little bit, just to keep the works from gumming up. Don't be like a VTuber and sit there and wonder why your PC won't run, and then you look at it and you see it's like full of fucking cat hair.
Yeah. The gaming laptop, it won't last you as long as like a good built tower, but it'll get you going.
Yeah, I mean that's essentially what I did. I went out and bought because I had my old PC, which was so originally I streamed with a gaming laptop from like 2013. It was like a Republic of Gamers. Like I bought it because I was getting. I was going into a master's program for computer development, and so I bought this like tricked out crazy gaming laptop, which was like top of the line back in 2013. I think it was like I can't remember what GeForce card it had in it, but it was something like pretty crazy for the time, and it was pretty pricey too. But I used that to stream forever. But eventually, it saw its age, so I bought my second PC from iBuyPower, and that was basically like my dual PC setup, quote unquote. Like the caller bot was run off of the old gaming laptop, and I streamed from the tower that I purchased. Well, eventually I needed something that could actually play like modern games, because that tower had like a 580M Radeon in it, which was, you know, the workhorse of the Radeon series. Like it got me through forever, like all the way into like 2019, 2020. But then it's like, I need to upgrade to an actual PC, something I can actually play games on. So I bought the gaming laptop, which has like a NVIDIA GeForce 3080 Ti or something like that, which is honestly, like, I don't really see much of a reason to upgrade yet, because I can play everything at 60 frames a second at 1440p, and that's perfectly fine with me. As long, you know, up until I get to that point where I can't play the games I want to play and not the corpo slop, then maybe I'll upgrade again. And then I got this tower to be the stream PC, because then I was having problems where I was trying to do too much in OBS, and so it was kind of hanging up and I was losing frames. So I was like, well, it's time to upgrade this PC. So I did. And once again, I did iBuyPower because I'm lazy and I don't want to build one. I'll just upgrade. I'll upgrade a pre-built.
I will say laptops are harder to upgrade. You still have, you know, the old-fashioned screws, and you have to get, you know, equipment. And whereas with towers, it really is a lot of it's just thumb screws.
It's plug and play, you know, basically.
Yeah, plug and play. It's just towers are so easy. I get nervous about it, but I'm just paranoid that I'll screw something up. But really, you don't. As long as you know what goes where, you just open it. Like if I want to upgrade my graphics card, first of all, I don't even need to. Oh no, the games now are become too powerful for my PC. Well, do I buy a new PC? No, I open that sucker up, and I unplug the old graphics card, and I plug in the new graphics card. Now, if I want to go crazy with it, I might need some extra cooling, but I already got extra cooling in this. So when I do upgrade the graphics card, if I want to do something crazy, I could do something crazy, and a lot of the graphics card have the cooling built in. That's why, like, you see the new ones, and they've got 2 fans on the side of the graphics card itself. That's why. Because they're so powerful, the graphics card needs their own fans.
Yeah.
But like, if you want to do that, you don't need to buy. It's not like a console. You need to buy the latest console, the PS6, for $500. No, you buy like a upgrade graphics card. Now, the fucking NFT people and the crypto shit have made graphics card more expensive than they should be. But that's all you need to buy is a new graphics card, and you don't even need to buy the crazy one. Because keep in mind, the state-of-the-art graphics card is usually like maybe 3 or 4 generations ahead of what's on the market. It's less for the newest game and more to play, like, to run 3-4 things at once. Like if you're a professional streamer and you've got the setup, that's what that's for.
Yeah, the early release is pretty much just for 3 groups of people. 1, people that are doing like 27 different things in a row on their PC, so they need this insane graphics card and they're willing to pay for it. 2, the crypto bros who are going to pay the stupid amounts of money because they think they're going to get a return on their investment, and they won't. And then 3, the scalpers who are going to buy it at like, you know, 6,000% markup and then sell it for 6 million% markup.
Yeah, the only reason you would ever need the newest graphics card, besides being, you know, shifty, is if you're like a top 5 professional streamer. Not even professional gamer. Like, because you need to be able to run the game at maximum quality, stream the game at maximum quality, while also, you know, keeping up your upload speed to everything and all that shit. That's what you need that for. Otherwise, you can go maybe 3-4 levels down from the top of the line, and it'll last you 5, 6, 7, 8 years.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically what I did with my 3080 Ti, which this was a, God, what was it? It was, I'm like trying to remember specifically what laptop I bought. I can't remember it off the top of my head, but it was like, it's an Acer. It's like Triton or something like that, I think. I can't exactly remember what brand, what exactly specifically it was, but it's something like that. But it came with a 3080 Ti, and I was like, oh yeah, this will be dope. I can bring this with me so I can edit videos when I like go to cons and like, you know, record Vic Mignogna being based for 30 minutes. You know, stuff like that.
Yeah. So if you're thinking of joining the PC Master Race, let me just say it is very easy. It might be pricey the first time, but it is an investment. It depends on what kind of crazy machine you want. I would say if you've got the extra money to get something pricey, do it, because basically the more you're paying, the longer it's going to last. But you can get a pre-built, and a lot of people say pre-built. Like obviously a custom made is going to be way better than a pre-built. But if you're just dipping your toes, a pre-built will get you going.
Yeah,
I had a pre-built that lasted me maybe 5 years.
I strongly recommend if you're getting into PC gaming to go with a pre-built first, because you're gonna get something that's going to. It's essentially like, you know, buying a console. You're gonna get something that you know what's in the box, you know it's going to work, and if it doesn't, you have a warranty to get it fixed. Whereas if you try to buy all these parts individually and build it yourself, you're going to be dealing with 6 or 7 different warranties all at once, and that can be difficult to navigate.
Yeah, and it's overwhelming. You know, you don't know what you're doing, and all of a sudden you're being asked about parts. You start with a pre-built, get the feel of it, get a nice pre-built. You know, it doesn't have to be the most expensive, but you know, it'll get you a good gaming PC. Because if it's a modern gaming PC, it's going to be spec to run what's out today. It'll last you, and then once you get feeling more comfortable with it, you can start looking into parts. You can start looking into maybe building your own. And again, like, it will last you. And as long as you know the good brands, like I would recommend, like iBuyPower is good. They've never really steered me wrong. Let's see, who else? What was that? What was the last one I had? I think it was called like an Omen. It was a pre-built before I got my custom one. And that one didn't even crap out. It was like I was like, I got this money coming in. I should invest in a high-end PC, not just for gaming, but for my work, because I do, you know, comics and art and all that shit. So everything I do is on the computer. So I need a powerful computer that could do everything that I want, and I need it to last for like a decade, so that I never have to spend money on a computer again. That, you know, I don't even know all the shit. Various different manufacturers now of this current computer. Last one was an Omen, though. The Omen, it had like some issues, like the legs at the bottom weren't very high, and you don't want that on the floor, because the legs on the bottom, if the legs on the bottom aren't high and you got it like on the carpet or something, it's going to heat up the tower.
Horny Alias in the chat. High, so. Don't go for Alienware. No, absolutely do not. You're paying for the name. And
and what the fuck do you even care about the name? Yeah.
Victus Threx in the chat says, iBuyPower, Ironside PCs, Starforge are all very reliable. He says he's been building PCs for 15 years. Yeah. And and you know, the only company I bought from is iBuyPower so far, but I've never had an issue with them. And I like that when you get it, the cable management's also very neat and nice too. And that's what I really like. Because I know if I tried to build it myself, it's going to be like a VTuber's room. It's going to be a mess.
Yeah. The iBuyPower is very like, I mean, you look in that, you can see, oh, there's that. Like it's so like autistically arranged. It's perfect. Like you can be an idiot looking there and like you can see all your stuff, and like you just unplug it and plug it in. You know. So it's I would emphatically recommend them. And I think they're who I got a lot of my current computer's parts from too. There's a lot of iBuyPower. Because I was like, I know that brand. It's good. It did me good, so I will stick with them. And now I have a beef PC.
I can't lie though.
So, yeah,
I can't lie though. I would love to have like a custom built height case.
Oh yeah, I got a fucking big one. It's a nightmare though, because I moved multiple times before, you know, being in this house, because I was in like a couple temporary places. And man, every time moving this fucking tower, it's a big boy. It's got shit in it. It had to be big enough to fit like all the stuff and the cooling systems and all that. So it's a beef PC. So let me tell you, that is the pain in the ass.
Yeah.
It's a chunker. But other than that, he's my baby. I love my baby. It's good, well-behaved computer. I've had so many computers crap out on me, get me paranoid. Good, well-behaved computer, runs everything like a dream at max settings. Never have to think about it. And I could play all the video games ever, all of them, because emulation exists. So you just get on Steam, you get on GOG, you get some emulators, all the video games in the fucking world are at your disposal.
Yeah, that's what I love about this PC.
Advertisement for PC gaming.
It sure did. It sure did. We went a little too PC, PC Master Race. Oh no, that's a dog whistle. It's a dog whistle. Let's read some super chats. Ryobe for $13.99 Canadian says the last president of Nintendo was more respectable in comparison to the current president, Bowser. And then I forget who the Japanese president is. But
I think it means the president in general.
I think, of the Japanese branch. It says, as Iwata had cut his salary in half so people wouldn't lose their jobs. Granted, it was because of the Wii U. Yeah, I think that was...
Nintendo started to go to shit when Iwata died?
It really did. I felt like he was kind of the moral compass that guided the company, because he was, not only just a good person, but also a great businessman. And then once he was gone, like, seedier elements in Nintendo were kind of able to do what they wanted, and became just a standard Japanese company, which is profit is the only thing that matters.
Yeah, he was the fish man of Nintendo.
Yep. He was the Yago of Nintendo.
Yeah.
And
I think it's a good analogy too, because Nintendo did have its issues even under Iwata, but Iwata worked to fix it. So
right, like the Wii U is a great example. And then Ryobe for $13.99, he continued, said, and the dumb Nintendo's partnership program that made people refuse to stream it or make vids about Nintendo, in addition to the 30% cut, leaving you with 40% total revenue back in 2014, but still good overall. Yeah, that was a big reason why I didn't play a lot of Nintendo games on stream back in the day, was because their stupid affiliate program, so that you couldn't stream Nintendo games or else you'd get copyright struck. That was some of the dumbest stuff imaginable.
Yeah.
And then Tomac for $10 says, thank you, Lord Gaben. All praise. Yes, all praise to Lord Gaben for our Steam.
I'm just worried what happens when he retires, man. It scares me. I hope he's got a good successor lined up. That's all I can think of.
Yeah, I really hope so. Because I mean, so you see what happens with these companies when the guy in charge leaves and everything just goes to shit.
Yep.
But speaking of going to shit, we have veered wildly off course as we are wont to do on this podcast. We were talking about Kirscha's total Foxu victory, and I think it's perfect time to circle back to that, because we were talking about how they were trying to cancel Kirscha and kill her GamerSupps partnership, which, to GamerSupps' credit, they've actually, this isn't their first rodeo. This isn't the first time that a GamerSupps creator has been, they've attempted to cancel them or get GamerSupps to come out and cancel their sponsorship. And so far, they have stood their ground. But I did see a lot of people, and very unfortunate people come out and try to capitalize on the Kirscha thing to get attention for themselves. And one such person, broke my heart. You knew exactly where I was going to go with that. Yeah, was Ren Penrose, formerly of Idol. And I know a lot of people said, "Oh, well, she could have been talking about Cinder because the Cinder drama happened." But look, when it comes to views strongly conflict,
yeah, we know what it is.
That ain't Cinder. Let's just be real here. That was Cope. It was definitely about Kirscha. And it was regrettable. I lost quite a bit of respect for Ren over this. Mm-hmm. And Kirscha, like, her response to, like, I thought she wasn't going to specifically respond to this, but no, she directly addressed Ren and basically said that she's like, oh, well, you have to do something to revive your dead channel with no audience. And I was like, God damn. Jesus. She went savage mode. It was like a week or so since the Cinder debacle. Yeah. John VTuber had a heel turn, unfortunately.
Yeah. I feel like, in retrospect, should have seen it coming. Rin had that kind of Tumblr girl style, but it was kind of like you were kind of hoping well, she's funny. Maybe she's different. She's like a British Tumblr girl who's like, oh, like, you always suspected there was some weird gender beliefs, and then I think after leaving Idol, Rin came out as asexual or something. Oh, no. No, you were funny.
You are the chosen one! You are supposed to bring balance to the Force, not destroy it!
Yeah, you were funny. I liked you a lot. God damn it.
And then Kirsha was like, I have the high ground!
Her color scheme, by the way, was not based on the asexual flag. She was designed by another artist. She's supposed to be like a tomboy prince thing.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, she was designed by Idol.
Yeah, someone in chat mentioned Joe Cat also got involved. Joe Cat's involvement with this was really stupid because he had already ended his partnership with Gamer Subs. I assume because he literally pushed no products and made no money off of it, so they cut him off. And he even admitted that, like, and people found the tweets where he'd like ended his partnership before this happened. And he tried to virtue signal and pretend like it was the Kirsha thing. No, it wasn't. He's just, once again, Joe Cat being Joe Cat and just trying to get clout off of something that he had literally nothing to do with. But you had a lot of people like that came out to try to like pick Kirsha's bones and try to, I mean, this is life ruination. I mean, there's no other way to describe it. It's literally trying to debank and destroy Kirsha's life so that she's not able to make money doing what she loves. Point blank, that's what it was. It was all simply for the fact that Kirsha criticized Anna Valens for that disgusting Via Lore hit piece. And you saw all of the usual like Twitter-brained leftists, goofballs, like Bented and their ilk, Nyara, all these disgusting degenerates come out because they thought, oh, this is the moment. We're finally going to get the Fox lady. We're finally going to cancel her. It's finally it. And then it turns out that's like, yeah, you were siding with somebody who is literally one of the most disgusting people on the internet, exposed for liking some of the most disgusting stuff out there. And that's something that's a stain that's never going to get washed away. But in the midst of this, in the midst of this whole thing, the one company, like Uwu Market didn't bend the knee, as far as we know, at least. GamerSups didn't bend the knee. None of Kirsha's other partners bent the knee. You know who did, though? The one company who basically owes their entire continued existence as a company to the fact that Kirsha really likes their silly game from like 100 years ago. And that would be the developers of Crime Boss Rockay City.
God, this fucking shit. What a way to just self-immolate, man.
To just blow yourself up.
This is worse than Helldivers.
It is because this game literally owed their like resurgence on her, and just her. Her audience were the people that went and wishlisted this game and bought this game and told other people to play this game because silly Fox Woman played this game and it was funny and it was fun to watch her play that game. And that was it. That was it. And they didn't even have the balls to just come out and say that this was happening. They did it privately. They did it privately. They didn't put out anything public to just say they were doing this. It was the ultimate coward's move in every respect of the term. They didn't have the balls to come out and say it. They did it while, by the way, all this happened while Kirsha was on vacation. And she had been posting about taking this vacation for like weeks at that point. So they all knew. This whole thing was coordinated to hit when Kirsche was on vacation and she couldn't respond to it. And that was like one of the most sickest things about it, is that they knew she wouldn't be able to respond to all of this stuff. And they wanted to ruin her vacation because these people are disgusting sacks of shit. Every single one of them. And I'm glad people are now like figuring out just what kinds of trash these people are. I mean, let's not forget that Invented doxed Sayu and spread it everywhere. Invented attacked and harassed Selene, hoping that Selene would have a third attempt. These are not good people. And they deserve every bad thing that comes their way from here to infinity.
Well, I mean, as I said before, look at the kind of people they are. Like these aren't people that are going to accomplish anything in their lives. They're not people that are special, intelligent.
They're fucking V-tweeters.
They can't even VTube. They can't even stream. They can only sit because they want. Again, it's the whole I want to be special, but I don't want to do anything special because I can't. They want to be loved like a VTuber, but they don't want to VTube. They just want to be seen as a character that is beloved and simped for, but they don't want to put on streams, put on a character, make content. They just want the adoration, and that is it.
Yeah. He says Sayu the voice actor. No, I'm talking about Sayu Synchronicity, formerly Zion. Formerly Zion Lanza. Sayu. That's Sayu. Our favorite smooth criminal. Yeah, like Invented went around and put Sayu's docs like everywhere.
And Invented now is struggling. Let's take a moment of sympathy and feeling for Invented right now, dealing with the fact that all of that mob power that he was so high on and made him feel so good and gave him meaning is gone. And as much as he obsessively tried to take down Kirsche, he accomplished nothing but increasing Kirsche's brand. That's all he managed to do.
Exactly.
And now he's run off to Blue Sky to hopefully find some people to pat him on the back and tell him it's all okay. But it's not. And Binted is going to have to slowly come to the realization that the one thing that made him feel powerful in life is gone. And what is he going to do? Because people like this don't move on. They don't have a come to Jesus moment. Right? I talked before about ego death. Right? You think, oh, the person I am was a failure and wrong and bad. And that realization, you'd think, oh, well, that'll lead to a tabula rasa moment where I can start over and be a better person. No, it results in total ego death, which causes the person to completely mentally crash. Not crash out. No. If anybody I've said before, you want to see what it looks like? Chris Chan. Modern Chris Chan. That's what happens when you have ego death.
Get these pictures of me off the internet. You know, that's that's it.
Oh no, past that. I'm talking Tom Girl, weird true dimensional merge, all that shit. That's
fucking his mother.
Yeah, that's post ego death. And I think that might be in store for Bint. Unless Bint can find some other horrible thing to do. Bint will always be a detestable goblin. He will always be a fucking Saturday morning cartoon villain. There's no redemption arc for someone like that. So he's either going to find some new Legion of Doom to join, some new Council of Evil, or any of those corny old cartoon bad guy groups. He's going to find a new one. Or he will crash. At which point, either he will troon out. He will identify as female and
well, he already does talk about his pronouns. Like, oh, I have these pronouns. I'm like, oh, that's not surprising.
So it will be that, or he will go so far into degeneracy that he will basically become a sort of non-transgender anavalence, like another golem type creature that can't even do normal things normally. Like, I can't even go to the bathroom like a normal person. I have to squat, hover over the bowl when I pee, and poop in jars.
Like that guy that Jim keeps covering. Also, I realized I just like accidentally switched my to my Metal Gear costume with the F12 key. Oh yeah, Metal Gear. Let me switch back.
But yeah, that's what's in store for Bint, I think. If Bint can't find a new mob to join, he will mentally collapse. And he will deserve it, because he is a terrible person who has tried to ruin lives. He has done horrible things to people with not a hint of remorse. And karma is a bitch. It's a common phrase, it's a stereotype, whatever word I'm looking for. It's that for a reason. Karma is a bitch. It will hit you like a fucking freight train. And you'll never know when it's going to happen, but it's going to happen, and it would be sad to watch if it wasn't Bint. Because Bint brings no value, he brings only despair. He is a fucking, like, a creature you read of in an old fantasy novel. So, Lol Lamau, enjoy the pain. You earned it. Bitch. Bitch!
Yeah, Victus Threx sent me some Kirsche videos in DMs. The only problem is I can't download them from Twitter. And this is a little bit of an aside, but I hate the in-shitification of Twitter that Elon has been going through. Because like Twitter was the UI was already shitty before and getting worse. But now it's like, it's difficult to do the things that you used to just be able to do very easy. I
haven't noticed any difference, but I kind of use it on a pedestrian level.
Yeah, I'm unfortunately a Twitter power user at this point. So it's like I want to have all of these functions and features, but slowly but surely they keep breaking them one by one, and it drives me crazy. No right click. No,
I mean, there was the
right click doesn't work.
Tweet incident. There was the quote tweets, so I can attest at least one thing.
Oh yeah, someone
fucked up.
That was wild.
Yeah. It won't stop!
Dude, I'm having that problem right now because I had that viral Tanya post that everybody's mad at. Well, I won't say everybody. Like, all of the good and normal people are, like, based. All of the angry, Dad told me to get a job, so I became a communist. People, they're mad about it.
Are you getting all the quote tweets despite muting?
Despite muting the conversation, I'm getting, like... My Twitter's practically unusable at this point. Like,
what the fuck happened? What the actual fuck happened? Like, it used to be you mute the conversation, you don't
and the
see
quote,
any...
You didn't see the quote tweets either.
Yeah.
But somehow, some way...
It's insanity. Fix your shit. You're gonna have to do a pseudo error report like I did.
Probably so. But it's still fun. It's still funny that like that one because this was a tweet in defense of Kirsche, right? Because she was talking about because once again it's freaking Yara. It's these degenerates again, still trying to cancel her. Still trying to cancel her even after all this stuff's happened. And Nyara pointed out that Kirsche was posting about the deletion of the Japanese communist, right? Death is a preferable alternative to communism. And, that's that's been a thing. That's been a thing. People have talked about that for a long time, right? Because that was kind of the moment that prevented Japan from being enraptured by the snare of communism. Was this one commie got his ultimate reward. And so they were seething about that because they identify with the communists. Can't imagine why. And so I quote
the only
tweeted,
people that don't hate communists are communists.
Right. And so I quote tweeted that with the screen caps from Yojo Senki, Saga of Tanya the Evil, with the communists aren't people line, and they got very, very offended by that. If those kids could read, they would be very offended. Never let evil take root. That's right, Victus. That's right. I'm gonna figure out how to download these videos so I can play them. But in the meantime,
download videos on Twitter. So there's an extension I use. What's it called? It works really well. Video downloader something. Video download helper. That's it.
Video download helper. I might have to cop that real quick.
Yeah, it just lets you download any video that's present on your
Does it have the 3 yellow, blue, and red circles on it?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the one. Okay, good. I'll go cop that real quick. But in the meantime, I do have this video. This is an Asmongold clip, who's, Kirsha's future husbando that hasn't quite
Kirsha's
realized.
Oshi.
Yeah, Asmongold, Kirsha's Oshi. Talking about how 505 Games and developer in-game studios, how they done goofed.
Graph on the top right. Where is the graph? I'm not show graph. Jesus. Jesus, bro. Oh my God. Well, that's what you get. Graph on the top right. Where?
Look at this.
So
And
what's the
that was
opposite of
just
to the
from
moon?
2 days. That was just 2 days. It got worse. It got so bad that Steam's automated systems kicked in. Oh yeah, Victus. For those that don't know Victus, he is Kirsha's strongest soldier. He's the one that posts all the Korsha memes. Here, let me pull this up here. This is his Korsha version. His Korsha version of never let evil take root. Absolutely giga based. Beautiful. I love that. But yeah, look at that. And that was just the 2 days of it right there. Like, it got so much worse. Here, let me see if I can actually download this video now. Why is it not working?
It's incredible. Like this is the one that dropped her of all the people, the one that needed her. Like, she put them on the map. And they dropped her. Like, first of all, what's some scummy shit, right? Like, you owe her, basically. Your game would be dead and have failed were it not for her.
Exactly. Like, there would have been no game.
Like, that's the loss here. That's the loss that Kirsha suffered. That the one person that dropped her needed her more than she needed them.
Exactly.
That's gonna be a low Lamau for me, Chief.
Okay, now it seems to be working. Okay, there we go. Now I can actually download these freaking videos, so we can open them in another tab.
Yeah. It works. Works like a dream. Also, I've been searching, like, scrolling down, trying to find Kirsha's tweet at Rin. I'm not seeing it.
It wasn't
Was
a
it her
tweet. It was
tweeted
part of her. It was part of her stream. Oh, I have to install something to download it. Damn it! This is a pain in the ass.
Oh, she didn't. It wasn't a tweet. She was a clip.
It was a clip from her stream, yeah, where she talked about Rin. It was like at the very beginning of her stream. In fact, I should go pull it up if I can find it, because it was at like the very beginning of her stream. I'm gonna have to like sort through like a million Kirsha videos now. Let me see if I can find it.
So I kind of want to see it. Like, not now, obviously. We're in the middle of the show. But I want to see it later. So I did not expect. I kind of feel it's kind of the thing like with Rin joining the dark side, where I should have expected it, but I didn't. It's the same thing. Like, I didn't expect Kirsha to actually call Rin out, but I should have expected it.
Yeah, I can see. The good news is I can just look through the transcript and just find where she said it in the transcript. Let's see if I can find it here. Let's see. About 1417. Let me copy that with the current timestamp here, and we'll go and pull this up real quick, and that'll give me a chance to like try to download these videos.
Who might be associated.
There we go. There we go. Now it's working. All right. So I'm gonna play a little bit of this because she's gonna get into the to the Ren Penrose stuff, and then I'm gonna try desperately to download these videos somehow, some way.
Associated with gamer subs and be like, why are you sponsored by a Nazi company? Why are you promoting Nazi company drinks? Right? And I don't want that to happen to other creators. I wish other cowardly creators would extend the same courtesy to me instead of believing a man known for writing hit pieces about people that he hates and also wants to put cis women in breeding camps. But you know, other creators might be a little less backboney than me. Other creators might be a little fucking cowardly, because I guess the bag and not having to deal with drama is better to them than watching people try to financially ruin a woman. Yeah, you know? Make sure they know that their principles mean fucking nothing. Absolute candy asses. This is why I have little to no respect for many content creators. It is actually just fantastically retarded. Pandora's box is already open in terms of that. It's been happening for a while now, but hopefully the idea is good in the long run. If there's a tapering effect, not to mention the Rin Penrose thing. I mean, she had to revive a dead channel, right? Like, she's got 1 billion dead subs from being a shorts algorithm lady. I know. So she had to get some attention, and the big attention right now is trying to slam dunk on me. It's like, you know, that's okay. That's all right. Respect the grind, but don't respect the person. Frosted Melon, thank you for the member. Thank you for the member. These people are crabs in a bucket. Yeah, it's kind of crazy how many people have been trying to, like, a clout chase off of this situation. It's like, you know, I get it. I get it if you have to do something to revive your dead-ass channel, but, like, goddamn, you can't claim. You can't claim to actually have principles when you are participating in a literal life ruination campaign. You absolute cowards. No respect for any of them? Absolutely not.
What the hell is this spicy cat?
Absolutely. And to think that when I was talking to Aviel, when I was going to become Israel's greatest ally, I was worried that things I might say could cause harm to the other talents. That's really strange when the supposed Nazi bigot lady seems to have more empathy and understanding for other people than the tolerant ones. And so you heard we're getting canceled again? Is it really that time of year? Yeah, it's that time of year. It's that time, you know, you gotta pop off in the spring. May flowers, after all. It's funny how they vague posted about you instead of saying your name. She was grandstanding. There's a lot of people trying to claim it was Cinder, and those people are like sub 70 IQ. You're not one of them. You're not people. Yeah, you know, I've been trying to play nice. I've been trying to, you know, be like gracious during all of this shit. But I'm kind of getting tired. I'm kind of, you know, I'm kind of like, I want to, you know? You sound great today. That's because only great things have been happening. I am lionized. Is anyone keeping a list of receipts? You don't want to accidentally support one of the candy asses?
Was brutal.
You know.
Jeez.
I'm sure someone somewhere has one. It's fucking ironic. They almost had to disavow her own company. Yeah, it's really ironic that she was in a company that went through a cancel campaign for being Israeli owned. Now she's like, oh, you know, I need the attention, so let's participate in the cancel campaign for somebody else. All right, okay. All right, okay. I guess I guess you need something. Asmongold defended you in a video the other. I'm gonna go over that. I was out the entire day when he was doing that on stream and when the video dropped. So we're gonna go over that. We're gonna go over that. I was like, what the fuck is happening? What is this timeline? She noticed me. Oh god, is this what people feel like when I notice them? This is wonderful. I could fucking push a boulder up a mountain, man. You love how he calls me Kirshi? I do too. It's like, you know, it's a cute little nickname. Are we gonna see Kirsha Keem live on stream? I'm gonna give you the Keem cock, chat. Asmund defends his spicy cat queen. Asmongold reacted to my second Vice article literally 10 minutes. Jesus Christ! I didn't even react to the first reaction. Now I got 2? How? I'm sure.
Damn, she went for the throat. Jesus Christ. Oh, God. Data, you muted. You muted. I thought it was on me.
No, okay.
Oh, there you are. I thought my headset gave up the ghost. So
No, it's
the
muted.
clip stopped and you were jabbing. And...
No, now I've got the
There you go.
trifecta. I was late, gay, and muted during a stream. No. I was gonna say that. Yeah, like Rin Penrose got obliterated from orbit with that. I mean, and Kirsha talked to Aviel because I think Aviel wanted her to be part of Idol at one point. But obviously, I think Kirsha's just a little too spicy.
Yeah.
Just a little too spicy. But if the Israel man wanted Kirsha on, obviously Kirsha's not like a Nazi or whatever. That would kind of preclude joining the Israeli company.
I'm just so sad about Rin, man. I really liked Rin. But again, I should have seen the writing on the wall, but I was just ignoring it. She was funny. Entertaining. It's like,
No,
maybe she's different.
unfortunately, this pronoun stuff just like it blows up people's minds.
It really
Like there's plenty of people that like it's like, yeah, they try to portray themselves as this or that, and they're just like they try to like blend in with society and not be a fucking weirdo. But you have so many people that they get into that stuff and it just breaks what's left of their brains.
Yeah.
Ghost Dog in the Chest says,
Well,
I didn't know
it's-
Rin was near 1 million subs. What was popularity really from the shorts? Yeah, no, shorts. Here's the thing about shorts. YouTube is desperate to compete with TikTok.
Oh,
And
God, yeah.
in their desperation to compete with TikTok, they essentially like threw the keys to the kingdom to shorts. And so, because they really, they turned off all the algorithm like cock blocks to shorts because they were so desperate for shorts to become a thing. And they're really still not. It's just like, oh shit, I didn't mean to click this stupid video. Let me hit the back button really quickly. That's literally all shorts
they feel
are.
They feel like supplementary material.
Right. It's just like a cute, funny 30-second video of, alien mixture talking about how she's shitting and farting. Like that stuff is funny. Love you, Allie. but that's like 90% of your clips. It's like and that's like the best use of the medium. It's like really, really funny, like 30-second clips just to kind of like be like, oh, this VTuber is funny. I want to see the rest of her channel.
Who scrolls down the shorts? Like, you click on the short that you see, and then you click back. You don't go down. When have you ever willingly gone down to the next short in the shorts window?
Never.
When you click
Never. I see the interesting one and I click on it and I watch it and then I leave.
Yeah. No one fucking doom scrolls YouTube shorts. You're not TikTok. And you shouldn't be. Like, TikTok
Exactly.
is not gonna... It's not gonna last forever. If anything, I feel like we're kind of on the downswing
We're at
on
peak.
TikTok
We're
now.
at we've already reached peak TikTok, and now it's slowly but surely going down from there. And a lot
you
of
don't
it,
see it.
a lot of it is
affecting
just
the
because
rest of
it's
the world anymore.
right. Yeah, and a lot of it is just simply the fact that TikTok had its moment in the sun, and then everybody realized it was a propaganda arm of the CCP, and now they're like, yeah, we're not gonna fuck with that anymore. It's like, we're kind of done. We're kind of done with that.
Yeah.
And it doesn't help that that like the Twitter communists went to TikTok and posted typical Twitter communist shit there too. That did not help the situation at all.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
I think the whole, like, as much people talk about, oh my god, the attention span. I don't think that's going to be a permanent, long-lasting thing. I think that was a flash in the pan from a generation of naive, bad parents, and I think as the damage started to show, people quickly pulled that shit back. So you're going to have, like, a wave of, like late Zoomer Gen Alpha that's going to have, like, no attention span and stupid, but it's not going to be a generational problem. It's not going to be this,
right.
like, major thing that's, like, everybody that's going to reshape
Well, like,
entertainment.
even it's like it's a unique thing from like younger millennials, and because like us older millennials, you know, we grew up, you know, having dial up and shit, so we know computers in and out. But like the people towards the very end of our generation, heading into the Zoomers and largely comprising the entirety of the Zoomers, they grew up on like Apple products and stuff. So they have literally no idea how to operate computers.
They had no idea like what this shit was going to do to you. So they just gave their kids tablets and it's like, oh, they have a fun thing that shuts them up because I don't want to be a parent. And
yeah, and unfortunately,
it from that
literally infantilized them.
Yeah, and it's like a far cry from like that and like the tablets and smartphones. Between that and like video games, like the Game Boy, like that was an activity that your brain was involved in.
Right, you had to
if
think.
Anything, it was probably healthier. Yeah, it was probably healthier because you were working on your hand-eye coordination and problem-solving skills. You're doing none of that scrolling through TikTok. I seen it happen. A buddy of mine has 2 kids. I might have talked about this on the show. I have a friend who is just, to be blunt, he is rich, and he has 2 kids. And for his first kid, they gave him the tablet. They gave him all the gadgets, you know, that shit. And they saw it was fucking with him. And they stopped. They had to start reeling in his tablet usage. He only gets it on weekends. Like he was young, man. He's not like his oldest kid's not even 4. And they were noticing like, hey, he's having behavioral problems. And so their youngest, because I have a second, the youngest, no tablet on the youngest. It's funny, he was saying that now him and his wife were like bickering over whose fault it was. With the tablet thing.
Who broke the kid's brain? Was it you or you?
Yeah, because he was like, she was saying to me, oh, you're the one that paid for it. It's like, it was your idea to get it. I bought it because you told me to. You know. So that was funny. It was like, because I mean, me and my girl, we're planning on having kids. We've already discussed like, none of that. They can have video games, no tablets. Well, the TV. In the living room, they can watch that. Well, we can queue up stuff for them to watch, but it will be shows, like children's programming, and probably old ones that don't have surgery scars, you know, top surgery scars, shit.
Yeah, none of that crap.
Yeah, none of that crap. It's like pirate Eureka's Castle or something like that.
Oh yeah, the good shit.
Yeah, the good shit. And Bluey, you know what? I'm not gonna say I'm Bluey adult, but it seems like good stuff for the youngins, so get them some of that too. And none of that, again, none of the creepy shit, none of the stuff that's gotten propagated. Keep politics away from the children, and no tablets. And I think that's the mentality for a lot of people now. Like I think the world at large saw like, oh shit, man, these kids got fucked up. We can't do that.
Yeah.
So there's gonna be like a wave of fucked up, like not like a micro generation. Not an entire generation, but like a segment, because this shit that went down for like maybe 5 years. Like 5, 6, 7, 8 years.
I'm going to call them... Here's what I'm going to... So the Zoomer, pretty much like the entire Zoomer generation is screwed in this regard. But like Gen Alpha is segmented into 2 parts. And I'm going to call them Generation Alpha Beta and Generation Alpha Sigma. And you know exactly why. You know exactly why.
You're not wrong. That's the funny part.
And it's great because you can visualize exactly the difference.
Gen Alpha is going to grow up in a world where there are going to be, like, not all men are going to be created equal. There are going to be people that just have an advantage over the other.
You know, they say that all men are created equal, But you look at me, you look at Joe, and you see that is not true.
Exactly. It's gonna be the Scott Steiner math playing out before our eyes, because you're gonna have the kids that were raised on tablets and weren't, and the tablet kids are going to be fucking morons. They're going to be frying French fries until the day they die. They're not going to be able to picture even a cube rotating in their head, let alone an apple. They're fucked. They're just fucked. And you're going to have the kids, the Gen Alpha that came after them, raised by the parents that realized that was a bad idea. And they're going to have all the advantages and get everything. And it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. Like, will there be identity politics around that? You know, they're going to be like, oh, you have to accommodate me. I was raised on a tablet. Or will the identity politics be so dead by that point that it will be dog eat dog and the tablet kids are fucked? That's going to be all the trailer parks. All the trailer parks are going to be the tablet kids.
Yeah, pretty much.
You're going to have a very clear line in the sand in Gen Alpha on who's going to succeed and who's not.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
going to be very interesting.
Well, it's going to create a massive problem, especially for the government, because there's going to be such a large number of kids that are going to be just wholly incompetent at literally everything.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to they're going to crash out when they come of age, because they're going to realize, oh yeah, by the way, the world is nasty, brutish, and short, and does not give a damn about your pronouns and your privilege and your parents' money. You got to find your own way. And there's a lot of kids.
Please be patient. In chat, please be patient. I was raised on a tablet. Yeah, they're literally going to need. Real. They're going to need freaking bicycle helmets walking around down the street. It's going to be real. It's not even a joke. That's going to be a thing that society's going to have to deal with. The tablet kids, I bet you were raised on a tablet. That's going to be an insult. It is. To call people stupid, they're going to say, I bet you were raised on a tablet. Your mama had you on a tablet. Watch. You're gonna 20 years, you're going to hear that insult. And oh my God, you're going to have flashbacks to this podcast. Oh my God. Your mama's so dumb, she handed you a tablet to watch Elsa Spider-Man videos. That guy's weird. I bet he grew up on Elsa Spider-Man videos, that kind of thing. Right. Yeah. They're gonna say that about the weird guy in the neighborhood that looks kind of off and has tics and everything. Man, he was watching Elsa Spider-Man videos when he was a kid. Yeah, Coco Melonhead. That's God, that's probably real. I love that. That is such a right here on Anime Boomers, we have coined a new slur, Coco Melonhead. Credit to Ghost Dog. It probably it's gonna happen. Y'all, he look like some kind of Coco Melonhead. His dumb ass. What's your dumb ass? You sound like a Coco Melonhead. Listen to you. Some of that dumb shit. I watched it happen with my friends' kids. It's literally they're 4 years apart. And they're that drastically different. That's all the time it took. It's a micro generation. And yeah. Watching that play out is going to be a hell of a... We're already seeing the effects of Elsagate. We're already seeing the kids that stumbled upon that. I've seen some interesting videos talking about that. They've talked about yeah, that stuck me with fucked up fetishes I don't want. That ruined me. There are people saying straight up, I have this weird fetish now because I stumbled upon this YouTube video when I was in a formative age, and I hate myself for having it. Well, look at what created the furries. It was literally just freaking Saturday morning cartoons, Minerva Mink and stuff like that. That just they saw it and it one-shot at them. Mm-hmm. Yep. It's I said before, it is so easy to get a weird ass fucking fetish. I don't judge people for having it too much. There's certain fetishes that you can't. I've talked before. There's certain fetishes you just don't have if you're okay. Piss, shit, that kind of thing. But I don't. As long as you don't share that fetish, I don't judge you for having it. Because you can get fucked up fetishes. You can get incest, age play, BDSM, all that stuff. You can get that shit from the most innocuous moment of your life. I've talked before. If you want to avoid a foot fetish, have the mom walk around the house barefoot. It will stop a foot fetish. You can get brother-sister incest fetish. If you have an older sister and like she's doing laundry and her panties fall out and they're just on the floor and she doesn't notice, and then you walk by and notice your sister's panties when you were like 12, 13 and had brain chemicals. You saw your sister's panties, sister fetish. Not that you want to fuck your sister, you just the cocktail of thoughts that went through your head when you saw that pair of panties lying on the floor was enough to irreparably change the course of your life. That's all it takes. So the fact that these ElsaGate videos ruined these kids, I believe it, and I feel so sorry for them. And I think that's why we're getting more like weird paraphilias now. And I've taught before that the one thing the furries still have that makes them like uniquely weird, because I said before, all the fandoms are the furry fandom now, all of them, even anime. But the one thing they're kind of still holding on to are like they've collected all the paraphilias. They've got a paraphilia collection. It's like a wall of fucked up Funko Pops in the basement.
Yeah, they've collected all of them. The diaper furs, the baby furs, the inflation fetishists, the giantess fetishists.
Cockvore.
Cockvore. The furry that drew all of the art of them fucking like Nissans and SUVs and shit.
Mm-hmm. The car fucker. Yeah, like there were fetishes that were specific to the furry fandom, and we're seeing now those fetishes escape containment more and more and more. And I think we're going to reach the point.
Well, look at Anna Valens. Anna Valens is a vor giantess fetishist.
Oh, well, I was about to bring up,
and an AGP. AGP is another big thing in the furry fandom. Like all of this.
Vor used to be. It used to be furry only.
Yeah, we used to make fun of V for it because V was a furry. And Vor was his thing, right? Like, and now Vor is just out there.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just like it's broken furry containment. And I think we're gonna see more of them break furry containment because of ElsaGate, because of those YouTube videos.
Chat's like, can we please cover more Foxu Victory and less fucked up shit? Yeah, I agree with you. But I mean, this all does kind of tie in with, you know, the problem is that like the people that are like spurting out the hardest against Kirsha are those Gen Alpha Beta kids. Like, because they're, you know, it's you know, Dad told me I had to get a summer job, so I became a communist. Mm-hmm. That you can tell they grew up on a tablet. They can't spin the apple in their mind because the only apple they can conceive of is the logo.
It's the thing. Fucking Jim Medicare had a fucking Hall of Fame tweet about this, and I'm not gonna read the whole thing or go into the whole thing, but he basically summed it up that leftism. I hate getting political, but it has to deal with the people going after Kirsha. Like, these people are. This has become, I should say, the party and the movement of the dysgenic freaks.
Yes.
The outcasts, the low social standing, the low genetic standing, basically. Like, just some people suck. It's hard to think that because, like, you know, prejudice is bad and, you know, immutable characteristics bad, and that's true. But there are some people that just... It's as Asmongold would say, they got bad RNG. And in this case, it's not bad RNG that you've got some kind of disability or whatever. No, it's just that you came out with a low IQ. You got the worst cocktail of all your parents' worst personality traits. It's just, you're a mess. You just suck.
He's a mess.
And there's really no saving. Yeah. There's no saving you. Like, you're just, some people are just the worst combination of the worst aspects of their parents, and there's nothing you can do about that, nothing they can do about that, nothing anyone can do about that. There are just shitbags among us. And those shitbags came together and formed their own movement, and that is basically modern leftism, communism, all this kind of thing. These are the kind of people that are going after Kirsha. These are the kind of people that are doing the average cancel culture mob. It's the shitbags, the absolute, and this, you know, it's a very colloquial term, but I mean this in a literal sense, the absolute losers among us that came together and made
movement. Like you said,
and it was
like you said, the dysgenic, the dysmorphic, and the degenerate.
Yep, it was an attempted coup by society's rejects, and thank God it's failing. Like, we're at essentially the end of this attempted war. You think of the culture war? The culture war, in essence, is an attempted coup, an attempted takeover by society's failures. And you look at anybody that's and as somebody said in chat, they hit low RNG and they tried to respec personality with fetishes and identities. That's absolutely right. They don't have it in them to form it. They don't have it in them to form a personality because they lack the things that you'd need for that. They lack character. They lack principles, because they're so fuck you get mine. They're so weaselly because they have nothing. They are nothing. People who have strong convictions, strong traits, people who are genuinely, you heard about the weak men create bad times, the strong.
Yeah.
This is what they're talking about. Not talking about physically weak or even mentally weak. It's weakness of character and self. And the weak men tried to band together globally to take over the world. That's what the culture war is and was. Because we're kind of seeing the end of it. Because they've effectively lost. Like, Hitler isn't dead yet, but they've stormed the beaches of Normandy. That's happened. We're past that now. We're at the part where Germany's getting the shit bombed out of it. There's no coming back from this.
It's over for cancel culture.
Mm-hmm. And cancel culture was the one thing that gave these people purpose, meaning, and power.
Right. When one person can literally call up your employer and get your entire life destroyed just because they didn't like something that you posted about, like, some K-pop idol, right? Because that was the big thing, right? Is that people would say, oh, I don't like, insert K-pop band here. And a K-pop stan would literally dox you, call up your employer, and get you fired. Like, they don't have that power anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And it reveals them for what they really are. They're just shitty people.
It does. And, total Foxu victory, I think she has served as a prime example of the fact that it's dead. And, haha lol, rip bozo. But now the one thing that I do wonder is, these people aren't going to go away.
No.
The shitbags that tried to band together to form a shitbag party, basically.
Invented said basically, oh, I'm done with Kirsha, not even 10 minutes later, seething about Kirsha. Niara today, once again, has grabbed onto something else. We talked about the, the only, the only good communist is a non-existent one. Right? Seizing on that and trying to make a big deal about that, because obviously they self-identify as a communist and they took personal offense to it. They're gonna keep doing this needle bullshit because they got a little taste of what they, a little temporary victory, and they liked the taste. The taste was so sweet. So they're gonna be chasing that high literally forever.
Yep. Well, yeah, they're gonna chase that high forever, but they're done, right? You know what they're gonna basically become? Real neo-Nazis. Real neo-Nazis, and again, not the colloquial term, not Kanye West lashing out. I'm talking about the real neo-Nazis. It's just a loose collection of idiots. And you'll have the occasional one that's
idiots
dangerous,
being led around by federal agents.
Yes, I was just about to say. Yeah, they don't even have any real leaders. They are just
50 federal agents and the five guys that are being fooled by them.
Exactly. It's going to be a loose collection of retards led around by nothing. That's where these people are going to go. That's where this sort of movement is going to go. And Lola Mal Rip Bozo. So whatever you're drinking right now as you listen to this podcast, raise it up in toast to the Foxu and to her victory and the symbol that she has provided. That these people are fucking dead. This movement is essentially dead. Not literally dead yet, but mortally wounded. Fuck off.
All right, let's catch up on the super chats now. This was from Rariobe for $6.99 Canadian, says, but hey, Kirsha's got her husband Asmund to defend her finally. Now she can be happy with the Roach King LMAO. Shout out to Side Scrollers for hashtag I stand with Foxu. Yeah. I've loved to see all the people rallying to Kirsha's side. I think it's been super awesome. And it's helped get the message out and show people like the people coming after her are just actual shitbags. And then Red Pirate 115 for $5 Canadian said, I just want to add, I'm 99% sure Japanese corpos hate internet pirates more than AM hates humans. I'm assuming by AM you mean Alyssa Mercanti.
No, I think he's talking about AM from I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream.
Oh, from the Ellison book.
Yeah.
All right, and Tomak for $10 says, poor kids that spin an apple in their head. They were too young to have the cheat code of the Wampa fruit.
Yeah, I could spin it in my head and just puts the gif of the Wampa fruit in it. Oh yeah, Ellison did it himself in the audiobook. Yeah, I think he also played Am in the PC game too. I think, if I remember correctly.
I think so. Yeah.
Ellison is an annoying motherfucker, but he can spin a yarn.
Yes, he can
tell a story.
He's a little pretentious. He's a little pompous, but
yeah,
he does some good stuff. I mean, he's at least partially responsible for the existence of Space Cases, which I love that show.
Yeah. Fucking, like I said, he may have a hard time making friends, but he does not have a hard time telling stories.
When Snick was good.
I was never a Nickelodeon guy. I was a Cartoon Network kid.
Fair enough. I liked both, but man, Space Cases was such a cool show.
I hated as a kid. I hated stuff made for kids, or at least that was saying, "Hey, look, we're for kids." I just hated it. I don't know. Like I didn't want to. I felt like I was. I guess I was even a cynical child. I was like, some network executive is just trying to pander to me as a child. I'm not going to fall for your ruse. I will not play your game, sir. Anything was like, it's for kids. Like, well, then fuck off.
Oh yeah, and Malik Turhane, we're gonna talk about the person that wrote that a new hit piece on Kirsha towards the end of this segment.
We gotta move on, man.
It's already like almost 2 a.m. Yeah, we gotta let's play these clips that Victus sent because I finally was able to download them and upload them to Catbox. All right, this is the first one he sent. This was, what do you say? When Crime Boss dropped Kirsha. Oh, I have it muted. Let me hide that and then unmute the tab here. I forgot I muted all the tabs here. Let's do that. Let's do that. That would be smart.
Oh, wow. You know, they dropped me after a month-long harassment campaign 2 days after a Vice article happened to drop and used the tweets in the Vice article as the reason that they're dropping me, but, you know, it's definitely not the Vice article. It's definitely not the level of harassment that's been happening against me. Oh, wow.
Yep, and then the second clip here, this is showing how much she supported the game.
I also used my contacts to help them hire new devs when they needed certain positions filled. I had contacted Kerbifer and several other voice actors because they needed more voice actors since they were using people in-house. And I also contacted some of my Gameforge contacts and asked them if they knew anyone who was looking for work on game development for like 3D modeling and whatnot, because they needed positions filled. So I was using my contacts to try and help them fill positions. Again, I really wanted this game to succeed. I really loved this game. I was also going to be put in the game as a playable character. I don't think I ever said that out loud to you guys, because it was hinted at a few times, but the reason that I like fast-tracked my ref sheet for my Crime Boss outfit was because this was something we had been discussing. This was something we had been discussing. Yeah, I hinted at it. I hinted at it a lot, but I never said it outright. You know, I know not to release the.
Oh wow, Akko raid. Thanks for the raid, Akko. We're just
I said it earlier.
Yeah, we're talking we're talking about the Kirsha stuff.
We're about to wrap it up.
Yeah, we've got a couple clips to go through. Yeah, so Kirsha was actually going to be put in the game as a character, as a playable character, just like just like Walker Texas Ranger. She was going to be a playable character, and then this all happened.
Now their new audience is bitching at the presence of Walker Texas Ranger.
Yeah, yeah. You get what you get what you fucking deserve. I mean, that's this is literally an FAFO moment here. She literally went and helped them hire new voice actors, new developers to help them because she loved this game and she wanted this game to be good. And this is how they repay her. They didn't even have the balls to come out there and just publicly say it. They tried to get by hoping she wouldn't mention it. And of course she did. Of course she's going to. Because these people are being cowardly. And no one likes a coward. No one.
It's a coward is a weak man, and weak men create hard times.
That is true. They should have gotten rid of Kirsche at all. They should have stood up for her. But if you're going to be a bitch, you gotta own it. You've got to own it. They should have gone out there and just admitted what was going on. They didn't talk. You see, Kirsche tried to have them talk to her mythic manager. And just like discuss things. Just talk. Just talk. Before you make any decisions. Because the thing about these Twitter activists is you don't have to make any decisions based on the dumb shit that they say on Twitter.
No one was talking about it. Yeah, Vixus points out, no one was fucking talking about this game. They were talking about gamer subs when they were trying to cancel.
Literally, no one was talking about Crime Boss at all. I don't even think, because none of these people watch Kirsche, so they didn't even know about it. They didn't even know that it was even a thing at that point. It was all about gamer subs and a little bit Uwu Market. But even then, Uwu Market is not like a partnership thing. It's literally like they sell this merch for a certain amount of time, and then like the contract ends or whatever. Like it's they couldn't cancel her from there if they wanted to.
Also, Critically Dreadful, you don't want that. You don't want a Darkstalkers 4, because Darkstalkers 4 would be made by modern Capcom. You don't want modern Capcom to touch Darkstalkers.
No, you definitely don't. We need Capcom to die and be reborn as a company that doesn't suck. Yeah, and Victus again says, another thing to note, the partnership program is only 3 months old, and Kirsche was only getting paid for it 2 weeks before they dropped her, so she made literally no cash. Yeah, she did most of the promotion for Crime Boss Roque City for free, just because she loved the game so much. She wanted it and the company to survive. Yep. And that's what's so messed up about the whole thing, is that this game would probably be dead by now if it wasn't for Kirsche stepping in and bringing her audience to the game.
Yep. 1000%. So fuck them.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
Enjoy your new audience of 3 people that hate your game.
Yeah, enjoy, as they say, enjoy your AIDS. Here's a third Kirsche clip. It said Kirsche talked about how much she was part of their success.
The only marketing they had. I am the reason for their success. I brought thousands, tens of thousands of people to that fucking game. Like, it's insane. Insane that they weren't even getting any heat. They weren't even getting tagged anywhere. Nobody even knew that I was partnered with them. And out of everyone, they were the ones to drop me. They made more off of me than I made off of them. And they dropped me. So, I completely agree with Asmongold. If you didn't buy the game, please don't leave bad reviews, right? Don't brigade. Only if you bought the game, only if you spent money. Change your review to negative. Send them emails. Tag them on Twitter. Make sure you know that actual paying customers are upset with their decision. Again, don't be rude. Don't be insulting. Right? If I see people insulting them, I'm going to be mad at you. I might ban you. I don't know. But I don't want people to, like, insult them. Be cordial.
Yeah, and see, this is the other thing, too, is that Kirsche's literally like, don't brigade, don't be a shithead. If you actually bought the game, change your review.
Yep.
You know, and don't just, and put in there, honestly, what you think, but be respectful. She's not even directing her audience to like mess with them. Just to change their review score and just say why they changed their review score, because they dropped Kirsche. And they did. Mm-hmm. They did, and that's where you get the picture of the of the reviews going to the supremely negative.
So I'm assuming the opposite of going to the moon would be like going to the center of the earth. Yeah, these reviews are heading
plummeting to the center of the earth.
Yeah. Fuck them. Fafo, motherfucker. Enjoy your dead game.
Yeah, literally. Enjoy, like I said, enjoy your AIDS.
But I believe we had I think that's a wrap on the Foxu, I believe.
Almost a wrap on the Foxu. We do have a meme.
Oh, okay.
And I'm gonna pull this up real quick. This is another one from Victus Thrakes here. Kirsche's strongest Korsha.
You're on the verge of greatness. We were this close.
It just keeps going.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Well, let me go back to the ending there. 306 negative, 27 positive.
You talk about a red wave.
I mean, they totally screwed themselves. They totally screwed themselves. I mean, this is the sort of stuff here that's been going on here. We don't really need the audio for this. Look at this. This was from the 11th. Look at that. Has just followed. Like, this is
damn.
Yeah, this is what they have done. Instead of destroying Kirsche, they have just made her stronger. If you strike me down now, I shall become more powerful than you can possibly imagine.
Yeah, how'd that work out for you, Bent? Look at that. Look what you did.
Yeah. You took Kirsche, and instead of destroying her, you sent her to the moon. like good job, dumbass.
You know what? You know how some older 90s JRPGs you would have bosses that would get healed by some shit that you did. Like, you can't use the lightning spell on them; they get healed by the lightning spell, right? Bint is fighting that boss like Darkside Phil, hurling lightning spells out over. Why is it dying?
I don't understand why the HP's not going down. You know, I keep hitting it with lightning, and I don't understand why it's so stupid that it heals the boss, but it's like the only spell I know, and it's like got fire over there.
Yeah. Oh my god. Fucking dumbasses. But again, lol Lamau.
Yeah.
You get what you fucking deserve. Joker clip goes here.
The sad thing is her literal Who armor is gone. Yeah, it is. It is literally non-existent anymore. Now everybody knows who Kirsche is.
Yeah, she's somebody now.
Yeah.
She got that tasty clout now, boy.
She does. She does have the she's got the clout coins. Oh yeah.
It's even harder to get her on the show.
Yeah, literally impossible. And there was so after the hit pieces dropped, because there was like 3, and then there was a 4th one, which was just a Waypoint stands with Van Valens, the typical BS from journos, where they say something really shitty and bullshit, and then all the other journos surround and try to signal boost and give ass pats to the person that posted it. So that all happened. Yeah. Well, Kirsche, because Kirsche's very, very, very intelligent, very smart. realized that there is one critical weakness to all of these shitty, small internet fake news websites. And that's that they don't have a lot of liquid capital to handle things like court cases. And so
oh yeah, I know where this is going.
the cease and desists at the park are free. You can take them home. And so this happened.
Manya!
That is literally a giant cease and desist. It's literally like, ooh woo, cease and desist, and I'm not kidding. That's literally it. She made her own Google Docie and printed it out and put it in there, which is essentially saying,
and
hey,
it ends with
yeah, ooh woo, cease and desist.
yeah, or I will bring this into court. And they relented the day after. Took all that shit down. Total Foxu victory.
Total Foxu victory. And now we've got this new hit piece. It's literally written in like a WordPress blog. You know, I haven't even read this piece of crap yet. And I might even be like the first streamer that's gonna talk about this thing because it's so bad. So this person, and they've already been exposed as like defending like actual pedos and stuff like that. That's by Spectre of all people. You know, go figure that one. That's a name I haven't heard. That's a name I haven't heard in some time. You know, they're getting exposed all over the place, but they tried to compare Kirsha to Adam Waffen and Patriot Front and the Proud Boys, and I'm not kidding.
Christ.
I'm not kidding.
The Proud Boys' obsession is so gay, too. Like, it's this stupid fucking group of, like, man's men thing, the manosphere kind of thing that Gavin McGinnis started as a joke on Anthony Cumia's podcast. And it, like, got people just hyper fixated on it. And now it's just this stupid, like, what even is the Proud Boys anymore? It's like nothing. It's just a boogeyman. It's a fucking
It is.
boogeyman.
It's literally just a boogeyman.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like look at this.
Proud Boys.
Yeah, I'm not kidding either. Like, look at this shit. They use courts to track down their enemies and intimidate them. Fringe alt-right groups. Like, look at this. The right-wing VTuber streamer Kirsha Verstahl. Like once again, like this is how the media smear complex works, is you have somebody that just flagrantly prints bullshit in their blog, and then it gets cited by another paper as the gospel because like, oh, I'm just citing their reporting, so it's not defamation if I'm the one that's just saying they said this. And this is something that they've done since time immemorial in the United States.
Oh yeah,
and it's all defamation.
It's coming to an end now.
It is. It is.
I think people now are just completely, I mean, for lack of a better term, woke to it.
Yeah, I like that term in the chat. The progressive Ouroboros. Yes, that's what it is. It's this circular referencing and manufactured consensus. Right. It's this circular referencing and manufactured consensus that they create so they can post literal lies, slander, and defamation and circularly reference it. So even if the original piece gets taken down, they can reference this piece that referenced that piece that referenced that piece. And so it just becomes this, you know, this Hydra head where you can't get rid of the lies and the slander because you literally would be in court every waking hour of every single moment of every single day because there's just so much defamation going on. Ben Smithing, yes, that's another one. You know, the BuzzFeed Ben, yeah. I believe Andrew Breitbart coined that term, Ben Smithing.
Yeah, it's I I like everybody's aware of it now. I think journalism has never been more over. And
I like the meme. Corporate journalists aren't people, just like communists aren't people.
That's not even a meme. It's just truth.
Yeah, look at this.
They should be lucky they have rights.
Look at this. This was the same self-reporting behavior seen with Jared Boyce and Adam Waffen leaders John Denton and James Mason. That's it's the Siege guy, by the way. they're literally trying to tie Kirsha to freaking Adam Waffen. This is so retarded. It strains credulity. Kirsha fed this tide of harassment and death threats by engaging in the deliberate... Oh, look at that. The deliberate smear and dehumanization of Valens. Oh, my God.
Look,
Kirsha doesn't the lion, have to, the witch, the audacity of this bitch.
Kirsha doesn't have to dehumanize Valens. Valens does a great enough job of that on their own.
Yeah, I regrettably had to see that muffin top. Yeah,
Valens is just Gollum at this point. As I said before, Valens is just this inhuman creature hunched over in some dungeon in an ancient castle.
My post is about the VTubers
and just like eating goat shit.
Muffins ready.
What is taters, precious?
Is this taters?
No, Anna Valens, don't eat that. Oh, God.
I like the corn. The corn is the best part.
I was gonna make a corn joke.
There's always time for a corn joke. Anna Valens would end up driven off social media, with Vice bending the knee and removing the articles Kirsha didn't like. I'm sure this is a perfectly reasonable person. Mish Solomon, a journalist based in Johannesburg, South Africa. Yeah, I'm sure this is a morally upstanding person in society. Abusing journalists until they get forced to go into hiding is unacceptable. Sergio Garcia at FBI, please investigate Vice. Actually based. Actually based. The use of fans
to FBI, motherfucker, they might do it.
The use of fans to engage in harassment and death threats. There it is. Stochastic terrorism. This article is it's full of buzzwords and plot holes and spelling errors.
This article, it just feels like a time capsule. We're back in the early 2010s. Not the early 2010s, the late 2010s.
Well, this reminds me so much of the alternative influencer network bullshit from 2017, 2018, where literally like the blood sports and all that stuff was happening, and so you had like, you know, random gaming YouTubers arguing with like Richard Spencer and shit like that, and YouTube collectively shit a brick and blew up the algorithm so that stuff would stop being popular. Yeah. And they created this whole like this goofy, I still remember it, this like goofy chart where they like put all these different people together, like actual white nationalists and just like random YouTubers like PewDiePie, and they drew these little like connecting dots between them to be like, well, PewDiePie was on a stream with this person, who was on a stream with this person, who had David Duke on their podcast, you know, to just try to say PewDiePie's literally Hitler, you know. It was just the craziest bullshit. And YouTube listened to that, and they blew up their algorithm to try to delist and dehumanize and destroy anybody that was put on that list. Like, a lot of those channels ended up getting demonetized, deboosted, shadow banned, all of that stuff over what was literally guilt. But it was 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon, but it's like 6 degrees of Adolf Hitler is what it was. 6 degrees of Adolf Hitler is basically what the alternative influencer network was. And it was some of the dumbest stuff imaginable. Because it had people like of course Sargon and V, but also people like Aiden Paladin. Like on what planet is Aiden Paladin a Nazi? It was insane stuff.
See,
it was crazy.
Aiden Paladin tells the people that had power that they're wrong, and you're not allowed to do that.
I like critically dreadful justice. Just remember, Gator, this is why you archive and time and date stamp everything. Yeah. If you didn't learn the lesson from Gamergate, learn it now. Archive, timestamp, date check, everything. Save. See, I'm the kind of person, I remember Gamergate. I save everything. See, people don't think sometimes that I do, but I do. And if I don't save it, somebody else will save it for me. And I've busted out receipts on people before that they don't know that I have. And I've got a lot of receipts over the years from a lot of different shitty people that have said a lot of shitty things. And I hang on to that stuff and I wait for a rainy day to drop it. Because you don't think I know. You don't think I remember. But there's a reason that people call me like the librarian. It's because I remember shit that people forgot years ago. Mind like a steel trap. My brain is a library full of books. I'm like the dwarf with their book of grudges, but instead of just grudges, it's also like archives and screen caps and esoteric internet drama lore. Like I remember everything.
It's like
I have an eidetic memory for shit posting.
The old person with shit in the attic from like their old job or their old high school days. As if from my old like my internet drama days, I got all this shit in the attic, just sitting there in boxes. Oh, here's the dirt on this guy. Here's the dirt. Oh, it's just the nostalgia. I remember the dirt on this guy. Oh, those were the days. You know.
I like this, and I'm the weird reader in Gator's Head, just here for the weeb section. Yes. Yeah, the old CEO of YouTube was the one that made that choice. Yeah. Susan, who most people know as the Franzia lady that Jim would always rant about. She actually passed away, and now there's a new person there. And that's why you see the aggressive monetization, because like Susan Wojcinski was a true believer in the cause, quote unquote. Neil Mohan is a money and numbers guy, and that's why they're going so hard and trying to kill ad block, because it's like, no, number must go up, number not going up enough, number must go up. And that's why you've seen them kind of ease back a little bit of stuff here and there, because they need number to go up.
Yeah,
it's not perfect, it never will be, but it's they pulled it back just a little bit to see if number will go up. Poor Jim, never going to get his money from Susan. Susan did eventually pay him. After a couple weather reports, Susan did finally pay what she owed.
Susan had to die so that he could pay for what she owed.
Yeah, stochastic terrorism. And of course, there's the bent screenshot.
I mean, citing bent.
I like this. There's a literal 100% chance that anyone she broadcasts in her passive-aggressive tantrums will be hit with every kind of abusive comment and slur imaginable.
Oh, we can only hope.
This is fiction, but it is based.
Oh yeah, Susan lost her son. That was right. I haven't thought about Susan forever. I for some reason thought Susan died.
No, Susan did die. Her son passed away, and she also died.
Okay, yeah, so I was right. Yeah, she did die.
Yeah.
I'll refrain from commenting.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. Yeah, I mean,
I gotta say it.
Yeah, I got nothing. I got nothing to say about Susan at this point. She's gone. I don't really believe in dragging out the dead.
It's a bitch. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's a bitch.
Oh, look at this. It looks like this is most common on the outer layers of the radicalization onion.
Oh, that's racist Shrek.
Layers.
That's racist Shrek.
Yeah,
radicalization
like a cake. No, like an onion. All gotters have layers. Oh my lord. Streamers like Kirsha, Leaflet, Mama Akko, shout out to Akko, Hero Hey. Hero Hey's a femboy now. That was Hero Hey. Rev says Desu and others can avoid legal liability by saying any of the harassment or slander done on their behalf aren't what they actually wanted.
Basically, anybody telling you about what the libs said on Twitter, set to Marvel Rivals footage, is the downfall of Western civilization.
Jesus Christ, this is this is I can't even call it a joke because jokes are funny. This is so pathetic that it's just like, it's like somebody asked an AI to write a left-wing hit piece, like you said, from the mid-2010s, and this is exactly what it would be like. Why, PewDiePie is literally Hitler.
This person has not evolved their game in almost a decade.
No. It says, the events demonstrate the behavioral link between the outer surface entry points like Kirsha and groups that are much closer to the heart of violent alt-right terror. The actions
violent alt-right terror?
The actions of Kirsha and her fans are consistent with what Adam Waffman set out to do: intimidate journalists into silence by exposing them to threats of harm. These verbal death threats inevitably lead to actual physical violence, as Valens and many other reporters with marginalized identities know very well.
So what physical violence did Valens get into? Because I'm pretty sure, like, Anna Valens can hold her own in a fight. Like, I don't think that's a dainty princess. I think I wouldn't want a fist fight with a deranged psychopath. Would you want to? Like, Gollum might look skinny. Go for the eyes.
I literally put a Hitler quote in the article. What even? I can't even. You know who liked water? Hitler.
I wasn't ready for that.
You know who breathed oxygen? Hitler.
She just was not prepared. I was saying something else, and you. That's like someone makes you laugh while you're taking a drink.
I did not see that. I did not see that coming.
I'm crying. I'm fucking crying. The fucking Hitler quote. This has to be satire. This has to be
satire. It's the Poe. It's the Poe theory.
There's a fucking Hitler quote.
Just right there. It's like, and then literally above a paragraph where it's like, Kirsha would hate Adam Waffen, and Adam Waffen would hate Kirsha, but they're basically the same thing.
Fucking Hitler quote.
Hitler quote.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
It's messed up. Messed up that they dragged Leaflet into this. She's such a nice, wholesome person. Yeah, and the funny thing is, like, Leaflet had nothing to do with this. They literally just, because of a thumbnail, and I think it was somebody else's video, they dragged her into this. Literally no reason.
Leaflet's kind of dabbling in that socio-political commentary VTubing sphere Kirsha kind of started. Like, she's not as, gung-ho as Kirsha, but she dabbles in the political commentary.
Malik Torhana in the chat said, Leaflet ran the math. There's a 63% chance with every breath you take that you will inhale at least one molecule actually breathed by Hitler. How dare you literally consume the same molecules that Hitler once did? Have you no shame?
Well, see, the problem is this article writer does not understand the things that Leaflet is saying on Twitter.
Right. All three, Kirscha's fans, Adam Waffen and Patriot Front, express open disdain and disrespect for the Fourth Estate. Gee, I wonder why. And the work it does to protect democracy from fascism. It ought to protect democracy from itself. All three see journalists. like antivalence
The
as an
democracy
enemy.
thing doesn't work. That's why Trump is here. They tried that, you moron, you gibbering cretin.
I mean, do I have to pull up the picture of Senator Palpatine going, "I love democracy"? Like, do I have to pull that up? Because that's basically the democracy that they want.
I mean, I know George Lucas was trying to bitch about Bush with that shit, but he accidentally cooked.
He one-shotted neo-progressivism.
Yeah.
Was basically what it is. It's like, oh, we have to vote to give me all the power so that we can be more equal. That was, I mean, you go back to it and you look at like all of that stuff, and it's so funny that all of the I hate Bush stuff in movies back in the day, like V for Vendetta and all that stuff, you go back and you look at it, and it just applies to the neoliberal, neo-progressive, corpo slop governments that we have now. It's so apropos, and it's funny to look back and be like, yeah, that was leftism then, this is leftism now. They became what they crusaded against.
Yep. I'm not gonna go in a whole dissection. I've dissected enough, and it's just gonna make this shit take longer. But this is very funny. This person is a loser. Is this person even matter? Like, who even is this person that wrote this?
It's just some random blog. And that's what's so funny about it. And then they turned out to like have some very, very sus ties to people. And so that made it more
Now that I'm curious, who they got ties?
There was a let me see if I can find it here. Yeah, Laura Izaguirre defended a convicted child molester and self-admitted rapist.
Oh no.
And for the funny of funnies, guess who was the one that exposed that? It was AP the Frog, Adonis Paul. From Gulf City. Formerly of Gulf City. From ye old Bloodsports era.
Jesus.
It's funny how this stuff. The internet is circular.
I've forgotten. I've like so many of those guys from the Bloodsports days just faded from my mind because I lurked. I didn't like engage. But I remember all I remember was Tonkasol and Failure. Those are the ones whose names stuck with me.
Yeah, so like I said, I'm an encyclopedia on useless knowledge that no one will ever need or use. All of this time makes a circle. Tell them failure. Tell them. Yeah, time is in fact a flat circle.
Yes.
This article was originally accepted for publication at Transgriet before it ceased operation. Oh god, this is probably one of the most unintentionally hilarious things, because the person that wrote this, they wrote this seriously. They were sitting there and they were like, I'm cooking, and they burned a bowl of cereal. They're just like scrolling down and just randomly a Hitler quote. I can't get over that.
I got fucking flashbang by that shit.
Who's the author of this piece? It's somebody named Laura Izaguirre. Like, I know next to nothing about this person aside from the fact that they defended a literal pedo.
It's always some shit like
And look
that.
at it says writes on the topics of justice and anti-fascism, queer, neurodivergent Latinx, they/she.
Oh my god, of course.
It's exactly what you think it is.
And Kirsha just tweeted about this, by the way.
Oh, did she really?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, and you'll never guess what part of it she laughed at, but that wasn't the part. I don't think she's gotten that.
She probably hadn't even gotten that far into the article yet. I like your tweet. Wait until you get flash banged by the Hitler quote. Here, let's pull this up too, because this is this is her. Oh, chat's saying, "Go to bed, Foxu lady." This is beautiful. This is from Kirsha just a couple minutes ago. She said, "This is genuinely the most unhinged thing I have read." LMAO spins the article comparing me to Adam Waffen and See, she doesn't even know what it is. Like, unless you were around the internet in the lead up to Trump, like, you have no idea what that even is.
I don't even remember what the fuck Adam Waffen is.
It was just some like neo-Nazi group. That's literally all they were.
Yeah.
That's literally it. They were trying to like tie it to Trump and stuff. It's literally like Charlottesville shit. And Patriot Front then saying Adam Waffen would disavow me for supporting Israel. I do love kosher pickles. Stochastic terrorism. LMAO. Wait, was that the group with the tiki torches in 2016? I think so. Well, there was a bunch of different groups. There was like a ton of different groups in that whole thing. Yeah, here's the full article. Yeah, Ash Chapel had the archive link ready. And Cody, wait until you get flashbanged by the Hitler quote.
I think that's how I felt when it came up. I felt like the ATF came in my house when that Hitler quote just used to scroll down.
Yes, that Patriot Front. Yes. Yeah, and that's the crazy thing about it. It's just like anything right wing is just like it's just a matter of time before a crazy leftist attempts to like say, well, actually, Hitler liked art and anime is art, so therefore anime is literally Hitler. It's just the craziest, stupidest shit imaginable.
I gotta wonder, Patriot Front, have they done anything since Kash Patel took over?
I feel like they have, but I don't remember seeing anything.
Yeah, I think it's interesting.
I don't want to say no, but
I think it's interesting you don't hear from them like you used to.
It's like every like so-called like right-wing group inevitably just becomes like out of 100 people in this like group, 99 of them are federal agents or informants, and then there's just like the one guy that's like legitimately believes it.
It's like, and then David.
It's like, yeah, it's like all these feds, and then David. And they're all trying to convince David to like do the thing. It's like, yeah, you want to do the thing, but David's just like, I just want to drink. I don't care that much. I'm just here to vibe. I like
vibe and hate
insert slur here. I just want to vibe and hate slur.
He thought he just found a racism convention. He was right. He came in his cosplay.
He just wanted to hang out with like-minded people and say slurs. That's what it was. I just want to drink Budweiser and say some slurs. Let me tell you what race of people pissed me off today.
Yeah, but David, don't you want to shoot them? Too much work.
They do it to themselves. I ain't got to do shit. I just got to watch them and laugh. They post videos of themselves doing it on the Twitter machine all the time.
You have to go back to the agency. So did you get David to do it? No, he just says he just wants to drink beer. He just
wants to drink beer, and then he started showing me videos of different remixes of the Kanye song.
Agent Svensson handed him a fucking gun. He just said nice gun and handed it back to Agent Svensson.
Right? I love that. Get off my lawn, you cocoa melon head. Oh man.
Didn't we come up with another slur when Necro was here?
I think we did. I forgot what it
I
was.
can't
I'd have
remember
to
what it
ask him.
was, yeah.
But we did.
Didn't we invent a slur with you?
I'd have to ask him. But I'm pretty sure we did. Like that, you know. If I had a nickel for every time we've invented a slur on this podcast, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's funny that it happened twice.
Twice. Oh, shit.
God, that's too funny.
So I think that about wraps it up for Foxu, isn't it?
Yeah, there's not a whole lot more unless this seething weirdo trains commie decides to like have a meltdown and spurt out. Yeah, like Kirsha's not canceled. In fact, she's in her element, moisturized and thriving.
Her brand has been shot through the moon through your attempt to cancel her. I've never that is next level failure.
Oh Jesus Christ. Okay. My tweet, my Tanya post, an hour ago, it was at 300,000 views. I just refreshed it because I was about to bring it up. It's at 517,000 views now.
Well, at least you can mute the mute it so you don't have to get flooded by. Oh wait.
I love that this one post one-shotted everybody. It just one-shotted every Twitter communist. Link,
You
yeah,
one-shotted and you one-shotted entire college campuses with that.
I did. I literally did. Just one-shotted entire and it was over this Nyara tweet, right? It was over this Nyara tweet, which I'm blocked by. Okay, that's right. Yeah, you can see tweets from people that block you. So it's from this Nyara tweet where they're like, could you please provide the context which makes this okay? You're clearly stating it's not a joke, so what's up with this? And it's literally this. And also, based, Kirsha says, if you can't understand a communist is not an innocent but a tumor on a nation waiting to infect the rest, I am unsure what to tell you. Start with the Bezmenov interviews. Yeah. Yeah, actually based. Kirsha's right. 100%. And so I posted, it's like, what's the context? The context is communists aren't people. Bottom text, LMAO. Gator activated his bonkai. I sure did. Just look at that. 518,300 views. 4.1k likes, 387 bookmarks. I'm like, I don't even care anymore. My thread's doing Iron Man numbers. We've approached that point. Says, is that the cute Nazi tank girl? No, this is this is basically an analog for Imperial Germany, and that was the other funny part too, is that so many people were saying that, oh, it's a Nazi lolly in an anime where it's Nazi Germany. No, this is an analog for World War I. In fact, there's been discussion that Tanya's actually supposed to be a counterpart to the Red Baron, not to Hitler.
Yeah. Also, I've noticed from your tweet you have pissed off such people as Inhumans of Capitalism, the Bolshevik Enthusiast, Communist History Vids.
Yeah, Tanya the Evil takes place during World War I, and she is Austro-Hungarian.
Yeah.
Yeah. Basically, Imperial Germany, the Kaiser.
So many people with hammer and say this Inhumans of Capitalism guy just it's like on a tear, tweet after tweet after tweet. Like not just one reply, like multiple replies from the same person. This Inhumans of Capitalism. Oh, this is like the communist account. This might be why you're blowing up.
Yeah.
Indigenous Ojibwa. What the fuck that means? working class loser. I used to teach philosophy and economics. I wonder why you used to teach economics. I wonder why that's past tense.
I'm sure he could go into a soliloquy about how breaking a window actually makes capitalism work.
This is like a whole account that's like, yeah, they quote tweeted you. Check this guy's hard drive. 9 likes for a account with 775,000 followers. Why your engagement so low, buddy? What's going on? You know economics, right? You know that don't add up. Yeah, it's like all communist people mad at you.
All communists crashing out and like, saying all kinds of ridiculous shit because they're like, it's a Nazi lolly. These motherfuckers never saw the anime. It's like fucking Yara talking about how it's World War II. And then I saw somebody else say, the Germans actually fared pretty well after the end of World War I. Does the words Weimar mean anything to you? It just shows me that the public school systems, not just in America, but around the world, are just woefully inadequate and full of propagandists. The people don't actually understand their history, and they're going to make it everybody else's problem.
Yeah, it's funny.
Tobak, I was going to request a community and just put based, but that may be a bad choice. Yeah.
I will say this is an interesting dichotomy because clearly the majority attention on your tweet is positive, and it's almost similar to the fucking Guru post that I had where you're bringing in then a bunch of people trying to manufacture a counter
Consensus
to it.
Yeah, they're trying to manufacture consensus.
Yeah, and it's not happening. And especially when you look at the combining like factors, like the same repeating factors of all the people mad at your tweet, and it's all like flags and pronouns and the Nazi symbol. It's like you are parodies of yourself. Like no one's going to take you seriously, but other people like you, and I think you sort of that and other tweets like it have become a lightning rod for people that are lashing out at their dying religion, basically.
Victor said, I got the best meme for you, 1 second, and here it is. Oh, God, that's great. Beautiful. Beautiful. I love it. That is gold. Yes, it is. Oh, the world doesn't teach the Walmart Republic of Germany. Yeah. No, they don't. They don't talk about like what made Hitler rise to power, like why he was able to do it. And a lot of it has to do with how shitty the Treaty of Versailles treated the German people and how they basically blamed Germany for the war, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Made them pay for literally the whole thing. And guess what? When you disenfranchise an entire generation of young men, they turn against you.
Yeah.
It's funny how the commies can never learn the lessons of their past. Ever.
Well, then they wouldn't be commies.
Right, then they wouldn't be commies because
this keeps failing. Every time.
This keeps failing. Everybody ends up starving and dying. What are we doing wrong? Oh, well, that wasn't real communism.
You know, this has been attempted how many times in the past for how many decades? Keeps failing every single time without fail? Without exception? Never succeeds.
Oh, you see, you don't understand. See, all those times that it failed, that wasn't real communism. But if we actually do real communism this time, I swear it's going to work. We're going to get it right this time.
Real communism is when I don't have to get a job.
Right. Real communism is when my dad can't tell me to get a job, and I send him to the re-education camps because he took away my PlayStation.
This is, by the way, privileged people, like upper middle class, spoiled rich kids, and people that are a little too well off with problems with their parents, have been a source of so much of the world's problems for years. Like you look at some of these crazy fucking cults, and they're wall to wall these kinds of people.
Yeah.
Like you look at Rajneeshpuram, you know, that cult that took over a small town and like tried to poison everybody with E. coli. Like most of their members were hippies that were college kids from well-off families that were like absolutely brainwormed by all this fucking like you should feel bad for being well off and you need to be insecure about yourself, so make sure you remind everybody how educated you are and make sure you get a degree in something that makes you look smart but probably won't get you a real job, that kind of thing. Like it's the same people no matter what belief system, ideology, or what thing they're doing. It's the same people. Like Asmongold said that most of the world's problems are either incels or Karens. I would add a third to that, and it's privileged, spoiled kids. Like, look at all the damage Karl Marx has done, and what was he? A privileged, spoiled kid.
Well, even more modern examples, like Hassan Piker literally is the ultimate Nepo hire. The only reason anybody knows who he is was because Cenk Uygur of the Young Turks put him on the show to act like a retard for a couple of minutes every day.
Mm-hmm. It's he's earned nothing in his life. Like Hassan Piker has not earned a fucking thing in his life. Yeah, just there's something about a privileged kid with nothing going on that just they the void they need to fill, and their attempts to fill the void become everyone else's problem.
Yeah, exactly.
You say what you will about Trump. I mean, you compare his kids to like half of these rich kids, right? His kids, you know, again, even if you don't like Trump, all of his kids are successful working people with jobs and careers, and they don't do shit like this.
Exactly. And that's the difference.
If you're gonna be rich, you got to still give your kids chores and discipline and shit to do.
And boundaries. That's one of the most important things. Like they have to be told what they can and can't do.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to actually articulate like why they shouldn't do this, why they can't do that. You can't just say, because I said so. That's where a lot of parents screwed up.
Oh, God, yeah. I mean, I think most people watching it has at least one parent or one adult guardian in their life that said, because I said so.
Yeah. Treat
is always the wrong thing to do.
The mistake that parents always make is that they infantilize their kids, and that ensures that they are infantilized as adults. I mean, that's why we're literally dealing with Twitter commies right now, is because you had these spoiled kids that got everything they wanted and they were never told no. And now that they're out there in the real world and they're being told no for the first time ever, what's their solution? I'm going to be a communist because I hate being told no. The state says that I get to have ice cream at 9 o'clock at night whenever I want to. Like, you know, you can just go to the store and buy ice cream, right? Like, you don't need the government to tell you that you can do that. Shut up, you're not my dad!
I want it brought to my house by the government. Look, I can't even form a sentence. I can give an example of what you're saying in the other direction. My girl, you know, my future in-laws, they treated her with respect as a kid. They always, you know, got down to her level, explained everything when they told her to do something. She never was a rebellious kid. She has she's very close with her parents. And having met her parents many times, they're a pretty awesome pair of people. And she's very based. So basically, if you respect your kids, they grow up to be based. And maybe even hot. But if you don't respect your kids and infantilize them, they become Twitter communists. So for all of those, all you folks out there, when you eventually have kids, that's the important part. Don't infantilize your children, even if they are infants. Even if they're the dumbest little kid, picking their nose and eating it. Treat them with respect. Because if you don't, you unleash Twitter communists on the rest of us.
Exactly. First they become Tumblrites, and then they become Twitter commies. Yeah. Tumblr and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race.
Actually, no. I think Tumblr was it was the canary in the coal mine. Like, it gave them a place to congregate, and it showed that these people exist, and like this is becoming a problem. If anything, we should be thanking Tumblr. They had been this kind of mentality, and people had been slipping under the radar until they coagulated at Tumblr and sort of emerged from the surface.
Yeah, once Tumblr was taken
like the
down, once they took porn off of Tumblr, all these Coomer brain retards all spilled out into the rest of the internet.
I still think it's so perfect, and it shows how bullshit their entire worldview is, that they rail against sexism and the male gaze and everything like that, but the whole reason they're on Twitter is in the first place is Tumblr banned porn.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. It's like, oh, you hate sexuality. Well, you're going to love this. Tumblr banned all of that. So you could just go over there. And there's none of that there. No male gaze to be found. Oh, you're here, though. Interesting. Very interesting.
It's because all their ideology boils down to now is just cooming. That's literally it. They just want to coom, and they want the government to enforce their particular brand of cooming. You know, the old Sam Hyde quote: "State enforced homosexuality."
Also, I'm gonna be the guy that tells the kids that Santa's not real. You know, like the Tumblr girl has her roots, and as someone that sort of saw that subculture of women evolve over the years. If you go back further, where did the Tumblr girl come from? Where she came from the scene girl, and where did the scene girl come from? Well, that was the emo girl, and where did the emo girl come from? It was the goth girls. So all you motherfuckers pining for a goth GF don't know what you're asking for, because that goth GF is who now is telling you that you're terrible for having a sex drive on Twitter. Did you think she was wearing all that crazy makeup and accessories because she's cool? No. She was trying to say, fuck you, mom and dad, and that's how she did it back then. That goth GF you want so bad, she's not going to be like all cool and into heavy metal and tell slurs with you. No. She's going to chastise you for thinking that, like, that girl in the video game is hot. And then she's going to go online and tell her friends.
Well, now you have the rise of because the neo-progressive dogma kind of became the prevailing thing. Now a lot of the goth chicks now are in fact, you know, based right-wing chud. Because, you know, how do they oppose their parents who are like, you know, Gen X hippies? Oh, they become, you know, right-wing chuds and you know, wear MAGA hats with their fishnet stockings.
I mean, I haven't seen a lot of that, but the ones that I've seen do that aren't really full goth, but then they become like the what's that group, the 764 type people? Like that one girl that was a school shooter, like the actual school girl that was a school shooter. Like that's kind of where that goes. What I'm saying is it seems exotic and fun to have a woman with a crazy aesthetic, but you really actually don't want a woman with a crazy aesthetic, because women are more emotionally expressive than men, which is usually a good thing, right? That's where you get your, you know, resting your head in their lap, and they call you a good boy again. You rub your head and they give you a back massage while you watching VTubers. But
man, the dream.
Like, I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. But
look, every man just wants a princess to sit with and watch Fuomoko.
Or, you know, Pipkin Pippa, you know. But
damn it, I'll enjoy my VTuber Coco Melon. I'll enjoy my Bow Bow.
But when a girl is
I'm a Mo Coco Melon head.
When a girl is outwardly expressive in an extreme way, that's a fucking red flag. I have been there. I have known the men that chased that dream, and I tell you, never go for the woman with a crazy aesthetic, because a crazy aesthetic is the shark fin to a fucking crazy aesthetic. She don't dress like that because she's chill and cool. She dresses like that because she has thing she's trying to express outwardly. Don't do it. That's what I'm saying. Don't do it. Don't stick your dick in crazy. You think you want to stick your dick in crazy because you want to stick your dick in anything, and you think like, wow, that'll be an adventure. No, that's not an adventure. That's that. You know what adventure that is? That's berserk. That's the kind of adventure you're gonna go on.
Oh shit.
Don't do it, man. Don't do it. You don't want the goth GF. You think it looks cool. You know what? Find yourself a good, well-rounded hottie, and then just have her dress in goth outfits for you in bed, and there you go. That's what you need. Don't go for the outdoor goth. Get the one that'll dress up for you when you fuck.
Get the cosplay wife.
Yes, cosplay good. Regular apparel bad. That's the flag on goth girls. Like if they're dressing that way for cosplay, sure. For as their regular apparel, run, fucking run. I'm telling you now, run.
And now for something completely different.
I don't understand. Yeah. I'm too stupid. I'm too fucking stupid. I can't fucking rotate a cube in my head, chat. I can't rotate Tetris blocks in my brain.
Oh my god.
That's from NA Pixels on Twitter.
NA Pixels just don't miss. NA Pixels does not miss.
Pippa discovers in real time that she's an NPC.
Oh god, it's beautiful.
This is why we love Pippa.
Hell
she
yeah.
can see the apple, but she can't turn it.
She's an NPPPPC.
Right, exactly. So I guess this would be a perfect time to segue into one of the next major topics here. This is the Catliente and Doki Bird stuff. So
this I know nothing about. So educate me on this one.
So about a year ago, you remember Doki Bird was doing the PC giveaway.
Vaguely.
Yeah, so yeah. Basically the idea was that she was it's a nice thing to do for her fans, and because Doki really likes to spend money, it's kind of a problem.
Yeah, I noticed.
Kind of a problem.
Yeah.
She did this PC giveaway, and the person that she contracted to do it essentially led her on and wasn't actually building the PC and was giving all these bullshit excuses for why and charging these ridiculous number of hours and all this other crazy stuff.
So a Twitter artist, basically.
Yeah, pretty much. It was basically the same thing as a Twitter artist. And they were essentially trying to bilk Doki Bird for all of this money and they didn't really do anything. They weren't delivering it. So what ended up happening is that Doki Bird ended up giving the person the money for the PC so they could just go out and buy it rather than having to deal with this shitty person that was literally trying to scam them. Doki had a woman moment. Yes. Yeah, I mean, Doki's problem is that she's very nice and she's very trusting. And so she needs somebody there, like over her shoulder, to basically be like now she has really good management staff, because at the time her management staff was also shitty and they were trying to mess with her and basically take over her brand too. So she literally was just kind of on her own.
Esports manager guy?
No, it's before him. It was the guy before him.
Okay.
Like the first person.
I didn't know there was a guy behind him. I didn't know there was a guy before him.
Yeah. So like that was the problem, is that like all that stuff was happening at the same time, with the PC thing and with the manager that was like trying to steal her brand or whatever. So that's all happened at the same time, and she includes that in the document. I'm gonna pull it up here. I think I still have the Google Drive link. Might have to. Here, I have to give myself access, because I created a copy. I always create a copy of Google Docies. So I have
Google Docky.
Google Docky. But I always create a copy of it. Anyone with the link. Okay. Yeah. Anyone with the link can now. Yeah, there we go. I always create a copy of the Google Docies so that I have a copy. I have a copy in case I need it. Yeah, so this is Doki Bird's document here. This is full statement on the charity auction and recent allegations. So to kind of build additional context, so Cat Liente is a disgraced e-girl that is basically doing the sniper wolf thing of, you know, just reading whatever information that she gets, doesn't think through it critically, doesn't actually like have intelligent points to add. It's literally like React slop, pretty much. And she's done this before. She's done this in the past with several different VTubers. She did it originally with Selene when the Niji-Sanji Selene stuff first happened, and pretty much lied and smeared Selene.
React slop is like the final. It's like the final stage of the e-girl decay.
Yeah, that's pretty much like the end of the line is when they're just trying to grift off of React slop. And so Cat Liente created this whole hit piece to attack Doki Bird. And she did this while Doki's pet, Doki Amber Doge, dad, was undergoing, like, he was sick. Turns out he's got like I think a kidney disease of some kind. So he's not doing so good. And this whole thing happened while dad was sick and she was taking care of him. And I think
why all the good VTubers got like sick pets lately?
I know, yeah. Poor Pippa's bunny passed away. Yeah. And people were still, like, assholes were still tagging her on Twitter during the whole Kirsche thing. And Pippa actually had to put out a statement and be like, hey guys, I'm dealing with my...
Read the fucking room.
Yeah, read the fucking room. I'm dealing with, you know, my pet passing away. Could you just, like, leave me out of your stupid bullshit? Like, I hate that. I hate that stuff. She said the kidney disease was permanent. Yeah. Yeah, like he got sick and it triggered like some kidney disease that was already there, but it just wasn't like active. But now it's active, and you know it's she's gonna have to take care. She's gonna have to take care of and manage that for Doki Amber Doge. And it's sad, and it pisses me off that people like Cat Liente dropped her hit piece. Like, she had to have known because she was obsessively stalking Doki Bird socials during this whole thing. So she knew. And this is how you can tell the measure of somebody that's a piece of shit, is when they drop stuff like this while they think the other person can't respond. And that's what happened here. Like, no, let's not mince words here. This is exactly what happened. Is that this hit piece was dropped when she thought that Doki Bird wouldn't be able to respond to it.
Well, see what you know, the whole, you know, lie gets around the world before the truth gets its pants on.
Yeah.
People do this specifically to give the lie a head start.
Yeah, exactly. Because they know it's bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Thomas kind of went through the whole spiel. Says not just kidney issues. Her dog injured its back and had to have surgery. It's a sausage dog and they have issues with their back. Yeah. Yeah, and going and getting treated, you know, the whole situation triggered his inherent kidney issues, unfortunately. So, I mean, hopefully it's something that he'll be able to still live out a long and fulfilling life, you know, in spite of it. But, you know, everybody, like, whether it's Kirsche or Pippa, Doki Bird, like, people, just evil people, see something good and wholesome that people love, and they just, more than anything else on the planet, they want to destroy it. Like, Doki's like one of the nicest, funniest people on the planet, and it's just like something, when they see somebody like Doki Bird, it just triggers something in them.
Crabs in a bucket, man. They hate seeing people that are remarkable because they are not.
Yeah.
And rather than become remarkable, they want to make sure no one can be remarkable so that they can feel good about their lot in life.
Exactly. Exactly. And so, like Doki continues, she says, first and foremost, I accept the handling of the auction item was far from ideal. I want to sincerely apologize to those impacted, especially the winner, for the delays and confusion, and I tremendously appreciate the patience and support the winner has shown me. I take responsibility for how things unfolded, but I also need to be transparent about the challenges that were taking place behind the scenes, many of which have not been shared publicly until now. It says, I feel it is time that I share this with everyone, as I have come to terms with what has occurred in the summer. At the time this auction was concluding, I was in the middle of a serious and distressing transition. My previous management team had taken full control of my brand, and I was actively working with lawyers and police to reclaim ownership of Dokibird. During this time, I was also forced to move out of my home under police supervision, a situation so severe it required formal reports and the help of personal friends and staff. It was during this incredibly turbulent time that the charity item fell into the hands of my team while I was trying to survive and restart my life from the ground up. I won't go into too much detail, but this screenshot is a snapshot of how bad it was. And this is from Discord. So this was July of last year. Doki said, she just left. I only have a small window of time to leave the apartment before she comes back. Are the police coming? Because I won't be home when they do. Exit the apartment. They are almost there. I'm packing up right now to leave. Grab a charger. Officers are calling you. Please let me know if everything is okay. Yeah, so, like, we don't know the details of what's going on there, but the fact that they're calling the police over something is a big deal. So obviously, there was some serious shit going on in Dokibird's life at the time.
So, I mean, I guess we don't know, but I'm wondering, like, is this like a stalker, or maybe like a personal crazy person she knows in her real life?
Well, yeah, I mean, we don't know the details, if it was like a crazy, like, Niji-sanji stalker or something like that, or like a roommate, situation or something like that, or like, we really don't know the details. And it's good that Doki didn't get into the details, because this, we really don't need to know that. The point is that she was dealing with some serious shit going on, and that's a lot of the reason why this kind of happened the way it did. And so we'll continue on. So it says, so to be fair, my team and I were under a lot of pressure. We still came out of this and had to immediately start to pick up the pieces of the business. And during this time, there was no attempt from the other side to follow up or reach out after the silence. My staff wasn't sure how to proceed, and I truthfully was overwhelmed and unable to manage the situation while trying to reestablish basic stability in my personal professional life. And so this is the tweet from someone on their team saying, there's a metric ton of work still unfinished. The charity auction still has multiple items that need addressing. It says, bottom line, there needs to be a new builder arranged, or at least a budget, 6.6k USD allocated to either build the thing or reimburse the bidder in full. She said, eventually I stepped back in to personally handle the PC build when it became clear it was dragging on too long. I contacted the builder myself, was informed of a prior medical emergency. Still no follow-up ever came from them afterwards. So essentially, Doki keeps following back up with this person, keeps getting ghosted, and then when they come back, they keep raising the price from 6,000 to 8,000 to 12,000 to 14,000. And here's an example of the quote.
That's over double the price. What the
Yeah. Yeah. In the timesheet, they claim to have accumulated already for 120 hours. They asked for proof of labor. They asked for proof of labor to show that she was actually this person was actually building it, and they never sent it. They never sent the proof that this was even being built.
It's a prize, a fucking prize.
We requested if there's a way to provide us proof, which was also ignored. Throughout this, asked for one thing, a time-lapse video of the PC build that was drafted, which the builder themselves had originally said existed. They told us it existed, and I asked if I could see it, but I was ignored. I even stated in writing I would pay the full amount, no questions asked. Despite multiple requests by me and my staff via email, it was never delivered. At this point, the builder's behavior was showing bad faith to me, the buyer. Yeah, 120 hours for what should be a 10-hour job tops. If even that.
It does not take that long to build a fucking PC.
So we have requested these items multiple times in various emails and DMs, and you have stated that you would provide them, but we still have yet to receive the items. We said that we are willing to provide compensation if these items were provided, so we do not understand why this has been ignored multiple times. And this was the email from Doki team to them. It says, we've never agreed or communicated on any pricing or anything for you to make a quote for us, and that this would be a chargeable service. No other company does this, and you do not make it clear that you were charging us for this as a service in any way, shape, or form. We reached out to you in 2025. You do not inform us that every time we interact, it would be charged. You claim to have worked in the past before 2025 with Doki Bird Production Inc. on things regarding a mock-up created about a year ago, that you wish to get paid for those services provided this item isn't on your timesheet and wasn't charged. This raises even more questions. Yeah, so it's literally they're just taking advantage of the situation to scam.
Hmm. Here's a bit of a fun fact. Now, I know a bit about this kind of thing. Now, I didn't build PCs, but I used to do corporate art. So I would draw, like, you know, those kind of corny posters with like drawn characters, like in the workplace or some kind of shit.
Oh yeah,
I used to do a bunch of those, and it was good work. It was like low effort drawings for like absurd amounts of money. And the way that when you're a contractor for something like this, when you're basically making something for a company or corporate entity. No, I didn't make global homo art. None of that shit. No, my shit looked
this
more
was before,
like...
this was before corporate Memphis, I think.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and then like a lot of it was like, you know, I would draw a kind of caricature that looked like something out of a newspaper comic of like a guy in the company uniform, like so that they could put him pointing in front of what not to do or something like that. When I would do that, and this is common when you do stuff on contract for, like I said, a corporate entity, which Doki would be, like a company. You keep track of your hours daily. Like I would have to put in an invoice I drew for X amount of time, and there would be times where I would do like they would say, "Hey, can you show me like where you're at?" Okay, well, I would scan like the drawing as it is and send it to them. But a lot of time, like that would usually be like the first time you work for a company, and then after that, like when they trust you, then it's just okay. Well, I did like this many hours, and if you like clock too many hours, they start asking questions like, "Why the hell? Like we asked you to draw 3 images for a supermarket of a smiling man in a smock, like gesturing. Why is it taking you this long?" You know, and some like that didn't happen a lot, but like if I did take long, that would like the one time it took a while. It was I was doing something for like a plastics manufacturer, and I had to draw their machine. So I was like, it's taking a while because I have to get all the details of your plastic bead machine. It was like a bunch of tubes with all these screws in it, and I'm drawing that. But like they ask you for that.
Yeah, that's standard.
Yeah, it was
that's standard practice.
Yeah, you have to keep up. Like, this is how much time I've worked. This is why it took. Like, this is where I'm at. Like, this is the stage that we're in here. Like, you keep them up to date. You don't just keep going, okay, well, you're going to need more. Oh, it's going to take longer. 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 Like, you can't. No, that's not how this works. And how any of this works. Like, again, mine was drawing, not building PCs, but it was operated in the same way. Like, I saw that invoice she posted. Like, that looks almost just like the ones I used to use.
Yeah.
And, no, it's a constant. Yeah, that one, the quotes. Like, that's almost exactly the type I used to use. And it's basic, business communication. You let them know, hey, the thing you hired me to do, I'm doing it. I need to make sure that you know I'm doing it, because here's the thing, I'm going to want to do it again. Because you make good money doing business contracts, and if you're not retarded, you want to continue to do business contracts. Like that plastics company, I did multiple things for that plastics company. Because they paid really well. Like a corporate contract, now this is just as an artist, a corporate contract lasts until the image is done. So it's not continuous. So when I say this is how much you get paid an hour, let's keep in mind it's usually for 8 hours and then it's over. But you get paid like $72 an hour for this shit. It's no joke. And like, so I can only imagine the kind of dosh you could make building PCs for a company. The level of short-term retarded scamming you have to try to fleece someone for one job, as long as you can. And you're not going to make the money. They're going to cancel the contract on you, and you're going to pay shit. Like,
exactly.
Again, it wasn't computers, but I was in this realm. I can speak directly to this. This is so unbelievably stupid to me. Unfucking believably stupid. Because you had a chance. Do you realize how many more of these you could have done? How much more money you could be making over a span of time? But no, you wanted to try to get more than double your amount off this job for Doki? How long did you think you were going to be able to pull this off before she was like, you know what, fuck this, and pull the rug out from under you? Did you think you were going to make 3 times as much money because Doki Bird's stupid? Is that what you thought was going on? And now no one's going to hire you. Fucking no one's going to hire you now. If you had pulled this off for just the initial $6,000, you could have gotten a deal with another VTuber that saw this. Oh, are you the one that Doki Bird worked with? Could you do one for me? Doki Bird could have called you again to do another one. You could have made even more money. She's like, hey, remember that $6,000? I want a bigger one. In fact, I want 2. I'm going to give away 2 now. We gave away 1 before. I want 2 now. So it's double the price. You could have made this a thing, and the money could have been rolling in. Instead, you wanted short-term gains, and you fucking lost it all. You idiot. How did you think this worked? Did you really think you could just say, it's going to take longer, now it's going to take longer, now it's going to take longer, now it's going to take longer, and that would just last forever? You fucking moron. Did you not think that a fucking company, you know, she's got managers. She has corporate people working with her because she's not a corporate person. She has money guys. Did you think they weren't going to ask you fucking questions? This is how the corporate world works. They want updates, motherfucker. They want you to check the fuck in. You stupid ass. I am in awe. I am in awe. How did, like, again, how long did you think you were going to get away with this? You know what, here's the thing. There were a couple companies that I pulled the wool over. Because they were asking me to draw something really annoying, and I just really didn't want to do it. And I charged them for the time where I just sat in front of the computer, was like, I don't want to fucking do this. I charged them for it. Because it was really annoying. But you know what? I didn't push it to 2-3 times the asking price. They're just like, another couple hours worth. It's $75 an hour, so another couple hours worth. They're boomers. They don't know how long it actually takes to draw something. I can get a little extra out of them because this is fucking annoying. I might as well. I was like, they want me to draw this fucking stupid shit. Fucking, they want me to draw for their fucking International Women's Day crap. I gotta draw a fucking strong, independent woman with stupid, look like fucking Hillary Clinton. This sucks. You're gonna pay me another 2 extra hours worth for this shit. Like, yeah, that's one thing, right? In fact, I'm gonna tell you this. Contract artists do that shit all the time. But double, triple the asking price? You retard! And you didn't even give them. I gave these guys an excuse. I said, "Oh, it took a little longer." You know, that there was. I don't even remember what the excuses I came up with. Like, oh, it was some with the pencil or something. Pen was low on ink, so it was coming out. It wasn't coming out smooth, so I had to like draw slower and I pet the lines a lot. Like that's you give them an excuse like that. It's not like, hey, it's been 3 months and you've now more than doubled the amount that you're asking us. How's it going? It's going to take a little longer. How much longer? I don't know. Well, I mean, do you have anything done? Can we see it? No. You can't just pull an Aurora Borealis steamed ham shit on a fucking corporate contract.
This time of day, localized entirely in your kitchen. Yes. May I see it? No.
A $12,000 computer build localized entirely in your bedroom. Yes. May I see it?
No. We need the steamed hams Doki edit now.
Yeah. You fucking moron. I'm aghast. I'm aghast. As someone, again, has been on the inside of this kind of thing that knows how this fucking particular cake is made. You absolute fucking legendary cretin. How do you tie your shoes in the morning? Like, you fucking stupid ass. Anyway, that's impressive. It's impressively stupid.
Yeah, Victor Strikes backs up what you said here. Said, for me, when I did contract work for a system integrator, it was all deadlines. They expected you to meet your deadlines on custom machines depending on your tenure. For line work, it was just 9 to 5 stuff. Yeah, exactly. Like there is no industry on this planet that doesn't, like, unless it's like you literally under the table work, they keep a track of every expense because they want to make sure that you're not going to screw them. I mean, this is business 101. Keep a record of every single expense because number one, you're going to need it for tax time anyway. But number two, you have to make sure that you're doing basic accounting to ensure that people aren't pinching pennies out of your company.
Yeah, building a PC is a lot of work, as we discussed previously in this podcast.
Yeah.
Yeah, it takes a lot of work to put plug A into slot A, plug B into slot B. Well, you gotta put the Dokeyberg sticker on there. You gotta get the sticker straight. You gotta get the little piece of plastic to get rid of the air bubbles. That's a lot of time. It's a lot of time.
And
you gotta plug in all the things.
And here's the kicker.
I could see why it took months and months and months and more than doubled the price, asking price.
Yeah, for real. And here is the kicker for the whole Cat Liente video, is that she accused Dokeyberg of committing a crime. Stealing money from a charity is a crime. Misrepresenting money being taken in for charity is a crime. When you accuse somebody of committing a crime, that is per se defamation. That passes slap in pretty much every instance unless the judge is a retard. Shout out Judge Chubb. Per se defamation. You cannot accuse somebody of committing a crime unless you have 100% verifiable proof that they not only committed this crime, but they were convicted of it. Cat Liente accused Dokeyberg of stealing charity money, which, number one, she wouldn't have access to steal because it was done through Tiltify. And as everybody knows that's ever seen anybody use Tiltify, the money never goes to the streamer. It goes directly to the charity. So Cat Liente not only accused Dokeyberg of committing a crime, Cat Liente lied and then refused to correct the record. So she knowingly lied about the situation because she's an idiot. Because she doesn't care. She's like, oh, it's just drama. It's just drama. It's just drama clicks. You can say whatever you want to when it's just drama clicks. No, you can't. Ask Carl Jobst about that.
Oh, yeah.
If you could just lie. If you could just lie for drama clicks. How's that working, Carl? You stupid cuck. Getting slapped around by Billy's hot sauce like the bitch that you are.
Bro, when you get beat down by Billy Mitchell of all people, just hang it up.
He's bouncing Carl's head off the floor like a basketball.
Yeah.
I mean, it's it's magnificent. You know, my how the turntables.
Yeah.
But that's what it is. I mean, it's the same exact situation. The same exact situation. Carl Jobst lied about Billy Mitchell. Defamation per se. To the point that even Australia was like, oh yeah, you just lied about this guy. You lied about this American who had to come overseas to sue you. And normally, when that kind of stuff happens, the courts are going to be biased to whoever has home turf. Almost always, they're going to bias towards Mr. Home Turf. It was so egregious that the court not only found for Billy Mitchell, but then increased the penalty to the absolute maximum. Because it's like, wow, you're not just a piece of shit. You're a piece of shit that doesn't think they did anything wrong. Here you go. Get hammered. Get owned. Cat Liente lied about something that was very easily provably false because of how Tiltify works. And her only excuse is, oh, my team gave this to me. It's my editor's fault. That doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all. Like we saw with the Cinder situation, right? Redacted, because he is Cinder's manager, anything he says and does represents Cinder as a person, as an entity. Anything that Catliente does and says that comes from her editor represents her. It's her brand. When you go out there and you spread lies about other people, easily provably false lies, accusing them of crimes they didn't commit, that is on you. That is 100% on you. If a manager, if Catliente's manager were to go out there and say that Doki Bird did this still comes back to her because it's her brand. It's somebody that purports to represent her. It's the same thing. This was a lie. Blatant defamation. And she hasn't apologized for it. She hasn't walked it back. I bet the video's, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to go find the video right goddamn now. I bet it's still up there. I bet it's still up there, and I bet she hasn't.
If it's still up.
I'm gonna go find it right. I'm gonna go find it right now. Actually, it's hard to find because because there's so many people that are responding about the video. Yeah, look at this. Video's still up. Video's still up. Here, I'll pull it up. Video's.
This is.
Yeah, here we go. Video's still up. There it is, right there. Video's still up.
Oh god, she looks like the usual suspect. Jesus Christ.
She's exactly the kind of person you think she is.
Again, when you see a woman outwardly expressing themselves, it's usually a red flag.
Yeah, the video's still up. And I bet you she hadn't even edited it. Let's see. Well, for one thing, she sourced a Google Doc that she made. That her and her team made. Right? It wasn't a public Google Doc. It was something that they put together. And they did this whole thing. It says, Dokios an auction for custom-built PC designed by the artist with the Brain and Behavior Research Foundation being the charity of choice for the Tiltify. See, and it's right there. It's fucking Tiltify. It's fucking Tiltify. They do not disperse funds to the creator. It goes directly to the charity. It says it on their fucking website. And it's great. It's great that a service like that exists because it eliminates this sort of shit from happening. These fake and bullshit allegations of, oh, they're just stealing the charity money. They're going to steal it. That's why Tiltify exists. Because you don't have to deal with that. Isn't she the one that dogpiled on those lolly VTubers? Yes, she is. Yes, she is. She's the one that chased them off the internet and got 2 of them suspended. Yes. That's the same person. This isn't the first time.
Jaywalk nailed it, by the way. Tell me you're empty on the inside, but you want people to think that you're interesting, but without using words.
Yeah.
Yeah, never get anywhere near a woman that spruces herself up. I don't mean makeup, pretty, or even like a regular, or even a crazy hair dye, right? Like, I've known women that you think, oh, blue hair. I've known women with like crazy hair colors that are fine. But like, look at that. Look at her surroundings. That's not personality. That is an attempt. That's
ooh, look at me. I'm
flair.
so quirky. Ooh, woo.
Yeah, that's flair. Never trust flair.
Yeah, so this.
You just look at her. I look at her without even a still image. You tell, oh, bad person. Don't trust her.
Yeah. Yeah, so this video is up, totally unedited. All the lies. And Doki had to literally come back from her dog being sick to address this. To address all of this BS. And see, the thing is that this was obviously sent.
She matches the background scenery.
Yeah, she really does. And see, it's obviously like a lot of this stuff was being sent by the person in Doki's management that tried to steal her brand. That's the source of this.
Yeah, it's fucking pathetic.
Because it's one of two people. It's
I hate
either
snakes, man.
It's either the person that tried to overcharge them, or it was the bad manager.
Man, I tell you, I hate snakes. I love animal snakes. I hate human snakes, man. It's just cowardly, backstabby, backroom motherfuckers. Too fucking pussy to do anything in the public eye or in the fucking light of day. They're gonna hide behind people and do all this other fucking clandestine shit because they're fucking pathetic. I hate them.
Yeah.
Weasels.
Yeah, this is such scumbag behavior here. And the real kicker too, the clarification which came long after the video had been up for a while. So the video was uploaded. Let me see if it'll tell me it won't tell me the exact time. But several hours after that video, she had to release a little update. She had to release just a little update here. Hold on, let me pull this up here. Update: the buyer has been refunded the original amount plus an extra 1K. However, the artist involved has not been compensated at all. Sad face. Edit. There's 50 billion edits on this thing, by the way. Edit: to clarify, since people are wondering why everyone from this document is redacted except Doki, I chose to redact names if I think significant harm could come their way, either due to one party having a large and opinionated fan base, one party having a substantially larger audience that could be mobilized for harm. And man, I didn't even try to relate this situation to the last thing we talked about with Kirsha, but here it is. Here it is. There it is. There's your link between the two stories. We have a cohesive narrative. Everything is internet harassment. Oh, you can't criticize me. Internet harassment.
Internet harassment means I'm getting my comeuppance. That's what harassment means these days.
Yeah.
Harassment and death threats means I fucked around and found out.
Redacting the name of the person who needs to be accountable makes no sense. So I know people who have the sentiment are just Doki Bird fans, confused why their Oshi's being criticized. But you're lying about her. That's the problem I have. I would have this problem even if Doki wasn't one of my Oshis. I would have this issue if it was just some random VTuber. I've come to the defense of random, John VTubers that are being attacked for no fucking reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like this. Doki has put out a statement of her side. Feel free to read it here or come to your own conclusion.
I did. My conclusion is you're full of shit.
Yeah, here we go. Here's another one. About this statement specifically. The video description and pinned comment were edited after the fact to say I had paid the auction winner, but it falsely implied I only did so because of public pressure. That's simply not true. No, she said you implied it, Kat. And you did. What context are we supposed to get from this? After the video is uploaded, it says, update, the buyer has been refunded the original amount plus an extra 1K. When you say update, you're not saying, oh, we are correcting a mistake that we made in our video to state that Doki did, in fact, pay the artist and we were wrong. You implied and made it sound like she did it after your video because you're a clout-hungry goblin and you wanted to make it seem like you did something. It's like Armchair said in his stream last night when he's talking about moral panics. Catliente attempted to create a moral panic over Doki Bird. But the problem is that people are on Doki Bird's side, so it wasn't going to work. But this is cancel culture. This is the same exact shit that's happening to Kirsha. Someone making up lies and bullshit to farm clicks and views so they can get attention, so they can build their brand off of the back of somebody else's. And this stuff, it failed spectacularly. And everybody is dunking on Catliente for getting it wrong once again.
It's again, you Fafo.
Yeah, the source
it
is the
amazes
computer
me.
maker artist. They were in the chat when Cat was streaming. Yeah. So I mean, it's the same thing. It reminds me so much of like the Cinder thing, right? Where Nano was like they coordinated the release of all those documents. And I'm not going to defend Cinder and Redacted because I think there's some stuff there they did that was a little scummy, in my opinion. I think there was a lot of stuff that they could have been more upfront and, you know, above board with. You know, like trying to hire Nano as their There's nothing wrong with exclusivity deals. That happens all the time. But some of the extra stuff there didn't need to happen. And that's not to say that, you know, Bao and Shy Lily and all of them were in the wrong for being pissed off about this. Rightly so. But they also did some shady stuff that I'm not a big fan of.
Mm-hmm.
This was a coordinated hit on Doki. Coordinated hit. Because the person tried to scam Dokibird and their scam didn't work. And so what do? They go to the bargain dumpster of VTuber drama slop. Because I'm guessing no one else would touch it with a 10-foot pole. Because it was retarded and the shit was all fucked up.
Yeah. It just astounds me, these people that are trying to... I mean, I get because it's they want to... They come for the king, basically. They want that crown. But going after these, like, popular, beloved VTubers is fucking suicidal. But again, you know, we discussed that evil people aren't intelligent. Thank God. But, like, what... You're really going to try to bring down Dokibird? Really? Unless Dokibird commits a fucking crime, you're not getting people against her. You're never going to get people against her. You're never going to successfully rally people against fucking Dokibird. It's not happening. The fact that you even attempted it tells me you have subhuman intelligence. You are genuinely so stupid. I mean, you know, with the computer guy, that makes sense. You know, for the reasons that I stated before. But we're just dealing with a fucking brain trust over here. Like, no, if you want to... I mean, I shouldn't give these people ideas, but if you want to bring down somebody in order to raise your own clout, like, I mean, yeah, you may think that, oh, if I take down the big one, that'll really raise my clout. It's not going to work. Because no one's going to take you seriously. You bring down somebody that nobody fucking knows or cares about. And you get a little bit of clout here and there. I mean, let's be real, that's how a lot of quote-unquote based commentary channels that, you know, like I said, talk about did you hear what the liberals said today over Marvel Rivals footage? That's what they do. All those little liberals are all the little stepping stones they use for clout. You don't go after a fucking Dokibird. That is a fucking monolith. That is a towering obelisk that you are not knocking down. You absolute moron. What did you fucking think was going to happen? Did you really think the general public was going to go, oh wow, I can't believe Dokibird would do such a thing. I'm going to watch you instead. No, you idiot. Absolute fucking subhuman intelligence. That you should have some of your rights revoked. Like, you need caretakers. You shouldn't be out alone. You need to be treated like an Alzheimer's patient. Because you clearly have the same brain function. Holy shit. Yeah. So that was fucking pathetic. But again, what the fuck did you think was going to happen? Now you've given Dokibird a hard time. You made her go through some bullshit because you wanted a failed attempt to be special and have some clout. And you have, failed. And now everyone knows who you are in a negative light. And everybody knows to avoid your fucking dipshit ass. You absolute fucking mongoloid.
Well, see, and on top of everything else, like, a lot of people that follow VTuber drama knew about Cat Leente being an idiot. But now it's metastasized, and now everybody knows what an absolute moronic, brain-dead scumbag that she is. It's like, you know, I used the Sniper Wolf comparison, right? Because it's kind of the same thing. It's like, it's very low effort. People hand her stuff, And she just reads it uncritically, does no research whatsoever. And whenever she gets confronted with blatant lies, she just finds somebody else to blame. Great example is when she clickbaited. Now, to get this one. So a VTuber got their channel hacked. And they put in the title, completely unrelated to anything else, right? VTuber with cancer got hacked. They clickbaited somebody's cancer diagnosis.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
These people are fucking. VTubing, look, you did a mostly good job gatekeeping, VTuber community, not good enough. And this is one of those not good enough. These people shouldn't be anywhere near VTubing. They shouldn't want to be anywhere near VTubing. They shouldn't see VTubing as a means for clout. Yeah, I think you need to gatekeep a little fucking harder.
Well, see, this is the problem when you have like people like Hassan that are trying to like worm their way into VTubing.
Yeah.
VTubing
should have never gone to Twitch.
No,
Twitch
is the problem. Twitch is the great Satan.
Yes.
Twitch is 110% the problem. Dan Clancy is doing his damnedest to inject the same cancer, the same evil, the same disgusting slop into VTubing that's been injected in every other aspect of live streaming ever since Twitch became a thing. From the ruins of Justin.tv.
Yeah.
And this is what's happening. They are literally they are the cancer that's infecting everything. It all comes from Twitch. And that's why they punished Kirsche. Yeah. That's why they punished Kirsche. They just found an excuse to finally do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, VTubing should have never gone to Twitch. Should have never gone to Twitch. Like I said, there are some great, I've said before when I brought this up, I think last stream, there are some great VTubers on Twitch, to be sure. Some great VTubers on Twitch. They are the minority. Twitch is inundated with e-thoughts in anime avatars.
Yep.
And you look at like all the majority of VTuber drama, the majority of backstabbing mean girl bitches in VTubing, and
happens on Twitch.
Do they
Twitch streamers
fucking operate? Twitch. Stay away from Twitch. I'm thinking like maybe Fishman specifically the new Phase Invaders. He was specifically rescuing these girls from Twitch.
He made them all create YouTube channels.
Yeah, Mari, get out of Twitch. Get out of there. No, come over YouTube. Get over here. You don't want to get near Twitch. You don't want to get there. They got germs. They got worms. Get away from them.
And BC Walker in the chat's 100% right. He said e-girls would get Iron Mouse permabanned if they could. Yes, they would. They hate Iron Mouse. They see anytime that VTuber, that streamer popularity list pops up, and the number 1 or number 2 VTuber is always like Iron Mouse or another VTuber, they see. It makes them so mad when they see that.
Hurts their ego. They're supposed to have all this power over men, and it's.
That's why Pokimane tried to become a VTuber, because she's like, oh, all these anime girls are beating my ass. Okay, let me join in, and she was, roundly
BTFO'd.
mocked and BTFO'd.
Successfully gatekept.
Successfully gatekept.
Also, Yokai, for some reason, Kick is less toxic than Twitch, because Kick, you can be honest.
Yeah.
Like when you create a sanitized environment, it's always going to be full of fucking rats.
Rats and fake people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sanitization is killing the internet, man.
I like what Victus in the chat said. Kirsche was top 5 super chats in America on YouTube the whole time she was being canceled. Yeah. And see, this is what we're seeing with cancel culture now. Is that instead of them being able to successfully delete people's bank accounts, all they're doing is filling their coffers.
Can someone try to cancel us? Can we get a cancel?
Can we? Oh, don't worry. I get canceled every other week. Angry commies are trying to cancel me right now on Twitter as we speak because I said communists aren't people, and I guess they are communists. And they don't like being reminded that they don't have souls.
Oh shit! Can I get some of that? I'm gonna sell some comics.
I need to be better. I need to get better at shilling. It's like, hey, if you feel bad, I'm being canceled. I'm being canceled on Twitter. You got to give me money. Yeah, you got to be more popular first. Yeah, that's our problem. Maybe one day after, the 15,000th attempted cancellation, we'll finally be large enough to be like, I'm sad and being canceled. Please give me money.
I'm sad that I'm canceled.
The old Homestar Runner throwback there. I got canceled over a Homestar Runner reference once. Strange but true. I love whenever I quote something from like yesteryear of old internet, and you can just immediately tell like the people that weren't there for it. And they just like immediately have this, it's like the Inglorious Bastards holding up the three fingers moment, where they're just like, oh, you could just immediately tell it's like, you're not from around here. OMG Strongbad, yeah.
Dear Strongbad, how do you type with boxing gloves on? Do you take your boxing gloves off and mask before you go to bed? I don't know. Do you take your hands and face off before you go to bed? And if so, are you some kind of robot? And if so, what cool powers do you have? Do you use your powers for good or for awesome?
That's pretty good.
Bet nobody expected me to do a Strongbad impression in the middle of the podcast.
I still love that the creators of that show went to California to do cartoons. And then after working with the staff of Gravity Falls, they promptly fucking left California and went back to making Homestar Runner.
Yeah. It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah. Also, I fully credit Matt Chapman of Homestar Runner for the entire reason that Gravity Falls was actually funny. Because it was a good show, even if the people running it sucked ass.
Yeah. But, it was good in spite of that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I'm 100% convinced it was because of Matt Chapman. Because you think of like the funniest bits on Homestar Runner. I mean, the funniest bits on Gravity Falls, and you could just see that being in a Homestar Runner.
Well, you could feel the Homestar Runner vibe.
Yeah. Yeah. Like you could practice, like half of Grunkle Stan's best lines you can feel coming from Strongbad's mouth.
Yeah. It's beautiful.
But yeah, fuck these motherfuckers.
Yeah, back to the Doki Bird thing. Yeah, fuck these motherfuckers that are literally trying to slander Doki Bird while her dog is sick and accusing her of stealing charity money that she, even if she wanted to, in the hypothetical scenario where she was as like evil as the Niji sisters try to say she is, right? She wouldn't even be able to, because Tiltify sends the money directly to the charity. So even in this insane hypothetical situation, it wouldn't even be possible. And anybody worth their salt would do a bare modicum of research to know that. It's literally on their website. Yeah, so due to how emotionally charged the situation became, I chose to step away and let my team manage it more professionally. I was on a rare, long-awaited vacation at the time while also suffering from severe food poisoning and still trying to resolve the situation behind the scenes. This was well documented on stream and on social media. Yes, I do remember the Doki Bird 6 streams. Anyone who knows me knows I rarely take time off. This was a trip to Japan for my first LAN Apex event, which had been planned for months. Eventually, I worked with a new PC builder using my height case. I upgraded all the parts at my own expense and tried to spend nearly $10K to deliver what was promised. Unfortunately, Amazon canceled my parts order shortly before the winner's travel date, meaning we could no longer deliver the PC in time. At that point, the winner and I mutually agreed that I would send them $7.5K to build their own non-themed PC. We considered the matter resolved. So the only thing that matters in this entire situation was that Doki Bird talked to the person that won the contest. They agreed, yeah, just send me the money and I'll build my own PC. Done. Matter closed. That's the only thing that mattered in this entire scenario. The builder never delivered on anything they promised. They couldn't even send a video. They couldn't even send proof of life of this PC. Of course they were going to get cut out. And they deserved to be cut out. Because no business is going to sit there and be told, oh yeah, this costs $14,000. May I see it? No. No one's going to do that. Nobody's going to do that. So yeah, so here's her posting her Amazon here showing that she did in fact order all the parts. So 2 days later, the video was posted after the payment had already been made and the issue had been settled. The video description and pinned comment were edited after the fact to say I had paid the auction winner, but it falsely implied I only did so because of public pressure. That's simply not true. So, okay, so the video, May 14th, transaction date, May 11th. We got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
We got him.
That's it?
I can't do the rest of the joke.
Yeah.
It involves being very loud.
Yeah. I have it on my soundboard, but I'm not going to blow everybody's eardrums out at 3:44 in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, here it is. Doki says, I didn't screenshot anything from our conversations in the Discord group because I had hoped to resolve this privately without dragging it into the public eye. But in hindsight, that was naive. I've always tried to avoid public conflict, but now I'm being forced to defend myself from a one-sided narrative. The pain cuts deeper when I see people claiming I didn't want to pay because it was the most expensive item. That's not true. I've paid for other auction items valued even higher, and that is very true. Look, trying to accuse Doki Bird of not spending money is a little bit of a stretch, okay? You're saying that Doki Bird didn't want to extravagantly spend on something, okay? Just think about that for a minute. I love you, Doki Bird, but my God, you need somebody to manage your budget. But this is why we love her. I love my financially illiterate Oshi. It's like accusing a fat man of not wanting to eat. It's like accusing Fat Man from Metal Gear Solid 2 of not wanting to build bombs. I mean, come on. It's like if you've ever watched any Doki Bird content, you know that you have to stop her from buying the most expensive thing because she'll do it. And then she'll say, "Oh yeah, hey dragoons, I bought the thing," and then she'll laugh. It's just like, "Hey dragoons, and I may have paid a little bit too much for it, but it was so cool." It's like, Doki, what are you doing? That's like a recurring bit. It's like a recurring bit with Doki Bird and the dragoons. Is the dragoons are like, "Okay, Doki, you can buy the $10,000 thing, or you can buy the $6,000 thing, and it may have like one or two missing things." "No, I'm gonna spring for the $10,000 one, and I'm gonna tell you later after the fact. Promise you won't be mad at me." That's it.
Just know that your super chest to Doki Bird will go to finance some crazy fucking shit she did not have to spend all that money on.
Please finance Doki Bird. Please.
Doki Bird is the someone balanced my budget, my family is dying meme.
$6,000 on candles. It's the drill meme. I love Doki Bird, but she really does need an accountant to just be like, "Okay, don't do this. Don't do that." Says, for context, I've always tried to treat the artists I work with fairly. Fact check. True. Remember, the entirety of why she got fired from Niji Sanji is because she hired an artist to make the cup of coffee video, the last cup of coffee video. And she wanted to make sure that they got paid. That was the entire reason Niji Sanji crashed out at her. And she ended up paying that artist from her own money, with her own cash.
Yeah.
That's that. I mean, that's the whole thing. To accuse Doki Bird of trying to scam artists is bullshit. To just put it simply, it's bullshit. And people like Cat Liente know that it's bullshit. Sometimes I pay late because I'm overwhelmed or unwell, and as my community knows, I face numerous health and personal challenges lately, but I always pay. I've covered late fees, offered bonuses, and donated to artists in need. To now be accused of being manipulative or exploitative after everything I've given financially and emotionally is devastating. I'm not perfect. I get emotional. I talk from the heart, not always from a business-only place. And yes, I should have kept some personal matters out of the conversation. That's on me, but I'm only one person trying to keep everything afloat. To be called a manipulator or gaslighter when all I've done is try to fix things, learn, and grow is deeply unfair. This entire experience has broken my heart. This statement was not something I ever wanted to write, but after being repeatedly asked to say something and after having personal pain used for public drama, I felt exploited and I felt I had no choice. I hope this is the only time I'll have to speak on this. Moving forward, I will no longer be handling direct negotiations for my brand. I've learned that my emotional communication style makes me vulnerable to being misunderstood or misrepresented, and I don't want that to affect others. I hope people will take a moment to hear the full context, not just the most viral part of the story. Thank you to those who've shown patience, understanding, and support. Apologies for my break this week because I'm tired and all I want to do is spend time with my closest and only family right now, as my dog had just got home after surgery and rehabilitation. I'm still learning, I'm still healing, and I'm still trying to do better every day. And so that was Doki Bird's response to the slander from Cat Liente.
Yeah. Never. Around e-girls never relax or something like that.
Yeah,
Come up with your own punch.
For real. High school drama never ends. Yeah, that's what it is. A lot of this, even going back to like the Cinder drama, like it's just Mean Girls bullshit.
Yeah.
Like you think they would leave this stuff behind in high school, but unfortunately it was some of these people's peak. And so they always have to go back to it.
Well, you see, it's female arrested development. See, when men get arrested development, they get like aggressive and grug. You know, talk bad about me, I beat you up. Me no have self-control. When women have arrested development, they remain in high school because the only way that they still know to get social capital is through manipulating others. See,
right.
When you're an adult, you realize you get social capital by, making people like you, trust you, or accomplishing something. And social capital is more important for women than it is men. It's just how our brains are wired. And so when women have arrested development, when they're basically woman children, they're still playing this mean girl shit because that's how you do it, right? You got to play the game. Like, no, you don't. Even women that did that grow out of that because you realized, oh, that's a shitty thing to do. You don't try to be a social puppet master to up your own stock. It's not how it works. But you have these women, arrested development. They're not particularly intelligent. Like, you don't have women that do this that are smart and clever and cunning. No. It's midwit women. This is the female equivalent of the fucking meathead with no self-control. That's all it is. This is the female equivalent of the dude that's still got a buzz cut in his late 30s. Like, what you fucking say about me, boy? What'd you say? Let's go right now. You and me. Let's go. Let's go.
We're gonna throw some hands. We're gonna throw some hands. We're gonna throw some hands. Yeah.
Yeah. Don't you fucking say that about me? I'll fucking come fuck you up, man. Like, it's that guy, but female. That's what this is. And unfortunately, like, that guy, you deal with him quickly because his idiocy comes in a burst. These women, because they believe that they're manipulative puppet masters, it's this long, drawn-out shit that you got to deal with for weeks and weeks as they play this fucking dumb little game. And so that's if there's any way that women are worse than men, it's that they're adult children midwits make their low IQ your problem for a prolonged period of time. Or at least the low IQ man has the courtesy to make a jackass out of himself in a single incident that is over in a matter of minutes.
Yeah, because what do guys do when they're pissed at each other? They fight. They fight, they get it out of their system. Women will silently seethe and try to move chess pieces and manipulate people for decades.
Yeah. And fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you look at it, the women that do that are never good at it. Because if you were good at it, you would be intelligent enough to know not to do this. You'd be intelligent enough to be evolved enough to not have this behavior. The entire reason you're doing this in the first place is your low IQ. So you are doomed to failure from the start. You have roped yourself into a game you cannot possibly win. Ha 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 ha. Ha. Go fuck yourself. Nobody hurt me, that's just the truth. That's how it is. You see it play out around you all the time.
I think this is a perfect opportunity to segue into something a little more funny. let's pivot to video games now. We got two big, really major topics here. In this picture, you can see his smile and optimism gone.
Is this the Bungie thing?
This is the Bungie thing. As you know, I was a long time, and even before that, I was, epic Halo gamer. I was a long time Destiny and Destiny 2 player, legendarily so, to the point that people were like joking but not joking, saying they were going to stage an intervention to get me to stop playing Destiny 2. Which I haven't touched it since August. I need to get my challenge coin, right? I'm almost at a year. I get my year coin for being free from Destiny 2. But yeah. So Marathon is they're trying to do this extraction shooter Tarkov bullshit, because that's Bungie's latest get-rich-quick scheme, is we're going to have an extraction shooter set in the world of Marathon, even though it doesn't look a damn thing like Marathon. And it's very strange. They just basically hollowed out the IP and just are wearing it like a skin suit. So it turns out that the art style for Marathon deliberately uses stolen assets from an artist online. And it's so bad that they literally admitted the entire style of the game was formed around this stolen bits of art.
It's crazy. I saw some of the comparisons. It is fucking nuts, man.
Dude, I'm gonna go see if I can find it. But they admitted that they hid loss in their art, and somebody pulled up a screenshot from the game, from the alpha, and you could see the loss meme on the wall.
Now, to be fair, that I'm not losing any sleep over. I mean, fucking Faith, the Unholy Trinity, hid loss in there. I mean, it's just a thing. You just hide loss.
But it was but it's with the other art. It just shows that they stole the art verbatim and just reused it.
But the stuff from this guy, like, holy shit. Like, they stole everything from this dude's posters. Like, it's all over the place. Like, there's a couple of them that's like, if it was in isolation, I was like, you're crazy, right? Like, the two triangles.
Yeah.
It's fucking stupid.
They're just triangles, right?
Yeah. But then that, plus everything else, plus the exact, like, man, they chopped this guy's posters up so much that, like, even the letter J, you couldn't even type the letter J. You had to take it from this guy's poster? Are you fucking insane? You're just addicted to plagiarizing at that point. You couldn't even type the letter J. You had to get it from this guy. I'm aghast.
It's even crazier. It's even crazier because this isn't even the first time that Bungie has done this. There was a famous example of a poster that somebody made that was fan art, and Bungie straight up stole it and put it into the game without even asking at all.
Yeah, Bungie is basically like Obsidian. Like, all the people that made them who they are and made the things you love from that company are gone.
Yeah. They let all the smart people got out.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of new people continuing to use the name of people you love, but it is not them. Bungie is not Bungie. Bungie of today is not the Bungie that made Halo. Just like the Obsidian of today is not the Obsidian that made New Vegas. None of those people are still there.
Right. They left.
Yeah.
And they got out before everything went to shit.
Yeah. Yeah, now Bungie is just making, like, whatever the fuck Marathon is, full of stolen art assets and the ugliest art style you've ever seen since Concord.
Yeah.
Like, they're done.
Yeah, here it is. Luckily, Victus had it in his tweets here. I found it almost immediately. Yeah. So this is the stolen art. The left one is the one that was in game, and the right one was the one that the person made.
Oh my god.
I mean, it's just straight up stolen.
You know what this reminds me of? Remember Incarnate?
Oh, you're talking about the who is it? Is Gene Simmons' son?
Nick Gene Simmons. Yeah, Nick Simmons. Yeah.
Yeah, just traced over Bleach.
Bleach and a couple other things, and even like he got a monster off a DeviantArt image.
Yeah.
He stole a triangle. Who steals a triangle?
Who steals the triangles? Yeah.
Yeah, this is like Incarnate, like, but a AAA gaming company.
Yeah, owned by Sony.
Yeah, he ripped off. No, he didn't rip off JoJo. That was a different comic that ripped off JoJo entirely. Even the term stand.
I see a resemblance. I think I'm just seeing things. So here is the artist. So this is some of their stuff here. So like you can see like they kind of chopped it up and just kind of put it everywhere.
Yeah, the Aleph thing.
Yeah, like in a vacuum, some of the stuff like the upwards and downwards triangles. Yeah, that's pretty common. You know, you see that everywhere. But then it's more complicated stuff like those particular symbols all together.
Yeah, the ones in the squares.
Yeah. From Marathon Press Kit. Yeah, and you can see where they had like literally copied the stuff that he created and just threw it in there. I mean, it's crazy that Bungie did this, and now they're coming back and they're trying to be like, oh, well, you know, it was totally an accident. It was somebody that worked here, and they don't work here anymore, conveniently.
Yeah.
And there's tons more.
We only brought this to your attention. We only brought it to your attention now that you're mad about it.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I found it. I finally found the loss. Here it is. I finally found it. I was looking everywhere for this. Here we go. This is the tweet of all time. So this was June 4th, 2024. I hid loss in my design 6 years ago and nobody caught on. Here from the future.
Oh,
if anyone doubts the theft of your art, this also confirms it. And there it is.
Oh, I see why they're talking about loss now. The fucking guy hid it.
He hid it in a piece of his art, and there it is.
They stole the fucking loss they hid in his art.
Bungie plagiarized loss. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. You just can't.
Jesus Christ.
I sent you the stolen Nerf gun. Oh yeah, and the Ace of Spades Nerf gun. Somebody had come up with a design for the Ace of Spades Nerf gun, like a style. And they just Bungie just straight up stole it without crediting the artist that like designed their take on it.
Oh, by the way, real quick, somebody asked, Faith had loss. Yeah, in chapter 3, where you get dragged into the hospital basement by the freaky monster thing, and you're strapped to a bed. The room that you're taken to, the blood on the curtains, one of them, the blood is in the shape of loss. And I believe that's also where you have to hide from the monster. Yeah, you have to hide behind loss.
Yes, this is Tofu Bunny on Twitter says, so the Nerf Ace of Spades directly lifts a commission I did in 2015. This is not similar or a coincidence. You can see my same brushstrokes and scratches and smudges. Oh yeah, look at that. Yeah, that's pretty 1-to-1.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, man. Like these aren't things that are like common designs, so you can think, oh well, it's like parallel thinking. You know, like a lot of comedians when they say, oh, so and so stole so and so's joke, and it's like the setup of their joke is the same or something like that, or just they're telling the same idea. You know, it's like, well, you can attribute that to parallel thinking, or you know, maybe he heard his joke in a comedy act and forgot, and just kind of in the back of his head, you know, it influenced him or something like that. But no, this is like 1-to-1 unique designs.
Yeah, things like brush strokes are pretty self-evident. Like if it's a really simple thing, then it's, you know, it's like, well, you know, a brushstroke is a brushstroke. But when it's
also like
everything and it's that consistent, and the cracks are in the exact same place. I mean,
yeah, and like the upside down spade with a circle in it, that's not a common design. And in the same spot, and then the stripe on the case, and like the other stripe, like, and then the placement of the Ace of Spades, like, it's, good God, man, like, what the fuck were you thinking? And it's not even like, you could say something like, oh, this is an homage, right? Like, I made a gun to look like this other gun, you know, as an homage or something. But this isn't really an homage. Like, this is, an homage is like, you know, like if they made a gun shaped like the Emperor from JoJo or something. Like, oh, it's a nod to JoJo. No, this is a design you took, that someone made on something, and you took his design and you used it somewhere else. You didn't credit him. And you didn't even put something in your design to allude to the original so that people could go, oh, well, they're homaging this. This is disgusting. This is worse than a lot of plagiarism I've seen in the past. Because, like, the other plagiarism, like, has some kind of... Usually when someone does plagiarism in a commercial product, there's some kind of attempt to mask it. Like, they would take these, maybe, stripes and put them in different places. And not use the fucking upside-down Ace of Spades with a circle in it. And not put the same thing, like, same little edge on the butt of the gun. Jesus Christ.
You wouldn't download a Nerf gun, would you? Beautiful. Speaking of nerfed, since that's a great place to pin the Bungie discussion here. I guess we'll see how they respond, especially because they're in a lawsuit over the claim that they stole the Red War and the Red Legion from a science fiction author, which, by the way, that gets to proceed to discovery now. Because, and this is funny, this is the greatest irony of all. So, when Destiny 2 released its Beyond Light expansion, they decided to upgrade the entire game to a new engine. In doing so, they decided that they were going to scrap large chunks of the original game because they didn't want to spend the time upgrading all of that old stuff to the new engine. So they made this stupid decision to sunset all of the content from the launch of the game through the first year. So the base game and the first 2 expansions were sunset. All the content was removed from the game. And all the seasons from that content were also removed from the game. So base Forsaken, which was the first major expansion, was left in the game, but the seasons for it, they got rid of those. So you couldn't play any of that content anymore. You couldn't play any of the content from the base game at launch, which included the Red Legion invasion and all that stuff. Well, as it turns out, because Bungie sunset all of that stuff in the game, the court found that YouTubers' videos of that content didn't satisfy the requirement to prove anything that Bungie was saying. It was literally inadmissible as evidence in their favor. So the judge basically slapped them in the face and said, no, this proceeds to discovery now. You can't submit anything else. Do not pass go. Proceed directly to discovery. So Bungie, instead of getting this case dismissed outright, now they actually have to go through the actual trial. Yokai in the chat says the worst part is Destiny 2 Red Legion captaining was the most generic sci-fi story that I ever played. It really was.
Couldn't even steal something good.
Couldn't even steal something good, yeah. Literally. So Bungie charging you full price and then stealing that content away so you can never play it again has spectacularly backfired, and they deserve it so much. They have earned this L. And I, as a longtime Destiny 2 player, I have to say, good.
Bungie
you get
kinda,
what you
I said,
fucking deserve.
They're like Obsidian. It's like a ship of Theseus thing with video game companies. Like, are they the same company if you get rid of everybody that did all the good things and
replace them with pronoun people?
Yeah.
Pronoun Americans, yeah.
They're a dev of Theseus.
Yeah, exactly. So let's move on to something that's more in your now we've gone through my wheelhouse. Yeah. Now it is time to go through your wheelhouse.
My wheelhouse, yes.
And we will start with Capcom. We're gonna start with Capcom because they just released Capcom Fighting Collection 2, which contains a game that's near and dear to your heart.
Yes.
Yes, Capcom versus SNK.
CVS2.
CVS2.
SNK2, yes.
Yep. And
go ahead. I'll listen.
Right out of the gate, censored to hell. And that's not even the worst part of it.
Yeah, they censored I think something from like an entire ending in Power Stone, one of the Power Stone games. Has a whole chunk of it cut out. Yeah, modern fucking Capcom. Not only that, but just to pour the cherry on top of this incompetence. So this has nothing to do with the censorship, but getting up to what I said there and that little tweet you scrolled up to. So in Capcom vs. SNK 2, ranked match, the matches that are supposed to be the super serial sweaty matches that mean something.
Right.
They force you to play the CVS2 EO, which was the update for consoles. Now, most people in tournaments, for those of you that don't know fighting games, walk with me here. Let me take you on a journey, a little story, and you'll understand why this is absolute peak retardation. Even the most fighting game illiterate people will see, oh my god, is Capcom staffed by special needs children? Which they might be. So the Capcom vs. SNK 2 EO was an update for consoles, and most people don't play it because they removed a glitch that is often used in competitive play called roll canceling. Roll canceling lets you glitch any of the grooves that give you the ability to roll, do an invincible dodge roll. If you played Smash, it's got the same thing. And take that invincibility and give it to a special move. So let's say I want to do reuse Fireball, and I want to roll cancel it, so I do quarter circle forward, and then I quickly press the 2 buttons to roll and then punch. And that makes the fireball, the Hadoken, have the invincibility of a roll. So everything's a reversal. Now, this didn't really make the top tiers cheap. What this did is let the low tiers compete with the top tiers. So I understand why people were upset that that was gone. But EO did make balance changes. So it nerfed the top tiers and it buffed the low tiers. Not massively, not like a modern balance patch, but it helped. It leveled the playing field. And it made some really good changes to a lot of the grooves, which you pick a groove before you start the match, and it's like, what kind of meter and mechanics do you want? It's like pulled from different Capcom and SNK games. And in the original, there's like maybe 2 or 3 grooves that you ever use. Like, you never touch the rest of them. And then EO balanced them, so you have more options. So I can understand why they'd pick the EO version for ranked. Like, you can choose the version you play, EO or the original arcade, in like other matches, but not in the serious ranked mode. And I can understand why. It's the more current version. It gets rid of glitches. It's got the rebalancing. It gives you more options with grooves. Okay. But for some reason, I don't even know, they would have had to go out of their way to do this, to fuck this up. The EO balance changes to the grooves are there, but not to the fucking characters. So the top tiers are just as busted in the arcade release. The bottom tiers are just as bad as the arcade release. And now they don't even have the glitch to help them compete with the top tiers. And I don't even know how you do that. You just import the fucking EO version into the game.
I'm just stunned.
How do you do this this half-finished version?
Really half-assed.
If it was the regular EO version, that would make sense. Like, yeah, you don't have your roll canceling, that sucks. But hey, they did buff the bottom tiers. Cool. So you do at least have that. So it's like a meeting you halfway kind of thing, and you have more options with the groove. Like, C groove is actually usable. Because you can, like, in the original arcade version, you can't cancel from a special to a super. In C groove. Can't do it. Now you can. In EO. Great. Awesome. Opens up more options for combos and shit. More use for that. Great. Why would you not include the character? How do you even do that? How do you do that? And that's not even the worst part. The worst part is in ranked. The version that, again, matters. It's where you have a score and your rank increases. It's the sweaty mode where you play for serious. The bosses are available to play. The fucking boss characters, which means you can go onto ranked and just play Shinakuma and God Rugal on a team together. Now, you might be saying, well, I don't play video games. I guess that's because bosses are really strong, right? Gator, I'm going to send you a video.
Okay.
I want you to play this video. I'm going to put it on stream chat. This is what you can do in ranked mode.
I'm looking at the text here. Shin Akuma's double air fireball.
Watch this. This is not hard to do, by the way. You can do it in ranked now.
Oh my god.
It just keeps going. It just keeps going.
It doesn't stop.
Justin Wong made a video. Justin Wong made a video today, released today, of him just mocking random people in ranked using the bosses. He doesn't even play the bosses. They're not his main. No one mains the bosses. They're banned.
They're supposed to be.
They're banned for a fucking reason. The supposed balancing factor to the bosses is they have less health than everyone else, especially Shinakuma, who you can kill him in like one combo. He has like no health, but he has fucking every option in the game. He can just neutral jump, double fireball, and you can't get near him. Fucking Justin Wong does that at one point in the video if you look it up on YouTube. He just locks a Cammy in the corner by doing jump double fireball over and over again until they die from chip damage. And you could just do that in ranked. Fucking ranked. God Rugal. Yeah, but say a competitive game you can play as the boss of Blaze, but it's not the only one, but usually if you can play the boss in a competitive game, that's because the boss, when you play as them, is toned down. So that they're normal. The only way, literally the only way these bosses are toned down in CVS2 is they're given low health. That doesn't fucking matter when you have Shinakuma's infinites and God Rugal's entire fucking kit, where you can't even get near him because he has a giant invincible genocide cutter.
I see this. So Capcom
reflector.
thought it was okay to allow boss characters for ranked matches. Oh.
Yes. With a screwed port. Look at the damage.
Oh my
Look
God.
at the damage he did.
Good lord.
Oh. Yo, Iori combos are so sick. What's up, everybody? This is Justin Wong, and we're back.
If you skip to like, I think they're on the middle. I think around the middle, where he locks down a Cammy. I can't remember where it is, but it's like he just gets a Cammy in the corner with Shin. There it is. Oh no, it's Chun-Li. Yeah, you had it. Yeah.
Oh my God.
There it is. There it is.
Yeah, there it is.
Equalizer.
This is legal and ranked.
God.
Bro. Yo, silence
Yep.
go. Oh, that. God damn.
Yeah, you can see just how low health he had because he still had a
Yeah.
Yeah. So look how much health he has here.
Bro.
Yeah.
Yo.
Like he's got
That's how much health he.
yeah, that's how much health he has.
Yeah, that's a chunk.
One punch,
Died
just
one hit.
a regular
Yeah.
punch from Sagat.
Yeah. Yeah. Shinakuma especially has super low health. To quote unquote balance the fact that he has everything and can do all that fucking cheesy ass shit. Look at this Orochi Iori joke. Orochi Iori, for those who don't know, is just Iori, but all of his shit is cranked to 11 and he's hella fast.
The level 3 goes.
That's crazy. That's so like what possessed them to release the game in this state? That's what I want to know.
So this is what you get from Capcom fighting, and CVS2 is the game. CVS2 and Power Stone are what people are buying this collection for.
Right.
Your CVS2 port, it's censored.
Money, yeah, Hornelius is right. Yeah.
It's censored. The serious gameplay ranked matches, that's the one you're going to want to play, is littered with boss characters and a broken version of the EO release. Eat my entire asshole. And if you want to buy the collection for Power Stone, great. Power Stone is there. It's not fucked with, except for the fact that one of the endings is too spicy. I don't even remember what it was that they had to get rid of because there's like breasts on screen or something. I'm surprised they didn't give Rouge a fucking bigger top or something, but
Yeah, that would probably track.
yeah. So I guess thanks for not doing that.
Thanks for not going all the way there.
Yeah. That's what I'm just sticking to City of the Wolves. An actual fucking good game. I mean, CVS2 is a good game. CVS2 got me into fighting games seriously, but like, I also acknowledge that I've kind of moved on. I feel like I moved on from CVS2. I kind of want to go back to it, but like, man, so much better shit is out there. Especially when I went full down SNK, and it's like, oh, CVS2 is just Street Fighter with SNK characters in it and a groove system. I can't do cool KOF shit in this game. It's just kind of like punch punch super, punch punch combo, punch punch move. It's like I can't do cool like KOF 98. Get him with a low counter with Geese. He sends him flying across the stage, and then I cancel that into a fucking dash super where he goes rocketing across the fucking screen to catch him,
right?
Like fucking LeBron James with a human body catching him mid-court to beat the shit out of with a deadly rave. I can't do that cool shit. No, I just gotta jump in, punch punch super.
Exactly.
This is like Capcom versus SNK was just Capcom advertising SNK to Capcom players. Like, hey, these other guys are way cooler. Unless like, except for the people that say Akuma is their favorite fighting game character are the kind of people that unironically read Baki the Grappler, and their favorite character is like angry, antisocial karate man.
Right.
My favorite guy is the guy in the karate gi that scowls. That's the best character ever. Serious martial artsman. Like, yeah, okay, if that's your favorite, then Capcom's your jam. Otherwise, SNK's right over there. They got the good shit.
Yeah, I like this comment in the chat from
Have you seen
Yokai.
Regal?
Capcom is no longer a video game company. They are just a corpo that makes games as a side gig.
Yeah. I mean, you just compare playing Street Fighter 6 to City of the Wolves. Like, did I go on this rant last time? Did I show the throw loop tournament match?
I believe you did, yes.
Yeah, it was like fucking the fight grand finals was just walk up throw, walk up throw, walk up throw. It's grand finals, bro. It's throw loops and drive rush. Street Fighter 6 is a fucking mess. Yeah, like even if you like, and also SNK is still the last fighting game company that still has hot chicks being hot. No safe horny, you know? It's like, oh, we can show tits, but it has to be Marissa's tits. No. Jenny is out here fucking wobbling everywhere.
And Mai. Don't forget Mai.
Yeah, no, Mai is the famous one, but if you play City of the Wolves, Jenny is giving Mai a run for her money.
Oh, yeah.
Until Mai does her super.
Yeah, Mai is actually not the titillation in this game.
Yeah, because she's supposed to be older. Like she's in her 30s now. This is like 10 years after the main Fatal Furies. So,
and
like,
she's married to Andy now, right?
I don't know if she's married to him. In KOF, they're together. I don't know if they're.
But they're
couple
definitely
in Fatal
like.
Fury.
Yeah.
Yeah, they might be a couple.
They might be. I feel like they're a couple at this point in the timeline, but
probably, yeah. I don't think it's been confirmed. Maybe it'll be confirmed when Andy comes out and we get his story mode.
Yeah.
I feel like that would be the place to do it. But in KOF they're a couple. So like, obviously she ain't gonna be doing the. Like I said, she's older now. She ain't gonna be flaunting it like she used to. But now we have B Jenny, who has a counter where she assumes the position.
Right.
She has a counter where she beckons, and if you hit her, she swings around and whacks you with her ass. Just plants her hands on her thighs and sticks her ass out. Meanwhile, Capcom is uglifying all their characters, and SNK is having the ass counter.
God bless
even if you
SNK.
like your big, yeah, that's bless the Saudis, man. That's why they're doing it. They got that Saudi money. They don't need Larry Fink's money.
Yeah, exactly. And
now they got this there's this weird narrative going on now with City of the Wolves where people are trying to say it failed.
Yeah, I'm actually that's my next topic here because I saw this big narrative where because they're like replacing the CEO or whatever, he's like stepped down, and they're like, wow. Yeah. Fatal Fury must have sold like no copies. I guess they shouldn't have put real people in there and made their game suck. That's literally the FGC narrative.
Yeah, I think a lot of that comes from sour grapes because they're pushing. It's very Street Fighter loyalists. You've got the fact that SNK, they don't kowtow, and the fact that this Saudi money and the money they're putting in for these championships is a real threat to a lot of TO hegemony, because you're not going to give a fuck if you're banned from Frosty Faustings or Combo Breaker or whatever for Wrong Think if you can go to the SNK World Championship where they don't give a fuck and they've got a prize pool of $1 million. Who fucking cares?
Right.
If Frosty Faustings banned you for saying trans women aren't women or whatever, and then yeah, but I can go to this SNK World Championship and win life-changing money. Who fucking cares?
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's a part of it. And also, I think there's also bitterness at the marketing because they marketed hard to normies. Like, they really wanted to market to people that have never touched a fighting game. I mean, they had that shit at WrestleMania. They put fucking Ronaldo in the game. They put, they had the whole thing in Times Square with I Show Speed. Like, they were pushing this to the general audience. And I think there are FGC people that are like, no, wait a minute, this is for us. We're supposed to be the ones Like, you can't gatekeep that. Like, that's massive. And there's a weird narrative going on of whether or not it sold well. Like, it was one of the highest selling games on Steam in April, but the Steam charts, people are posting weird, conflicting Steam charts. Like, it's not huge. The numbers aren't huge, but this is a game with crossplay in a series that typically does better, like KOF and fighting games, 2D fighters typically do better on consoles. People posting low sales in Japan, but Japan's been having low sales for fighting games in general. Harada, the guy behind Tekken, talked about, like, Japan makes 3% of Tekken sales. 3% of the sales of fucking Tekken is Japan. And he's talked about there's a fighting game schism in Japan going right now. It's like Street Fighter is all they care about over in Japan right now. And, like, so the Japanese sales numbers aren't really indicative. And you got the Steam charts, which aren't great, but it's not a bomb. Like, it's consistent. But this game's got crossplay, so you don't have to get a Steam copy if you want to play people on PC. You can play on whatever system you want, and you can play with everybody on all the copies, on all the platforms. So we don't have console numbers. We don't have regional. The only thing I think this game is, like, kind of fucked on is they're not doing regional pricing. SNK's done regional pricing with every game up until City of the Wolves. Why is that a problem? Because this game is now prohibitively expensive in regions where SNK does really well. Like, say, I don't know, Latin fucking America. Do you know how much City of the Wolves cost in Latin America? Like, the equivalent of dollars? It's equivalent to, like, $120 in Latin American countries. Do you want to pay $120 for a fucking fighting game? Probably not. So if anything is hurting this game, it's that. But there's all this other shit. It's fucking weird smoke and mirrors. Like, we're getting reports that the game's physical copies are sold out in stores, but then the Steam charts, but then the CEO leaving, but that doesn't, you're not going to lose a CEO over one game, and you don't lose a CEO that quickly. This is something that's probably been in the works for months. But the Japan sales, well, Japan's not buying fighting games right now. Are you going to say Tekken is a failure? You're going to try to make that argument? Like, they're screwing up royally. They've botched their game in a historic fucking way. But in terms of sales numbers, fuck no. But it didn't sell well in Japan. So there's a lot of weird, sketchy shit with this narrative around City of the Wolves right now. And I have a feeling there's ulterior motives behind it. I think it's the marketing is how dare you with the normie marketing. And it's the fact that SNK, like the Saudi money they're pumping into esports, because Saudi's really getting into esports. Like, Saudi is making more money right now in entertainment than they make on oil. Think about that. Right now, it's good on them. They've realized, hey, oil, we can't just rely on oil. So they've gotten big into the entertainment industry, and it's doing dividends. And now they're pumping all that Saudi money into SNK is Saudi's pet game dev. Yeah, look at that price in Brazil. Like, so they're having these like the SNK World Championship. All of these SNK titles have huge prize pools. The first place winner of City of the Wolves gets $1.5 million.
Holy shit. That's more than life-changing money. That's life-shattering money.
So, again, you think about that. And if this is the new norm, do you think, these TO... Technicals had a whole video talking about this with what they did to hacks in the Smash scene.
Yeah, that was a good video.
Fighting
and they're still seething about that, by the way.
Oh, yeah. I would recommend everybody watch that, by the way. I think it's a story that needs to be told. Even if you don't give a shit about Smash or fighting games, you need to see what's going on. Like, what happened to this guy? He ended up killing himself over what was done to him.
Yeah, and it's once again, it's also very relevant to the stuff we've talked about tonight with, them attempting to cancel Kirsche and cancel Dokibird. Because, this is the end game of all of these sick freaks. This is what they want. I mean, Invented literally wanted Dokibird to die.
They want you dead.
Anna Valens literally wanted Kirsche to die.
This is a religious crusade to these people.
Yeah,
if you do not adhere
Armchair
to their
Expert
faith,
said,
you need
it's
to
a
die.
moral crusade.
Yeah, a literal crusade. Like, that's what they want. They want the non-believers driven under their heel. And I feel like that is motivating some of this. Because, like, SNK World Championship is, like, it's wiping the Capcom Cup's ass. Like, it's wiping its ass with the Capcom Cup. Like, it which is a better way to put it. Like, you look at the prize pool for Capcom Cup. Look at the prize pool for the SNK World Championship. What's Capcom going to do? You think Capcom's going to compete with Saudi money? Saudi has an infinite money cheat. Saudi Arabia has an infinite money cheat. SNK is owned by the Saudi weeb prince. Not some conglomerate. They're not taking some money from Larry Fink to get a Larry Fink check to make sure they've got enough minorities and the women aren't too pretty. No, they've just got infinite Saudi money to have big-boobed women fight with their asses for $1.5 million. There's no competing with that. Now, as an SNK fan, I'm very smug. Because as far as I see it, SNK is winning. Their game is objectively better from a gameplay standpoint, from a character standpoint even, from everything standpoint. The only thing Capcom has over SNK is single-player content, and that really only matters in the first 2 months. Who is playing Street Fighter VI's World Tour today? Fucking nobody. Who gives a shit? That mood sucks. But you can run around the city. Whoopity fucking do. Like when I am in a match with somebody, the gameplay in City of the Wolves is fucking transcendent. The gameplay in Street Fighter 6 makes me want to fucking kill myself. Oh, you grab. Oh, great. More grab loops. Oh, cool. Oh, drive rush? Fucking neutral? Great. No, this is a great game. Fantastic. Oh, people are playing Street Fighter 6. Kind of because they have to, but no one's happy about it. Except for Japan. Japan fucking loves it. Fucking Hololive VTubers are playing the shit out of Street Fighter 6. And while I'm glad they're getting into fighting games, it's like, City of the Wolves is over there. It's right over there. You could be free. Be free. You don't have to get drive rush throw looped all day. You could just go play City of the Wolves. It has real neutral and defensive options. You can do cool shit. Like, look, hold on. Where's that clip? Where's that clip of the cool shit you could do in City of the Wolves? I retweeted it. Let me scroll down. Because this one guy that's like there's a lot of like high-level fighting game people that are just gone in on City of the Wolves because $1.5 million is a lot of fucking money. Yeah, here we go. Auto Matok. This guy has been playing a fucking insane T-Zoc, and right now T-Zoc is the worst character. So when T-Zoc gets buffed, this guy's gonna be a monster. Look at this shit. This is the cool shit you too can do in City of the Wolves that you can't do in something like Street Fighter 6.
Now let's pull this up here. I'm gonna pause that real quick. All right, here we go. Oh, that was beautiful.
And that's that.
He tried to Keelik him to death, and it immediately backfired.
Yeah, so to give you an idea of the skill required here, right? Like, so when you see hyper defense, what that means is you hit forward right at the end of your block stun, and it immediately ends blocking and lets you attack. So rapid hit moves are dangerous against good people, because if they've got that split-second timing, right after that last hit, they can say, fuck you, and hit you. He hyper-defensed out, but like, oh, this isn't my time. Just defend, you hit blocking, right? It's kind of like parry in Street Fighter 6. I mean, Street Fighter 6. Street Fighter 3, the way it works in Street Fighter 3, but it's more intuitive. Because that one you had to hit forward to block. This one you hit block back right before the attack hits. You get a just defend. If you get just defend, you get healed, and you have less block stun. If you look at the guy's health, the T-Zoc's health, you can see it go up a little bit with every one of those little just defended. Like, so he's healing himself, and just defend, you have less block stun. So he goes right out of that, in those rapid hits, into a fucking 360 command grab. That wasn't just a quarter circle. This motherfucker did a whole circle on his fucking stick. Out of that fucking just defend in a fucking split second. This game gives you cool shit if you're good at it. This game says like it rewards you spending hours in the lab by you basically through sheer force of fucking will unlock the hypest shit you've ever seen in your life. Whereas in Street Fighter 6, you press 2 buttons to make your character turn green and run fast, and then you press 2 buttons to grab, and there's the entire fucking video game.
That entire sequence, 7 seconds. 7 seconds. Like, just imagine like how fast you have to be to do these inputs.
Yeah. Like this shit scares me that there are people that could do this. But this game, like, if you're, it lets you weaponize your fucking skill in a way a fighting game should, or a way any competitive video game should. So I say, like, right now, SNK is making objectively better playing games. The fighting game, they're better balanced. Not perfectly balanced, but they work on it. Better balance, better characters, better gameplay, better options. Oh god, we got to talk about the Guilty Gear leaks before we go. Holy shit.
Yes.
It's just, and not only do they have better games, now because they got that Saudi money, and God bless the Saudi weed prince, I love that man for buying SNK. And he's just, he saves video game companies and kills journalists. Like, what's not to love?
Right?
But you have a better game with immense prize money. So fuck the Capcom Cup, fuck Frosty Faustings, fuck Combo Breaker, fuck all these fucking tyrannical TOs banning you because you have the wrong politics, and you're not telling this obvious man in a dress with a lantern jaw that he's the prettiest lady you've ever seen. Like, because you're not doing that, they can ban you, and ooh, look at all the power we have, and then here comes fucking Saudi Arabia to say, lol, Lamal, money. And
Bottom
now you have nothing.
Lol Lamal bottom text.
Yeah, lol money bottom text. And call me a conspiracy theorist, maybe I am, but I have a feeling that is driving a lot of this need for City of the Wolves to fail for a lot of the FGC.
Yeah,
because there's a lot of like coalesced power from these very weak little weasels in the TO. Like, TOs aren't people. They're the fighting game equivalent of journalists. They're
exactly.
not people.
100%.
If you want an example, go watch the hacks video.
Yeah, because it'll show you the kind of stuff they put hacks through.
Yeah. And Saudi said, lol, what's a TO? Here's money. Just more money. Here's a funny DJ. Which, by the way, more reason to love SNK. I talked about this last time. They introduced me to Salvatore Ganacci. I know he's my number 2 in City of the Wolves. God, I fucking love Salvatore Ganacci. So, like, they make better fighting games, and their tournament, they have their own tournaments. SNK does sponsor esports events themselves, and they advertise it for you. So if you want to run a tournament for SNK games, you just call SNK up and say, hey, we want to run a tournament for SNK games. They'll say, okay, here's what we expect of you. Don't do this. Don't do this. We'll send you a shitload of material. We'll send you a pool for prize money. It's not going to be $1 million, but they're going to send you a little something. They're going to send you advertising materials, stuff you can hang up, and then they'll advertise you on the SNK site. And then they have big major events. Oh, the Capcom Cup. Oh, we had to ban Infiltration from the Capcom Cup because him and his wife had a fight. And then, lol, the Capcom Cup, what's that? SNK World Championship, $1.5 million. I pee in the Capcom Cup. I use the Capcom Cup to take to my doctor for my drug test. Fuck the Capcom Cup. So I have a feeling that might be motivating some of this. Before we go, though, if you want to talk about fighting game foobars,
this might be the biggest fuck up of all time ever. You know, it's one thing to accidentally leak like your DLC characters, you know, because that happens a lot with fighting games, because people will like data mine it, and they'll find like bits of code, be like, oh, they're adding, you know, so and so, they're adding Akuma, you know, in the next expansion, they're adding, you know, they're adding Geese, you know, stuff like that.
It's how we learned about who the bosses were in City of the Wolves, through the beta data mining. It's like, Fallen Rock, what is this?
Right. What typically doesn't happen is the entire source code for your entire engine doesn't get leaked. That's kind of a new one.
Yeah, we're still awake. We're almost done though. But yeah, the entire fucking so you can make your own Guilty Gear Strive without all the identity politics
With blackjack
bullshit.
and hookers.
Yeah, you can make blackjack and hookers. Guilty Gear Strive.
You can give Bridget back his penis.
Like, could you make a game out of this and sell it? Like, I mean, like, would it? I guess it would be illegal, right?
It would
But,
probably
like,
be very highly illegal, but you definitely could
Yeah.
do it. You could, and
could you make a freeware game with this?
well, you could, but you'd have to be very careful because they're going to cease and desist the shit out of you. It would be one of those
Could
things.
you perhaps, even more likely, could you perhaps use this as a basis for your own engine, like build your own engine off the bones of Strive's engine?
You'd
Like,
still,
oh, we know how you do all your graphic stuff now. We can crack it open and replicate it. We can reverse engineer your engine.
you would have to do so in a way that doesn't contain any of the like pre-existing code. Like you would have to make it so difficult for them to prove that you stole it that they would lose in court when comparing the two source codes.
Well, I mean, it's not even just that. Like I said, you could reverse engineer it. You could find out, like, Guilty Arc System Works has such pretty graphics. Well, now you can learn how they do it. You can replicate it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a boon to people that are trying to make those style of fighting games because now they've literally got the keys to the kingdom. They can see some of the proprietary code and how it works. And so if they want to make their own game using, not ripping it directly, but using it kind of as an inspiration,
You don't
now
have to,
they
you can
have
Control C, Control V, but you can look and reference, you know? It's like, you know, if you're an artist and I need a picture of a hillside to have a good reference of what a hillside looks like. Oh, I pull one up. Well, you can do that here. I need to get how you do them anime zooms and shit. Let me pull up the Guilty Gear Strive source code. I mean, Yokai says they don't have a patent. That's true, but it is stolen company material. So it is like I wouldn't recommend. But you could definitely do some shit now, and you could definitely mod the fuck out of the game. And like I said, I think a lot of developers could crack this shit open now and learn how the porridge is made and replicate some things that they might like from Strive. You know, I like those panning shots and the way they do like perspective that looks like a drawing, but it's in 3D. How they do that? Well, you can learn exactly how they do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great tool for
yourself easier.
It's a great tool for people that are like getting into developing games of their own and they want to make a game very similar. Like you can see the how they do it. And so it's a boon for like indies that want to make their own games and kind of use it as inspiration. I don't think it's not really gonna harm ArcSys at all because, you know, people are still gonna pay for that shit.
Well, here's the thing. This also leaked a lot of their shit too, including unannounced game files, the entire new season of content coming up. People are able to try out that fucking because they got the girl from Cyberpunk Edge Runners they're adding into the game to try to give it relevance again, which is hilarious.
Oh yeah, yeah, I did see that.
Yeah, and she's in there. She's like clearly unfinished because obviously they haven't finished her in house in ArcSys, but she's in there. They found more shit in there, of more shit to come.
I'll tell you, you can tell that ArcSys has gone just a little woke because if they wanted to print money, instead of Lucy, they'd have put Rebecca in the game. that would have printed money.
Yeah. But well, no, ArcSys is. I mean, they're so far gone. Between the ESG shit they're doing, their obvious pandering they're doing to Western modern
literally
audiences.
Murdering Bridget's entire backstory just because of woke pronoun people.
Like the entire character arc of that character, like his entire fucking. The whole point, like he wanted to be more manly because he was forced to be a girl. And here's the thing, that's only overseas. In Japan, he's still treated like a boy.
Yeah.
Like even all material saying like she or my true self as a girl, English only.
English only. It's a localization. It's just a localization that they pretend is official because they have to, because they've been told if the woke alphabet people come for you, you have to say, no, this is the story, because because they can't read Japanese, so they're too stupid to know. So you have to say, no, this is the story. Bridget has always been a girl.
Well, also Ishiwatari is kowtowing to a lot of that. I mean, they made Testament of a them.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's and he looks like fucking something right out of Tumblr, like one of their fucking Broadway musicals that are a little edgy, but not too edgy. Did you watch Dr. Horrible? Oh my god. Yeah, that kind of thing. It's Guilty. I think someone put it best. It was so perfect. Guilty Gear is sticking to its roots in metal. But Strive is the point where the metal band sells out and starts making crap. Strive is Guilty Gear's Saint Anger.
I saw that tweet. It killed me. I was like, oh shit. And it's like, they're not wrong.
I don't know if you've heard the songs in Guilty Gear Strive, because all the character themes have vocals in this game, which you think would be cool.
Yeah, you said it was like them just basically aping Halloween, and I was like, yeah, no. Now that I've heard,
historically, he's been aping Halloween, like since the beginning. Halloween, like you. I'm assuming you listened to the song I posted.
Yes, I did.
Like you hear that song. That song is like the Rosetta Stone. Like you hear this, like, oh my god, this is every Guilty Gear song I've ever heard. Like, yeah.
It really was. I was like, oh shit. He's right.
Yeah. And like Halloween, I mean, I understand why Ishiwatari would love Halloween so much. They're one of the greatest bands to ever walk the earth. But it's like I hear Guilty Gear tracks, and they're not bad, but it just makes me want to listen to Halloween. Like it's just like I'll get in the middle of a Guilty Gear theme, like, okay, let me just move over to Halloween, or like Judas Priest, because a lot of times he's also trying to do Judas Priest. But like the vocals in Strive, the guy they got sounds like James Hetfield on fucking methamphetamine. Like, have you heard some of the songs in Strive?
I haven't played Strive at all, so I haven't heard any of the songs.
Okay, can we play? How much of one can we play without getting copyright struck? You've got to pull up Potemkin's theme, because I feel like it's the most egregious.
I mean, it's a video game,
like
so I'm hoping they wouldn't ding you for
like
it.
This sounds like fucking. This sounds like if you just went and to a Metallica concert, decked James Hetfield in the face so hard he got punch drunk, but the show must go on. He had to keep playing.
Here, I'll turn it down a little bit too. Sometimes that helps.
Yeah.
Let's see. Tell me if this is it.
I don't think this is the one. It's the one where he's like, Society! It's Potemkin's theme from Strive.
Is it called Armor-Clad Faith?
It might be. Skip ahead a little bit. It might start differently than I remember. They say can't hear. Yeah. Yeah.
I might have turned it down too low.
Hear it. Yeah.
This it?
But yeah, but you heard that little bit of vocal already. But wait till it kicks back in. Alright, skip ahead a little bit. He's got an effect.
Oh my god, you're right.
Yeah. It's just fucking dread. James Hetfield.
Timu James Hetfield. Yeah.
That's all the songs except for Bridget's, because of course, to hammer it home, Bridget's song had to get a female vocalist.
Of course.
But yeah. Now it was the same singer for Heavy Day from Guilty Gear XR, which was a jam, but it's like when it's one song with a James Hetfield sounding vocalist, okay, this game is full of metal references, so it's a cute little this guy sounds like James Hetfield. Now it's every song on the fucking soundtrack is Timu James Hetfield? Now I want to kill myself. And I'm saying, if you want to go listen to the main theme, City of the Wolves, Chain Reaction, and compare, I'm just saying. Oh, and one last thing I got to rant about before we go. Capcom. I talked before about like Obsidian and Bungie, like Ship of Theseus. Capcom's sound team is a Ship of Theseus. Capcom can't make music anymore. Capcom used to be legends for their soundtracks. They did the Street Fighter music, Mega Man X, for God's sake. I mean, Capcom, when they did a soundtrack, you cranked that shit. Capcom soundtracks, Mega Man, yeah, I mean, the entire Mega Man series. Trust me, I fucking know, I'm a Mega Man nerd. I got all that shit in my head forever. Modern Capcom can't make music worth a good goddamn. Like, the Street Fighter 6 soundtrack is the most, like, nutless hip-hop beats that are just, like, you get sick of listening to them halfway through. And then they have a couple tracks with actual rap, and it's so bad. Like, again, music nerd, I listen to everything, so I know there's going to be people, I don't like rap, rap's bad. As someone that does like hip-hop, I can point to a lot of really great hip-hop. This is some of the wackest shit. The fucking lyrics being, I rap like bandages, the winner is unanimous. You come at me with a rap.
That is some awfully hot coffee pot levels of trash.
Yes. Fuck you, dude. Rap like bandages, the winner is unanimous. End your career.
Delete your account.
And then for this the Capcom Fighting Collection they just released, they have a bunch of remixes. They're all terrible. Oh my god. So there's a remixed soundtrack for CVS2 you can play with. It's shit. The New York stage that had a yes, there was the hip hop, the TJ Combos theme in Killer Instinct is fucking incredible. Holy shit. I'm gonna send you that, Gator. It's more propaganda to play Killer Instinct. And it was done by Mick Gordon. Bet you didn't know Mick Gordon could be a hip hop producer. But like the remix of fucking the New York stage in CVS2, it had originally had a rap verse from a sound library, like a royalty-free sound library. They replaced it with a new rap that's fucking terrible. Like these fucking whack-ass rappers that just moved to Japan, I guess, because they can't cut it in America, so they moved to Japan where people can't understand English, so they can't tell that the rap is bad. I guess. I don't know where they're getting these fucking rappers from, but they gotta fucking stop. And then they made a fucking remix of Geese's theme. And it's the worst shit. How do you fuck up? Geese's theme song is one of the most iconic fucking songs in the entire fighting game genre. You hear Geese's theme song, and it just sets off like some kind of chemical reaction in your brain.
I was about to say,
oh shit!
It activates. It's a trigger. It's a trigger moment. Like you get triggered. Like you're back in fucking Nam.
Yeah, and like it's the most like I have blood rushing to my fucking skull. It's Geese's theme, man. Let's go,
Geese, you idiot!
And
Geese,
Geese, and they remixed his theme, and it sounds like the first level in a modern Sonic game. It doesn't even sound like Geese. You don't even have the guitar riff that starts the theme. Every Geese theme must begin with that. You must, because that is the signal that Geese is here. And if you're not going to start with that, you have to start with that Japanese. And then you do the guitar riff. This doesn't. It just goes into happy sunshine frou-frou fuck you land until it does part of the melody of Geese's theme. What in the fuck happened to your sound team? Like, you are handed a classic piece of video game music. All you have to do is just make it sound new. All you have to do is switch up. SNK themselves has like 20 remixes of this theme, and literally all of them are good. They just change an instrument here or there, or add a guitar. The fucking version from KOF 98's arranged soundtrack, where it's like a lower key, so it sounds darker, and then it has the most kick-ass guitar riff you've ever heard. You can't do something like that where you just kind of change it slightly, change a couple instruments, throw in have the guitarist go ape shit halfway through and call it a day, and it's the hypest shit you've ever heard. No, you had to make it sound like Geese's day at the fucking beach. Like, this goes to like the fucking first stage in Sonic Adventure. What the fuck? How do you fuck up Geese's theme? They fucked up the boss themes in CVS2 in these remixes. They made the boss theme sound like nutless and jaunty. Why is God Rugal's theme upbeat and light?
What?
This is God Rugal. In the background of this fight is a burning city as you fight one of the cheapest bosses that Capcom has ever thrown at you because they know Rugal's legacy.
And they want to make him hard to live up to what Latin America expects.
Yeah, exactly. While a city burns behind you, and then you just decide, okay, how am I going to remix this? What am I going to play while this is happening? Oh, I know. Fucking bowling alley music synth. The kind of shit that would play when you get a strike. That's God Rugal's. That's how we're going to remix God Rugal's. End yourself. Just leave this industry. Put the fries in the bag. Holy shit. 3-6. Don't listen to Guile's theme in Street Fighter 6. You're like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck? It's SoundCloud. They got motherfuckers from SoundCloud to do the music in Capcom now. It blows my mind. These people were synonymous with video game bangers. Fucking Arc System Works was synonymous with video game bangers. And now they're coming Again, this is why I stay in SNK. All of their sound team is still there. All of the people that made Geese's theme are still making music at that company. And you can fucking tell. Ugh. Anyway, that's my rant. You could, by the way, make better music using Suno than the music that's been in the most recent Capcom games.
Yeah, for real.
Everybody that thinks I'm just ranting, go listen to some themes from Street Fighter 6. And when you go, what the fuck is this? You'll understand. You'll understand why I'm heated about this.
As well you should be, because it's just like the drop off is massive.
Oh god, it's not a drop off, it's a plummet.
Plummet into the abyss.
Yeah. Like you're not hearing them hit the bottom.
But before we go, as we're wrapping this episode up, I do want to share some.
It's 5 a.m.
I know it's 5 a.m. We have to kind of do this pretty quickly. I got some good news. Bionicle Masks of Power is getting shut down. LMAO bottom text. Was gonna feel bad, but then I remembered your writer did this. Lead writer for game Bionicle Masks of Power has to lie about me and smear my name for attention. Weird when game devs have the time to spread lies about content creators online. Yep.
Don't hire these people to. If someone has pronouns in their bio, and I don't mean to sound culture worry, but this is just pattern recognition. If they have pronouns in their bio, don't hire them to write for your fucking game.
Asmongold, welcome home. Oh, that's beautiful.
What an ending. What a cap.
What a cap.
What a bookend.
That's so beautiful. Oh, and I do have a fun clip. I have a Doki Bird version of this. I have a Mint version of this. And now, this will make a fine addition to my collection. I have a Mari version of this.
Soy cell. I love it. Next we have... No! Scary! The scary cell! Ugh! Ooh. The stand cell.
I drew this on my phone.
The Jotaro cell. The Muda cell. Cell Taro. Wait, that's cute actually. The Yare cell. Oh, Kuja's cell is also good. My music went away and I'm sad.
She clearly don't know Comestar Runner. She a different generation.
Music Doko. Here we go.
I am gradually
this is
getting
the,
accustomed to
Cujo
the way she
sound.
talks.
Looks cool.
I said before, I can't
This
watch
is
a
by
Mari
the
Mari
Gator
stream
Gamer.
because of her cadence. I've gotten better at it. I've gotten my Mari Mari callus.
That next. Ooh.
I had to share that. I was like, yeah, it's my epic gamer moment.
Like, I love her clips, but like she did a collab with Pippo, and I was like, I don't think I can do Mari Mari for an extended period of time. And then like it's like Pippo was talking about a stream today about if you're lactose intolerant, you just drink a bunch of milk, and eventually you get better and you become lactose tolerant. I think like I had Mari Mari cadence intolerance, and I just binged a bunch of Mari Mari content, and now I've gained intolerance. Yeah, put her stream on points.
Victus, my Corsia cell also made it in this. Yeah, yeah, I remember that. It was a little bit before mine, I think. Yeah, let's see. Oh, she she also did the Chris cell. That one killed me too. Let's see if we can find the Corsia cell. I know it was up here somewhere. I remember. What did I just? Yeah, here it is. Yeah, here it is. The Corsia cell. And she recognized it immediately, which was amazing. Here, we'll play a little bit of that. Oh.
It looks like a minion. Moving on. Oh, this is Kirsha. It's not from Kirsha though. It's by a guy named Victus. This is the Fox cell. +2. That's nice. That looks really good, actually.
Pause like that. I want like old computer loading sounds.
Modem noises.
Like when an Apple II would be thinking. Like that
The computer clicking sounds. Yeah.
Yeah.
With the little spinny on her head.
Yeah.
That would be beautiful. That'd be great.
I'm so glad for FaZe, man. Those 3 invaders were peak.
They are literally perfect. Like, I've never been so glad to be so wrong about my predictions. Ooh, you know, speaking of FaZe and speaking of the new generation, you know who's streaming right now? Who's always streaming?
Cleo. Or Mari? Yeah, Cleo is. You know what? She's getting that bag. I can't complain. She's playing the game she loves for money. FaZe is the best feature for company, I agree.
A VTuber after my own heart, you know. She does like 12-hour streams. We do like 6-hour streams. I like that her title for her Guild Wars 1 stream is Return to Kino, and the U is a V. This is how I know. This is how I know.
She's just also reminding me I need to play Civ. I got Civ 5 after Pippa was playing a bunch of Civ games. Made me want to try Civ, and then I just kept putting it off. I was like, oh, this is gonna take so much of my life. I can't get anything done, and then I just kept not doing it. And yes, follow me. Set you free.
Trust me, and we will escape from the city. By the way, they opened an Etsy store.
Yes, my girlfriend and I have opened an Etsy store. Now, it doesn't have much right now because my Cintiq is currently being repaired, so it was as many as I could get done before the repairs. But we're selling just simple little coloring pages. So if you or your kids want to color, for like 50 cents, you get a couple pictures. Now there are 2 packs of 2, so it's 4 of them. 2 of them I designed, 2 of them she designed. I think you'll probably be able to tell the difference. You just pull it up. Just take a look. Just show the dichotomy. Now, granted, it's not that the other one was her aesthetic. It was what she felt Etsy color people like. And then 2 of them were what I like. And if you open the page, you will be able to see. And we're going to be adding many, many more.
Ah, yes. Immediately, I could tell.
Yeah. She did. Yeah. She cropped him, of course, because you got to pay to see the whole thing. But the one there with the guitar, it's a rock and roll. It's a rock, a stone playing the electric guitar, and then on the other corner is a cinnamon roll going apeshit on the drums.
Dope. So it's a rock and a roll.
Funny.
That's very clever.
I'm very funny. I'm very clever and funny. So yes, for 50 cents, you could just have a fun little thing to pass the time. And we'll be adding a lot more. I will probably be putting a lot more weird, esoteric coloring book pictures as they just come to me. Like, I just feel like drawing some weird shit. And I can draw really weird shit, just line art it. It'll take me just a couple hours, and I can make a couple bucks off it. Why haven't I been doing this sooner? So stay tuned for whatever schizophrenic shit comes out of my brain, or whatever cute aesthetic things that my girlfriend suggests to me.
Mega based.
Yeah.
Well, that does it for this episode of Anime Boomers. I want to thank everybody for tuning in. I want to thank Mama Akko for the raid. Pushed us up to like damn near 150 people live. That's
hell yeah.
We're doing Iron Man numbers, whether it's on X getting seethed at by angry commies or on YouTube passing, getting closer and closer to that threshold. Of course, if you like the audio version of this podcast, you can also find it anywhere podcasts can be found. Spotify, Apple Podcasts, pretty much anywhere. I'm slowly but surely updating the backlog. I actually need to, I actually have one that's fresh out of the oven, and I need to upload it pretty soon here. So we're slowly, we're working it. We're working it. I haven't had a lot of free time lately because I've been working a lot. And again, we're also going to get more guests on. The next episode is going to be in 2 weeks from the 17th. So that will be May 31st. And that might be the last episode before Off-Kai Expo. Let me just check my calendar real quick. Let's see.
So.
31st? No, there will be two yeah, because the weekend of the 14th is the week before. So we'll actually have an episode the week before Off-Kai. Oh, that's perfect. That timed up perfectly. Wow. I couldn't have planned that if I even tried. So there'll be 2 streams. There's 2 streams left till Off-Kai Expo. Okay. Cool. I'll have to plan something big for that June 14th episode.
We got coming up, because you finally got the ROMs.
I do. I download. This is an update to the King of Fighters challenge. I have access now to all of all the games that you can get on Fightcade, basically, for Fatal Fury and King of Fighters. I have them. I have access to all of them.
Yes,
and so I can acquire the rest through various means.
Yeah,
very easily.
So just gotta do that, and then we got to schedule. So we're very close to Gator's potential humiliation ritual.
Guts or glory, heaven or hell. Yep. Let's rock.
Yep. You're gonna learn today.
I'm gonna learn today. And see, I've played very little King of Fighters. I've dabbled, but I've heard that it's, especially when you're playing some of those early games, it is a learning curve.
It is not even just the early games. So the first 2 aren't really King of Fighters, right? It was a new thing. They're trying it out. King of Fighters 96, which is the third one, is when King of Fighters gets the gameplay it's known for. And it's also the one with Genets, Kokodeska. They are consistently balls hard, except for 2 games, and then some of the modern games, the bosses aren't that hard, but they're more difficulty based. So now, instead of you have to go through the meat grinder, we give you the option of the meat grinder, Like, if you just want to play arcade and see the endings, we ain't gonna do that much. But if you a real one, if you a man, you gonna crank that difficulty up.
Exactly.
Hey, you want to play KOF 15? We got the boss challenge. You want to fight Turbo Mode Genitz, where he can do double Kokudeskas?
Ugh.
We got that shit. If you a man, if you a real man. So that's sort of where SNK's at now. Is like, oh, you don't have to fight an SNK boss if your dick is small. We'll give you the option to not. But, if you have an actual member between your legs, you can, play the real shits over here. You just got to turn it on. You gonna turn it on, right? You ain't gonna be a bitch, right? It's like, SNK, I just got the game. Let me
ease into it.
Turn it on.
Let me ease into it. Slip it on first.
Yeah.
Oh, and here's
like City of the Wolves. The final boss in City of the Wolves has an instant kill super. It just fucking kills you.
Oh shit.
Instant kills you.
By the way, this is the update before we go. Almost up to 1 million views on this tweet.
Hey, maybe you can surpass my Jesus drawing.
Yeah. Jeez. I have made Twitter communists very, very angry.
That's how you know you're doing something right.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I knew I'm doing something right. Hassan's Reddit fan base is crashing out in the quote tweets, and it's beautiful. They're so mad. They're so pissed. All right, well, that is going to do it for us for this episode. Again, if you like the audio version of this podcast, you can find it anywhere a podcast can be found. Spotify, Apple Podcasts, just search for Anime Boomers Podcast. If you're listening to the audio version of this podcast 20 years from now when I upload it, we stream live every 2 weeks, youtube.com/Anime Boomers. Also on Twitter, I am, of course, TheGatorGamer, x.com/TheGatorGamer. I have a YouTube channel. It's youtube.com/TheGatorGamer. Cody is on Twitter as well. Twitter.com/Lord Schmecky. And you can go to his art page at twitter.com/Bioworks. You can find the link.
Yes.
All the links are there. All the links are there in the chat there. So you can click them and follow us on every single platform where we have platforms. That's going to do it.
The Anime Outsiders Twitter.
Yep, Anime Outsiders as well. Twitter.com/Anime Outsiders, where you can expect viral shit posts that piss off people that are angry at their dad. And they want to make it everybody else's problem. Gork, is this true? All right. And with that, we are going to send you guys over to Cleo8, who's streaming Guild Wars 1, already in progress. Again, we will see you guys back here, same bat time, same bat channel, 11 p.m., 2 weeks from now, for the return of the Anime Boomers podcast. Have a good night, stay safe, and for the love of God, please get some sleep. I know I will.
And get City of the Wolves.
Yes, get City of the Wolves too. It's based, right?
Based.
Right. Bye.
Bye.